night. Do you ever have that where you just can't sleep? Like something wakes you up and your mind starts going and you're just ruminating and thinking. And I was excited because I knew I was going to be on stage this morning. And sometimes you get some really good ideas during those wee hours of the morning. And then unfortunately you wake up and it's like, gone. So sometimes I write them down and I look at my notes the next morning and I'm like, kamikaze squirrel? What's that about? Turbo buzzer? What is that about? What does that have to do with digital marketing? Well, thanks for coming. My name is Christina Filion. This is Alexander Berberovich, also known as Christy Filion and Sasha Berberovich from Success Website. Sasha's going to be my techno wizard today. We usually keep him behind the curtain, but today he's coming out. So we are going to be taking you through all things digital marketing and Success Website. And we're also live streaming this, so this is pretty exciting. I'm sure there are some people in the hotel right now watching this from their room, wearing their comfy robe, having their coffee. And that's cool. I see you. I appreciate you coming out still. So we're going to keep this interactive. There are 2 mics set up here. So if you have questions, please use the mics because for one, it's hard for everyone to hear you if you don't use a mic, and also the recording won't pick it up. So it's really important that we try to use those mics when we have questions. And if you have questions, just step on up and we'll answer those. But we are going to be going through a lot of information, some really new stuff, some cool stuff. Steve Rait's going to be coming up in about 45 minutes. He's going to be talking about some brand new technology that's coming out of the Success Lab. Very exciting. And we've also got some brand new ways for you to generate leads. So, yeah, because that's what we're about, right? We want leads. Like, if you don't know much about our origin story, we've been with the Craig Proctor coaching program for, probably around 25 years now going on. And when we first started, we were pretty much the only real estate website that focused on lead generation. And we were there when Google pay-per-click started. We were there when Facebook ads started. We were there when IDX started. When we first were designing websites, there was no such thing as the IDX. And it just amazes me how much has changed over the last couple decades, but we've learned so much. And we've learned so much from working with people like you. Working with this group for this period of time, when Craig Proctor was starting his coaching program, his main focus was generating leads and using direct response marketing techniques to do that. And at the time, he was taking cues from other businesses that were using direct response and thinking, how can I use this for real estate? So when he came to us and said, I need a website that's going to capture leads, it's going to encourage people to leave their information, raise their hand for information, that's how this all got started. So there's a lot of website companies out there, there's a lot of technology out there for realtors, but I would say what sets us apart is how closely we've been working with this group for the last 2 decades or so. And it's that type of relationship, it's what we've learned, it's what we've developed as a result that does truly make us unique. And I do have to say that we have helped almost everyone that's been on this stage in this program. Anyone that you've seen on this stage presenting has been helped by Success Website at one point or is still being helped by them. So just keep that in mind. There are lots of options out there for you guys, but we are truly the system for the Craig Proctor system. So you guys are in the right place. and I really appreciate you being here. All right, so let's talk about what you have at your, as part of your arsenal, let's say. When you join coaching, you get digital marketing tools that are designed to help you generate leads. That includes your lead generation website that has all of the landing pages. It includes a CRM that helps you track and follow up with all of your leads. You get training, one-on-one support, and we also will help you set up your first ads. So our goal, when you get started in the program, is to give you the tools that you need, give you the technology that you need so you can leverage your business with technology, but also get some leads coming in. It's really important that leads start flowing in as soon as possible when you first join. And hopefully there's nobody in this room that has that problem. Lead generation should be the least of your problems at this point. What you may be struggling with is how to bring all of these tools together, how to tie in the CRM, the action plans, the follow-up, how to get your team trained on these things. So we're going to go through some of that. So the lead generation website is the Craig Proctor content, all of those offers, built into the site. And the CRM is where all those leads are going to go. Now, the CRM, the main purpose of this is to help you track and sift and sort your leads. And if you're not logging into the CRM daily or multiple times a day, then you're probably not getting the most out of it. So would you all say that you log into your CRM at least once a day? Yes. Yes? Good. First thing in the morning, check it out, see how many leads have come in. If you're not doing this, then what, maybe you're relying on email, you're relying on lead notifications coming into your phone. You are probably just reacting to what's coming into your inbox. So be proactive, make sure you log into the CRM and check that out at least once a day. Advertising, really important. You've got to be putting those marketing messages out there and attracting people back to your website. Magnetic marketing. When you are working with success on your advertising, our job is to implement for you. Now, we've been working with members, as I mentioned, for a long, long time, so we have a pretty good idea what's recommended. We have a pretty good idea what kind of ads you should be running. But we don't know your market, right? We don't know what's selling in your market. We don't know what the average price of homes are in your market. So we look to you to do some research, to provide us with some information, some guidance, so we can help you get the most effective marketing messages out to your audience. So when you're working with your coach, when you are doing your research, think about what type of marketing message you want us to put out there for you. And we will do it. And if it works, fantastic. Generates leads, great. If it doesn't work, that's okay. That's all part of the process. That means we have to refine it, we have to analyze the results, and make a change. So you're lucky, because in this program, there's been many, many people before you who have failed their way to success. You know, there's a lot of trial and error involved in marketing, and it's very seldom that you hit a home run right out of the gate. But if you follow the system, if you take the advice of your coach, and you take the advice of Craig and James and all the people that you're listening to on a weekly basis, you will have some great options for advertising. And all it takes is maybe just a little bit of information about your market to help us really get a message across that's going to appeal to your unique audience. So I'm going to show you some things, like some people, you know, they put their money into the marketing, they give their marketers the ad spend, but they're not really sure what's happening, right? If you're spending money on advertising, you really should understand what is, for one, what is being advertised, right? What does the ad look like? And then when somebody clicks on that ad, where do they go? What does that landing page look like? And then when they get to the landing page and fill out the form, what does that look like, right? So you should be going through those steps. When you're working with a digital marketer at Success Website and they send you a Google ad and they send you a landing page and they say, here's what the ad looks like, here's the landing page, maybe here's the hot list that gets delivered once they fill out the form. Go through that process just so you understand what's happening. But we're going to show you some examples here. So Google search is probably one of the best ways that you can generate leads. It's intent-based, which is what I really like about it. People are searching for real estate information. That's how customers can find you. And Google search is where people type in their keywords and they look for information, and then the ads show up in the search results page. And then you've got things like Google My Business, your Google business page, that will also help customers find you. So there are different ways that you can use Google to attract people to your website and to generate leads. How many of you are doing Google right now? Great. And how are the quality of the leads? Do you find that the quality of the leads are a little bit better than what you would find on Facebook, for instance? Yeah, it's intent-based, higher level of intent. Makes a big difference. So we're going to look at some examples of some ads just to give you guys a bit of a background or a better foundation on how we set things up. So here's an ad for a home evaluation. Okay, selling a Salt Lake City home, find out what your home's worth. That is what's going to pop up in the Google search results page when somebody searches for Salt Lake City home values or Salt Lake City home evaluation. And when they click on that ad in Google, they go to a landing page or a squeeze page. And the squeeze page really is just an extension of the ad. The squeeze page should be very similar to the ad, if not exact, in terms of the headline, subheadline. They should be very consistent. And then once they fill out this form and provide their address and their information, it's going to pass that lead onto your website and show a market snapshot. Okay, so does everyone understand how that works? You know, that's how the lead gets generated, that's how the lead gets passed in through the system. What's nice about this too is you get addresses. I don't consider a seller lead a true seller lead unless you get an address for that person. Okay, let's take a look at another one. This one is for home deals. Bank-owned homes, foreclosures, distress sales, exceptional home deals, hard to find, properties, exclusive hot lists. This is a very effective campaign. Why? Because people want to get a great deal. They want to get access to something that they can't find easily online. So they search for, let's say in this case, Denver homes for sale, right? Really popular keyword, Denver real estate. And your ad pops up. They think, wow, that looks like a great offer. Click on it, and they go to the squeeze page. Now, this squeeze page, imagine how it would look on a mobile phone. Okay, so this is something that we have to really consider when we are advertising on Google as well. I would say the majority of the traffic these days is coming from mobile devices, small screens. So you want your squeeze page to be as simple, direct as possible. And then once that lead comes into the system, Now we can launch an action plan. So this is where the follow-up comes into play. If you have an automated action plan set up, you're going to increase the likelihood of reaching your leads. For one, it gives them that immediate satisfaction where they're getting something from you right away. And when they respond, you now have a lead that's at the top of your list. Like, wouldn't you rather call somebody who's already responded to you, to your messaging, than call somebody who really doesn't know who you are? So the action plans can actually warm up the lead. For one, make sure that they have the information that they need, make sure they have the information that they requested, and then also encourage them to respond. Start a conversation. Now, this ad actually has a call extension, so there is the option for somebody to call you from this ad. You'll see there at the bottom of the ad, there's a call extension. And it does produce calls. So if you use your engaged number on that ad, that is going to produce an incoming call as a lead, which is also, I would say, great because you now have a valid phone number that's come in as a lead. Okay, this one's for our French clients out there. This is a French ad. The reason why I included this one, just because it has generated like so many leads, over 900 leads in 30 days. It was quite ridiculous. But you know, the offer is effective and it works in all sorts of different markets. So the reason why we continue to run this ad is because we know it works, because it's getting results, it's getting leads, and those leads are turning into business. So all of this is great. You're generating leads, you're getting people to your website, but if those leads are not turning into business, if you're not converting them, then something is breaking down in the process, right? Something needs to be really closely looked at, and it could be the follow-up, right? It could be the type of lead, it could be the expectations of the leads, maybe they're not realistic. There's all sorts of variables, but the first step is to really break it down. Because something that we hear quite often is, you know, the ad's not working. It's not working. Well, there are a variety of things that may not be working. Like for one, if it's generating leads, then that's not the problem. If you can't reach the leads, okay. If you're not reaching over 50% of those leads, sure, that's a problem. If you're reaching the leads and they're not qualified, then maybe that's a problem. So there are different problems, different solutions that we can address along the way, but we do have to analyze what's happening. So that's a big part of what we do when we're working with our clients, is we're not just concerned with the number of leads that you're getting, we are concerned with the number of people you're talking to, the number of appointments you're generating, and the number of clients you're signing. And if you know those numbers, then, I mean, you're 80% of the way there. Tracking those numbers and keeping an eye on that is extremely important. So if you need help with this, if you're struggling with lead gen, if you're struggling with Google Ads, we can definitely help you with this. You can check out our website, craigproctorsuccesswebsite.com. We have a Google offer on that. We actually include that service in our special offer that we're going to be talking about later. So please get in touch with us or talk to us. We'll be here for the rest of the day. Okay, so this is new. This is our text message marketing. Now, how many of you put a number on your signs, your for sale signs? Right. And those are great leads, right? When someone calls you off a sign. So what we have now got for all of you, anyone who has Engage or has the Engage phone number, is text message marketing. Now you guys can try this right now. You could text 123-MAIN to the number 657-227-0070. If you text 123 main to that number, you'll see exactly how this works. And what this does is it brings in an incoming SMS message for you. Did you want to add something to that, Sasha? Oh, I think, no, it is set up to this one, isn't it? So how this works is when you text that number, you should get a text back right away with the address. And then we also have an action plan in place that will send ringless voicemail, can send an email, can send additional text messages. So not only are you sending them information about that home and generating a lead for yourself, an incoming lead, you can now launch a whole follow-up plan that could include voicemail, email, and text. So you can use this for all sorts of marketing, okay? You can use this on your flyers. You could use this on your business card. You could create any type of code or keyword. So, Sasha, why don't we go into the command center and we'll show everyone where you can find this, because this is fairly new. We have been doing quite a bit of training on our Jumpstart on this, but we'll show you guys where to find it. Okay, so here we are in the command center. So if we go down to My Campaigns, and then Campaigns, we'll choose Advanced Campaign on the right-hand side. And the source, it says General. The source, we're going to choose SMS Marketing. Now here we can choose the auto response type. So let's see what options we have there. So we can send people to a landing page within our website. We could send people to a listing, or we could send people to an HDX property. So you could even advertise another property that's not necessarily yours, or you could advertise an offer on a landing page. If you've got a postcard that is offering a home eval, you can give them a domain name. So they punch in the domain name, they go straight to the landing page, and you may get their information. They may fill out that form. Or you can give them a text code. And in order to get that information, they have to put in that text code, and that way you get a lead. Yes, sir, do you have a question?
Hey, Christy, just if someone fills out on the sign, as your ad was showing earlier, and they're an old lead from 6 months ago, will it tie them with the number if the number's the same?
It will, yeah.
Perfect.
Yeah, they'll come back as a returning lead. Yep. Well, that's a good point, because when these SMS leads come in, they will just have the number, right? We don't necessarily have their name, and we don't have their email. We can use things like data enhancement, and we're going to be talking to Bill Watson here a little bit, just to get his take on some of these things, but that's a good point. If it is a returning lead and the system already has that number on file, it'll merge the two records. Okay, so let's choose a listing then for this demo. And you can choose your keyword phrase, maybe the address, would make sense. Okay, and that's pretty much it, I believe. There you go. Now, once you get to the option at the bottom for the action plan, that's where you can choose your automation. So if you want to have an action plan kick in when somebody fills out, texts in that code, you can choose it from that list. So marketing your listings this way is, I would say, an absolute must. If you have an action plan for when you take on a new listing, you should add this to it. Setting up text codes, setting up action plans for those listings, So in that action plan dropdown, you'll see we have this listing urgent coming soon. You should all be marketing your coming soon listings. And then that way, when the text comes in, we'll show you, once Sasha saves this, we'll show you what that action plan looks like. Yes, Yelena.
Christine, do you have a video, step-by-step, how to activate, for example, campaign or what to answer? So if we miss something now, we can always watch it and learn. Or we have to call you to be guided by one of your representatives.
Absolutely. Yep, we have video.
There is a video.
Yes, we've covered this in our Jumpstart training. So we have recorded webinars on it. We also have a how-to in the help. So we do have a step-by-step document that will walk you through it as well. Or you could call up your success representative and just ask them to walk you through it.
Thank you.
Yeah, it just takes a couple of, I would say, you know, do it a couple of times and you'll get it. Okay, so let's take a look at the action plan. And then we're going to just talk to Bill a little bit about how he's using the Success platform to generate leads and advertise his listings. Excuse me. So in the Action Plan Manager, so with Engage, you get the ability to send out automated messaging with action plans. And we actually have templates that are set up for you to use. You just need to connect a listing to them. So in the Action Plans Manager, we'll go to the Action Plan Templates, or Action Plan Library, there it is. And let's look for that urgent coming soon. Use with a listing. You pick your listing that you want to attach to that action plan. And then you click on Use this template. That's it. You'll probably have to rename it because I think there's already one with the same name. Okay, so that took less than a minute to set up. You got all of your messaging, it's attached to the listing. All you have to do now is record a voicemail. And it's super easy. You just click on that button, system will call you on your phone, you record your voicemail, and it gets uploaded. It's part of the plan. Yes?
Question for you on the coming soon. Our MLS only allows coming soon information to be sent via email. So when I've tried to do this through other CRMs and set up anything for coming soon, it never will actually tie to the coming soon listing. Do you guys have a solution for that, or do we just have to input the information into this system in order for it to actually be able to advertise the coming soon listing?
Yes, you can add the listing to the site, right? You can actually manually add the listing and then use it for marketing. So when you add a listing to the website, you can create a landing page from it. You could mark it as sold once it sells, and it'll be part of your sold inventory. So why don't we take a moment to talk to Bill. Bill, if you don't mind stepping up to the microphone for a minute, we're going to look at some of your action plans and the way that you've been marketing your listings. Bill's been doing some really interesting things also with using the data that he has in his database to target sellers and to suss out who in his database has a home to sell. All right, so Bill, what is your action plan? What does your team do when you have a new listing? What's the process?
Like I'm the wrong guy to ask. No, I'm kidding. So what happens is, so when we get a new listing, the action plan's pretty deep, but one of the action plans is also to get the information to Success website in order to get into our portfolio, but then also to make sure that we get our Facebook marketing and targeted for the new listings that we have.
That's right.
And so success website, though, is a big part of it. If you go, and I will tell you that the other thing that's exciting about it is, so when we book appointments, I send a BombBomb video. And they're not a pre-recorded. Each one is done separately. And one of the things that we point them to is our website to learn more about us. And without exception, everybody comes back and says, like, that's like the best website we've ever, you know, I mean, it really does help the pre-selling side of things before you get there.
Right.
And so on the sales side, that's what we do. As a matter of fact, I think if you scroll, you'll see the on our homepage, you'll get down to not just hot new listings, but our portfolio.
Right.
And so people can start looking at that right away. And I think that we even show actives, pendings, solds. We show everything because, you know, that our inventory is moving so quickly, right? That your active listings may not be, like in Colorado, the active listings might not be there as long.
Right.
So we want to have as big a portfolio as we can to show them that we're doing a lot of business in the marketplace.
Well, and that's really important. So every time you have a new listing, somebody on your team, you know, uploads the listing onto
Yes.
the website. You put together some marketing to drive traffic back to
Correct.
your website to show the listing, and that's just part of the process. Like,
It is.
when a new listing comes on, and
Yeah,
it generates a lot of leads too.
Yeah, this is actually, if you've got product to sell, that generates the best leads.
Right.
It really, really does, because then you're actually talking to buyers that are looking for product types like that as well. So that's a big deal.
Okay. So if you don't mind, we're going to take a look also in the CRM a little bit.
No,
just to
please, have
see-
fun.
Just to see some of the tags that you're using to sift and sort through your leads.
Mm-hmm.
When you're generating a lot of leads, like Bill does, from different sources, it's really important to know your numbers, right? And we've had these conversations many times where it's like, okay, well, we got this many leads from Google, this many from Facebook, you got other sources coming in.
Right.
So you're always looking at those numbers to determine, like, is this profitable? Is this worth the ad spend, right?
Well, or is it the right ad?
Is it the right
Right.
ad?
Is it the
Exactly.
right? Is it the right message to market match?
Right. Now, what's cool is we have data enhancement that we can use now to get additional information. So often when we have a lead, it's not necessarily complete. Maybe we're missing an address, maybe we are missing a phone number, or perhaps there's another phone number that we could also connect to that lead record. So data enhancement is essentially a way for us to use the information that we have and try to pull additional info for those leads. And Bill, you and I talked about this, and I said, look, we have a lot of data here. What is it that you want to know? And you said, who owns a home?
Exactly right. You know, it's interesting because some of the predictable indicators is that when you've got buyers coming on your buyer advertising, about 30% of those are going to have a house to sell. The question is that when they come in as buyers, how do you really identify that? And it's nice to know that initially because the conversation can start completely different,
Yes.
right? And that's so you're not even trying to find out if it's a sell first or a buy first or asking the question in the universal callback script, do you own or rent? Because you might have that information in there.
Right. And now you can target them too. You can target them with different messaging. So what we did is we took this data and we built a tag for those leads. So what Sasha is showing here is in the property information, in the additional data that we have, it says owner occupied. And there's a couple of other data points that we use to try to determine, is this in fact a homeowner? So now that we have the ability to match up those data points, we can go back into the leads. We can bring up that tag that is, I think it's called likely homeowner. Yep, there you go. So here we have our list of tags. And out of your database, we've got over 3,000
Yes.
likely homeowners, right?
Yeah, and you know what it does is it creates marketing efficiency within the CRM. It's way more efficient that
Yes.
way, because it's like what you said, Christy, is that, you know, if somebody comes in as a buyer and we just assume they're a buyer, we're going to market them like a buyer. But now if we find out they're a seller, we can market them as a buyer and a seller, right? And isn't that what we want? We want both sides of the transaction if we can get it. And it could be that they really want to sell first, and right now they're just looking in the market to kind of see what's out there. But now if we can have that conversation before anybody else on the sell side, we have a better chance of getting the business.
Absolutely, absolutely. And now we actually, with our partnership with Gold Star, we now also have the ability to bring in financial alerts, which also is an amazing opportunity to identify people who are actively looking into their finances, right? Getting ready to buy a home.
Yeah, and they might be, you know, and the way that you might find that out is a lot of people that are thinking about selling are also thinking about refinancing, right? So there might be some credit report pools or something that's going on as it relates to their house that may allow you to have a relevant conversation with them to see how best you can serve them.
Great, yeah. So so many things that we can do, but you really do have to think about using your CRM as a way to track all the data that's coming into it. So thank you so much, Bill, for you're just such a great support for us all, and
Thank you.
a great coach and a great guy. Okay. All right, let's move on. We've got another really cool new thing that I think everyone needs to know about. And that is trusted calling. Now, how many of you are having a hard time getting a hold of your leads? You call and call and call. 10 times, 12 times, people aren't picking up the phone. How about the suspected spam label that comes up when your calls come in, right? So the phone companies are starting to pay very close attention to this. And the reason why is probably because they've gotten a lot of complaints, numbers have gotten blocked. There's probably a variety of reasons. But verifying your phone number is now going to be an absolute must for any type of marketing number that you're using. Now, if you're just using your own business phone number, that's okay, right? That number is already registered. You don't have to worry about that. But if you're using a marketing number, like an Engage number, for instance, we can register that for you to get you past that spam risk category. So trusted calling and text messaging is a way of securing your number, increasing your reputation score, and it will get you through to more people. So this is something that we will do for you. There is a fee for it. There's costs involved for us to do it, so there is a fee. But just like having a security certificate for your domain, you're going to want to have this level of security for your phone number. It'll make a big difference in terms of getting through to more people. So you can actually register your number, or you can sign up to get your number registered by texting trusted calling to that number, 657-222-2267. And that will take you right to the landing page, and you can fill that out, and we can go ahead and register that number for you. It's $200 per year, per number. No, actually, no, that includes multiple numbers, 5 numbers, yeah. Yeah, we can register up to 5 numbers. Okay, so let's talk a little bit about our websites, especially the branded website. How many of you have the branded HDX with Success website? Excellent. This is really an important part, just like Bill said. You know, when people are coming to look at your listings or they're coming to learn more about you, you really want to have a strong web presence. And we tie in all of the Craig Proctor content. We've got a blog, we've got listing landing pages. Of course, the MLS is tied into it, so all of your property hot lists are going to be tied into that. And we also have the built-in emails and action plans. And it is co-marketing eligible. So if you have a lender or if you have a marketing partner, they can actually pay for a portion of this. So don't be afraid to ask somebody that you give business to on a regular basis to kick in for some of your marketing. And then we can build them directly for that. So keep that in mind when you're thinking of platform fees and costs. Now, we also have content specifically for Platinum members, Titanium members, Your Home Sold Guaranteed members. All of these landing pages have actually been provided to us by Todd and his team over there. And that includes worthy cause marketing. So if you are sending out a newsletter every month to promote your worthy cause, you'll want a page, a landing page specifically for that. You'll want a blog article every month with your newsletter on it. Recruiting and hiring. We've got about 3 or 4 pages built in all about recruiting and hiring. The content is all there. And then there's about 20 plus offers, email plans specifically for attracting sellers and now business. So if you're in Platinum and you weren't aware of this content, it's there. It's there. We definitely want you to be aware of it and use it. And it will help you build trust and attract more business. We also teach you how it all works. So just like I'm doing today, I have training webinars every week, every Thursday from 3:30 to 4:30 Eastern Time. We record all of them. You can access them all through our Jumpstart Learning portal. We have how-to training that's available right there in the command center. So we really want to make sure that you have everything you need to use the system and to learn how the system works. So you aren't going to be left on your own to figure it all out. We will teach you how it works. Now, on your table in front of you, you have a brochure, a lovely brochure that gives you all the new stuff that we've been working on, the text marketing, the trusted calling, Google squeeze pages. We've got email templates. We've got a new Stay in Contact app that Steve's going to be talking about in a second. And then we've got new looks for the branded site. So we're constantly working on new things, enhancing our products, so you've got better tools at your disposal to use and to help you grow your business. We also have an order form. Our show special is on there as well. This is our special for everyone at the show that is going to give you everything that I talked about today. So that is the branded HDX, the Engaged CRM with all the action plans. We will register your number. That $200 fee will be waived as part of this. Data enhancement for your leads. All of that is included in this special. There's a $400 setup fee, and then the monthly fee is $399. That also includes 3 months of ad management, which is normally $150 a month. So if you are interested in implementing all of these things and ramping up your marketing as we end this year and get into the new year, now is the perfect time to do it. It does take about a month to set things up, so that would be where where we actually need to get some content from you, get connected to the MLS. Maybe you need to import your database, get trained on things. But after a month, we should have you up and running and using everything. Yes?
Hi, Christy. The $150 a month ad management,
Yes.
so the $399 includes that?
For 3 months, yes it does.
For 3 months, and then after that, it's another $150.
Correct.
And then what about the ad spend? So,
Right. The ad spend is separate, yeah. So
and what do you recommend? Like, I know it's different areas have different results with Facebook versus Google. Like I'm talking to people from Canada that love Facebook. For me, and maybe I've been doing it wrong, but you know, in the U.S., is there? For me, Google is much stronger. Is
Right.
that what you're finding in the U.S. and is the opposite in Canada?
No, I've always thought Google is stronger.
So we can do do you recommend doing a bigger portion Google and a smaller Facebook, or what's
Yeah, well, so for instance, I'll use Bill Watson again as an example. So a lot of his budget was going towards Google, but we had some budget towards Facebook just to advertise his listings.
Sure.
Right, we found Facebook to be a good place for him to market his listings and generate leads for the listings. So, you know, we can do both. But I think Google is a staple. I think that
Sure.
that's probably one of the best places you can be advertising real estate right now. So,
And I know the budget's going to be different, you know, whether it's a single agent that's just starting or a fairly new, their budget's going to be a little smaller. What about, like, for a team of 10 that I have, would it be like $1,000 a month?
oh, at least, yeah, $1,000.
Yeah, got it.
Yeah, if you're feeding 10 people leads, then yeah, I would say at least 1,000, possibly more. But again, you gotta be tracking your return on your investment, right? Making sure that you're getting back more than what you're spending. Okay, so we're gonna bring Steve on, and he's gonna tell us about some new stuff we've been cooking up in the Success Lab. So let's hear it for Steve.
Hey, thanks, Christy. How's everyone doing? Good morning. This is kind of strange, I gotta say. It's been almost 2 years, and I'll just, very quick story. I got up in the morning the other day to come out here, and I was packing up to come to the conference, and realized I hadn't worn a suit in 2 years. Dug out my shoes, and they were completely covered in dust, so I dusted them off, and of course I got here, and 5 seconds in, all the glue had deteriorated over the 2 years, and the sole of the shoes blew out. So I'm wearing a little more casual shoes than I would normally. Anyhow, we've been working really hard, trying to keep all you guys going, and we thank everybody for staying with us. One of the things that we've been working on is a way to have better conversations with your prospects. It's one thing to generate leads, but as I'm sure you're finding, it's harder and harder to get those leads to talk to you. So we've developed a product called Stay in Contact, which basically gives you all your conversations in one place. It will tie in with your CRM. And the idea is that conversations really matter. It doesn't do you any good to get leads if you can't talk to them, if you can't message them, and if you can't sort of deal with them in the way that they want to deal with you. Okay, some people prefer text, other people prefer email. Most will call. Nearly nobody wants to meet you anymore. The idea is to make it easier to get through. And getting through, I'm sure, how many people are finding it's harder and harder to talk to our leads? It really is. And there's a lot of reasons for that. Obviously, people's attention's fragmented. They got more competition than ever. Everybody's trying to get a hold of them. They protect their phone numbers. They're getting ads all the time. Everywhere they look, there's another Facebook ad, there's another Google ad, there's another something. And the number of apps they have on the phone, the apps are all pinging you and notifying you, and it's really easy to have a fragmented attention. Everybody's also gotten really good at ignoring. How many people just never answer their phone? It rings, you just don't answer it. I found out the other day that my mother was screening my calls. So it's, everybody's doing it. And often what we're finding is that devices are doing it automatically for you. So if I'm not already in your contact list and I'm trying to get a hold of you, I'll often get screened automatically by Apple or Android, and they make it really hard to get through. And nobody wants to be sold. And they treat anybody that's coming in that they don't recognize as someone that's trying to sell them. So people that are unfamiliar. Finally, everybody prefers different things. Some people prefer Messenger. Some people prefer WhatsApp. Some people prefer text, email, calling. And if you really want to have a good conversation or establish a conversation with people, it really helps if you can attempt to contact them through multiple channels and let them pick what the best one is. You don't have to know, but if you can figure that out, it really helps. And the problem with all of this is you can continually send messages and messages to more and more people, and you can chase and chase and chase. But the biggest result is more often than not, even with people that would be interested in having you sell their home or would like to buy a home with you, more often than not, you just can't connect with them. So what we've done is we developed Stay in Contact as a multi-channel messenger that lets you do a better job of connecting with all the leads and everything you've got. So think of it as a conversation engine and a team inbox. So everybody on your team can connect together. Now this is just a quick diagram of everything that goes into it. But the idea is you've got Stay in Contact as your engine. It can connect with either the Engage CRM, with it comes with your websites. It can also connect to a Google CRM or others. And the idea is that all your leads go directly into Stay in Contact, whether they're from social media or they're from Google ads or Facebook ads. They all go in. The system is then set up to automatically respond to all of those messages across multiple channels. So now not only are you going to send them an email response, if you have a phone number, you can send them a text response. We can supplement the data, we can get addresses. And again, the idea is that we can connect through all those channels and they can connect back through us without having to use your own personal cell phone number. So you get your own unique numbers. Your team can all share the data. You can have multiple numbers, but again, all the calling comes back into the system where you can see and track the history of everything that's going on. So it's no more you on your cell phone and your team members all using their phones and nobody can track and there's no notes, and now everything comes into a shared inbox, again, and can go out on all of these channels. So WhatsApp or Messenger or whatever people prefer. And the idea is then that we now have conversations that our whole team can process. It's a very simple system, but the idea is that all our conversations are now in one place where everyone on your team can see them. It runs on PC. It also runs on, there's Android and Apple iOS versions, so you can run it on your phone. You can see all your leads. Go through, sort, filter, mass process leads. You can send email to a group. You can send a stack of messages, so an email and a text and a WhatsApp and a Messenger. Always track all your conversations, so much like just looking at a messenger in your phone, you can just bring it up and you can see all the conversations that have come in on all the different channels, all in one place. So no more jumping to email and jumping all over the place. And again, we don't have to rely on our personal phone numbers. All the history is always available. So all the history across all the channels, across everyone on your team that's touched with everybody in your database. Okay, so that's in a nutshell what we've been working on. It's very, very cool. All of the people that sign up for the show special will be involved in, able to get into this for in the initial release. And again, all the calls to action are there, all your leads are there, everything comes in and it works seamlessly with everything at Success. Okay?
Quick question for you on that.
Yes.
Currently, I'm using Google Voice since other people can log in and see
Yep.
the stuff, all that. But with a team, obviously, it becomes a little bit more challenging. So this is awesome that there's a team option. But is there a way to assign conversations to one person individually? That way, they're receiving the notifications and not everyone is receiving the notifications for the various conversations?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. We can go through all that. There's a lot to this,
Okay.
but the idea is it's set up specifically for for teams and will work with however you want to work with your clients. So if it's you want everybody to see things, or you just have a call manager that's going to just do all the distribution, or it's an individual person that's just dealing with particular clients, you can set it up however you'd like. Anything else? Okay.
Yeah, I think it does solve a big issue for people when you are trying to communicate effectively with your database, because everyone prefers different channels, right? Some people may prefer just to communicate through email, some people may prefer only through text, some really want to be on the phone. And when you're toggling between all these different software and platforms, things can really fall through the cracks. So I think this is going to really solve that problem and make it easier for you to communicate with your leads.
Yeah, and the other thing is everybody's working on their phones now.
Yes, yeah,
Right?
absolutely.
So now you can go into your database and there's an app that works as simple as sending a text message that lets you access all the communication channels with all your customers, all your clients, all your prospects, and again, deal with them through the channel that they want to communicate with you.
Right.
And if that needs to be, again, I can send one message and send it out on multiple channels. Or I can spread it out, or I can set up automated replies. So if I have texts that come in, I can automatically respond to them with all the trusted phone numbers and all the things we want.
Exactly, and you can also monitor your incoming leads and returning leads as well. So this isn't just for communicating with existing leads in your database. It will help you monitor the incoming and the returning as well. Yes?
Yeah, hi. If I'm already using the Success website, the Stay in Contact app, will that be released to people who are already using the site, or is it just for the new people coming in?
Well, it'll be, yeah, people who are using the site, of course, you'll get priority, but it is designed to work with other CRMs as well, so it's, yeah, potentially if you're not with Success, but if you are, and if you are, at a certain level, then automatically we will work with you to integrate the Stay in Contact app into the CRM and make sure everything's connected.
Very good.
Okay, any more questions? Everything clear? All right. Did you guys learn something today? Yes. All right, good,
Very
good, good.
So we will be at the back if you want to come and see us.
Yes.
We're happy to answer any questions individually, and we will be here for the rest of the day.
We will be here for the rest of the day, so just straight out the door there, please come say hello. It's great to see everyone in person, and thanks for spending the time with us.
Thanks, guys. Give Success website a big hand.
Thanks, Todd.
Hey, great cocktail party.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
right.
it was very good.
Yeah, I appreciate
Really
the
enjoyed it.
sponsorship on that, man. We all had a good time. There was doing some dancing to the Cupid
yeah,
shuffle.
there was
Cupid
quite a bit of
Cupid
dance.
shuffle. To kind of start the day out, so Shai's going to cue that up, and I'm going to plug in a computer here, and we're going to rock and roll. You guys ready? Got to get to work, man, so let's do it.
You have a job, but you probably want to have a business. When you stop, the business stops. You can't scale it beyond your own ability, and someday you're going to get tired of this, and you have no exit strategy. Build something you can either sell, or build something that's so great you're not even interested in selling it.
If you struggle in any way, have issues in your business, take too long to get things implemented, or are simply impatient at achieving your heart's desire, the system exists right here in the Craig Proctor System Nation to solve that and allow you to live the life you were born to live.
Okay, that's how we have to start thinking. We have to believe in what we want. We have to start thinking, how am I going to do this?
Okay, nice to see everybody today. Welcome to day 3, yes. Okay, so it's going to be a fantastic day. We are not going to have lunch today. We're going to work all the way through it, but we'll be wrapping up probably around, I don't know, 4, 2 o'clock, I would think. So we are going to do some breakouts today. Talk about that here momentarily. I do want to run through where the materials are from yesterday. Hope that's okay. So those of you that want to go to the coaching site and download those, you can absolutely do it. All right, so typically day 3 of our conferences, the reports that we get from members, they're like, wow, I can't believe some people left early. You know, like day 3, like it's like almost always the best day. And the answer is yes. But the reality is that all the content is so good every day that it just keeps piling on top of it. So you, of course, recall and remember what just happened, you know, sort of the last thing to happen. And that's your challenge here. So when you guys get back to work, you're going to have the challenge of going back through and aggregating and prioritizing what just happened over the last few days. So my challenge for you is like, okay, you've been here now, and we'll be here for literally 3 days. And you've got a list, not a mile long, because hopefully you've tried to limit this to the things that will make the biggest impact in your business, but what are the big initiatives that you're going to bring to the top of the list and get those things executed and implemented in your business and routine before we have another live event, which will probably happen sometime in the spring. For titanium level, your home sold guaranteed realty members will probably be together sometime toward the end of February, I would think. So before we get together at our next event, like, are you going to get this implemented? Like, you're going to have about, you know, give or take the holidays, you're going to have a good 3 to 4 months to execute on these initiatives. So I want to give you a little tip or strategy here. When you have stuff that are big initiatives, the first thing is to create a starting point. Okay, during these days, at these times, okay, during the week, I am going to time block to work on and get this implemented, or direct or work with the people on my team to get these big initiatives going. Like, you've got to line up your starting point. Now, in your home sold guaranteed realty circles with titanium members, we call it VCE, vision, commitment, and execution. Okay? We're not working from words or ideas. We're working from a written plan of action. And the written plan of action always starts with why. Why do we want to implement this? What is it going to change in our business? How is it going to improve what we do and how we do things? That's the vision piece, okay? And you've got to get it out of your head, off of your notepad, and you've got to get it well documented and written out so that everyone knows what they're working to achieve and the difference it's going to make in the business, in their lives, their personal, professional, and financial goals, and your customers. Like, clearly define why this is a game changer that needs to get implemented in our business. And what you'll discover is that if you'll do it that way, and prioritize your items and initiatives this way, starting with vision and why we need to pull this off and make it happen, and having clarity around all of that, it will motivate you. Because it's like, wow, I can clearly see that if we were executing on that, or we had that integrated in our business, or we were doing things that way, things would be better. We'd make more money, we'd sell more homes, we'd help more people, we'd get 5-star reviews, we'd retain more customers. I'd get more agents onto my team. The ones that I do have would perform better. They would like working here more, whatever it is, but you will get motivated to follow through on the execution. Okay, so you got it. So you're going to prioritize your list. We're not trying to do 100 things, but we're trying to do 1 to 7. That's the range. Depending on the size of your army will pretty much dictate that number. You heard Tracy King and Tanner say, look, we literally have in our business 6 full-time implementers. They run their days by implementing what it is that we say we need to get implemented. And then they fill in the rest of the day with their recurring activities. So huge swaths of time are time blocked for implementation. Now, that allows them to scale and speed up the pace of growth of their business, yes or no? Oh man, that's a game changer. And that's where the money is. All right, so that's the first piece, vision. Why are we going to do this? Not what are we going to do, but why are we going to pull this off? You already know the what, okay? Next will be commitment. Commitment. What are you going to give, and what is your employee or employees or whoever else is helping you execute on this, what are they going to give? What's the commitment level, the give level to pull this off? Who is involved? How much you going to do? How much are they going to do? Now, immediately, some of you in the room that are solopreneurs, solo practitioners today, you're like, this is a bit of a problem, this implementation thing. It's just me. Like, how am I going to implement when I don't have any help to implement? And our response is, move up the ladder. Get help from me. Get help from us. Much of what you want to implement, dude, it's already been implemented. You just need to put your hands on it, and that'll make it easier to slide it into your business. Agreed? Yes. And that's far less money. One more time. Moving up the Craig Proctor system ladder is a far less investment than hiring a full-time implementer into your business. And what you'll discover is that when you implement, it makes it easier to bring people into your company and fund payroll because you're making more money. Failure to implement leads to less income. More implementation leads to more. What's the barrier to implementation? It's either work ethic, I'm just not motivated to implement. I'm focused on other things. That's a work ethic issue in this area. Or clarity. I'm just not crystal clear on exactly what to do and how to get it done, Todd. That's a clarity issue. That's when you need help. We've made it very easy, very affordable to get moving and move up that Craig Proctor system ladder. So if you're a coaching level member and you haven't moved up to platinum yet, that table's in the back right there, and our expectation is that you will. So that you can get moving faster when you're small. Okay, does everybody get that? I've had several people, over time say, okay, yeah, I'm going to hire someone, and then I'm going to go move up to the next level in the Craig Proctor system. I was like, yeah, dude, you need to fix kind of what's between your ears first. Because the person you're going to hire, you know what they're not going to have? Clarity. They're not going to know what to do and how to get it done. So all you're doing is hiring a problem. How in the world can you grow your business with problems? It's going to require now more time for you to shape and form the clarity. The first thing you do is you need to gain clarity, and you do that by just leaning in more with the Craig Proctor system. Now, yesterday was a pretty good day. We did have, several people that are here for the very first time wearing these blue lanyards. You'll see them around. Very first time here. We had a lot of those people said, you know what? I want to get involved with the Craig Proctor system. And they joined Craig Proctor's system at the coaching level. So let's give them a big hand right now. Yes. Welcome. Welcome, welcome, welcome to Craig Proctor System Nation. Can't wait to see your ride. I broke out yesterday with some coaching members, okay? And many of them did the exact same thing. They took that Platinum Program agreement, they filled that puppy out, ran to the back of the room, turned it. We handed them a business plan, the $4 million gross commission income business plan, put it right on their plate. Okay, we made that exchange, made plans for the next move. Let's give those coaching members that ascended to Platinum a big hand. Yeah. Yeah, that's a great move. That's a commitment to a big future. And we also had several Platinum members that said, hey, I want to be part of the top level of the Craig Proctor system. I want to get involved in titanium. I want to do it now. I need that help. I want a Your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty in my future. I want to get moving on that now. What do I do? And it was like, well, here's what you do. Commit. And if you do it now, you can stay over. Just go ahead and stay over for tomorrow's event with all of our top level Craig Proctor people. So I openly want to congratulate you guys because you're in for one hell of a ride and future like you cannot believe. So let's welcome all of our new titanium, Your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty people right now. Yeah. Okay, great job. Vision, commitment, and the third piece, execution. Execution is simple. It's a well-written plan of who's going to do what by when. Very descriptive. And then they go and do it. A written process of how we're going to implement. Vision, commitment, execution. Titanium guys, we have that little packet that you guys can request from me if you don't have it. I think it's built into your titanium playbook that we're going to be looking at tomorrow when we get together. So you guys can take a look at that. All right. So today, when Shelly's going to come up here in a minute, the great Shelly Salas, she's going to be sharing with you, some of what's working in her business on the seller side. And trust me, they do a lot of seller business. I mean, they're going to sell, 1,000 or more homes here. So I think they're excellent. Some of the best agents in the world at working with sellers, getting them and taking care of them. And you're going to discover much here from this young lady as she shares her implementation of the Craig Proctor system in that area. Then we're going to break the room up, okay? We're going to break the room up. So if you're here for the first time with the blue lanyards, you're going to go to Royal Dublin, okay? If you're on the first few rows, you're a titanium level or Your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty licensee. You're going to leave here and you're going to go down the hall to National Ballroom D, and I'm pretty sure it's this way. So Your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty, titanium, down the hall to National Ballroom D. Coaching and Platinum members, those of you that are still in coaching, there's just a few, and Platinum members, you're going to stay put. Okay, and I'm going to reverse engineer the number that you want to hit with you in this room on this board up here, okay? Whatever your big goal is, I'm going to show you how to reverse engineer that and know exactly what to do today to achieve it. Okay, that's what you're going to get from me during these breakouts. Then we're going to come back together in this room and we're going to wrap up the day with Miss Nancy Kowalik, multimillionaire agent from New Jersey, on what was working in her business to get multiples of buyers and sellers every week. And then I'm going to wrap up today by introducing you to some special guests we've invited. Okay? Sierra Interactive and others. So, introduce you to some new opportunities. How about that? Okay? As well as a few tips and tricks to make your business even better as you guys roll out of here and back to work, so to speak. I do want to remind all of our Your Home Sold and titanium people that we will be together all day tomorrow, okay? And we've got a big day lined up. So you got another full day of working on your business. Yeah. And we're going to take a deeper dive into the real issues or trends that are hitting your business. And if you're not making moves to combat them, then you're just going to find yourself in a world of hurt. The building that you're doing will be for naught. You'll just turn around and have to rebuild it again, rebuild it again, rebuild it again. So we got to bake into your business the solutions to these problems that are continuing to come, okay? So it's going to be a lot of fun. It doesn't matter what it is. Getting business, leveraging the business to get more, bringing people into your company, all of those things require energy, effort, processes, systems, marketing, and you want that to count for stick. So if you don't know what the trends are or what's coming around the corner, you're just building something that's just going to contract. And that's the story of most real estate agents in the industry. But we've got that solved here. All right, so I want to introduce you guys to Shelly Salas, but you know what? We actually have a video that probably does a better job of that than me. Shy, can we roll that? Let's take a look at this, and we'll let it do the talking here. We'll pull that up. Might have caught him by surprise back there. Let's do it. Okay, I want you to do me a favor. I want you to welcome to the stage one of the top real estate agents in the world today. Come on up, Shelly Salas. Yeah. Take it away, Ms. Shelley.
All right. Good morning, everyone. How has this conference been so far for you? Amazing, right? I have taken so many notes. I cannot wait to implement some of the amazing stuff that I have learned from all of you. It doesn't matter where you are in this ladder of real estate. There's always something that you can take away when you come to these conferences. So it's crucial that you guys commit to it and come and attend, because again, it doesn't matter where you are. There's something that you can always walk away with and implement when you get back. Don't forget about that part. I know we were one of the slowest implementers with the CP program, but once you go all in, guys, it's truly, truly a game changer. So take those notes again. Hopefully you learned something from my presentation. We're pretty darn good at getting sellers to commit to come to us. So I'm going to share with you today on what it is that we do to get sellers to not only pay us our fee, but to be one of our biggest cheerleaders and continue to refer us to their friends, their family, their coworkers. So again, I hope you take a nugget or two from my presentation today. So to give you a little history on who I am before I get into the presentation, I told you guys, if you were here when I spoke briefly the other day, I am born and raised here in Orlando, Florida. I lived here till about my 6th grade year, And then I moved to the big old town of Frostproof, Florida, right down the road. Frostproof, Florida probably has about 10 people living in there. And my family were 7 of them, so. So it's a very, very small town, but I loved it. You could leave your purse in the car, windows open. I mean, it was just phenomenal. Everybody knew everybody. My high school class had 99 people in it. So we truly, truly knew each other. It's a great place to grow up. My brother actually still lives over there. I have tons of family that lives here in Orlando, Winter Garden, Ocala, and the surrounding areas. So this is like my second home. So not only do I get to come here and learn from all of you, but I get the added value of getting to see some of my family. So, and let me share with you a little bit of my additional bio. I've been married to that sexy man sitting right up there for over 22 years. He is my partner in crime. Nothing would have ever happened if it wasn't for my husband. He is the CEO and founder of the Solace Team Realtors. I have just slightly pushed him out of to the side over there, and I am the team leader of the Solace Team Realtors. I am a mother of 3. I have 3 amazing children, 2 of which are here in our audience today. My 18-year-old son, Louis, is the one who actually put that video together. So, Papito, thank you for making Mama look good. So, but for those of you who have children that are working with you now, it's an amazing feeling to see them grow up within your, while you're working, you know, as a real estate agent. When you first start, you're working nonstop, and your children are kind of growing up with you, and that's all that they know. Well, now my kiddos are, one's about to turn 16, he's my baby, my 18-year-old, and our daughter who's about to be 21. I cannot believe that. I'm about to have a 21-year-old. But anyways, my daughter, she's my executive assistant, and she's in my office every day. She sits right beside me. She listens to me on every single phone call that I have, whether it's a leadership meeting that I'm doing, whether it's a phone call, whether it's speaking to one of you. She is there listening, and my goal is that she embraces everything that she's hearing from me, and hopefully can become a confident female at a way younger age than I ever was. So, I am an Army veteran. I got to meet my husband at Fort Hood. Thank you. So that lovely couple sitting in the corner, we got to talk to them when we first got here, and they actually met back in Fort Hood. They were stationed in Fort Hood. They didn't meet in Fort Hood, but they were stationed in Fort Hood, and she told me, I knew my husband for 4 months and we got married many years ago. I said, well, you know what? I got you beat. My husband and I knew each other for 3 months and got married. And we've been married now for over 22 years. And I agree with her 100%. When you know, right? And so I am, again, the team leader for the #1 real estate team in all of Central Texas, the Solace Team Realtors. I am the host of the Shelly Solace Real Estate Show. Guys, if you're ever bored and have nothing to do, listen to me on radio every Saturday from 12 to 2. It is a live radio station. Today is actually a live radio show. My co-host, Melissa, and our talent development, Missy, she will be on the radio today in my place. So it does happen consistently every Saturday from 12 to 2. Trying to talk live on the radio for 2 hours, guys, is a lot to talk about, but it's amazing. It's amazing because it builds that celebrity status for you. There's more credibility built behind you, so when you're sitting in front of the buyer or seller, you've already pre-sold yourself in your organization, so it's a phenomenal thing. I am a co-author of 2 best-selling real estate books, The Real Estate Game Changers and Paying It Forward. I think we showed a clip on the video. It had both of the books. You can go on Amazon, find those, and purchase those as well if you would like. I was just ranked in 2021 as the #1 agent according to NARA, so that's the #1 Hispanic real estate professional in all of the USA. And it's the first time that a female has actually been at the top of the leaderboard, so thank you. obviously, I cannot do that by myself, right? So the credit is not due to me. The credit is due to my entire team. But it just happens to be my name on the leaderboard. But I have an amazing, amazing team behind me. Like Tracy said, you start developing leaders. You have to develop leaders within your organization, or else you're going to kill yourself. You have to have people that you can trust, that you can build and have the confidence on, that while you're here or there or wherever, your business is still going, it's rolling without you, because you're going to train them the way that you want it to be driven, and it will just happen. Just find those people. If you don't have them now, look for them. You'll know who the right people are, and it's okay if you make a mistake and hire the wrong person. Just get rid of them and move on. But you have to surround yourself with amazing people that will help you grow your company. Our team has ranked in the top 1% with the Wall Street Journal consistently since 2015 to 2021. And our company has been in the Inc. 5000 list of the fastest growing private companies in 2019 and 2020. And now I am officially a Spartan completer, guys. So my son and I told my son when he turned 18, I said, hey, Papito, let's do a Spartan. Mommy has always wanted to do a Spartan, but I don't want to do it by myself. So how about for your 18th birthday, we go do a Spartan race? So we were all in it. We were committed to it. I live in the country, and we have big trees, so I bought the rope so we could practice the rope climbing and the whole 9 yards, because I'm a very, very competitive person, guys. I do not like to fail. So we were training and getting our stuff together, and I almost didn't do it because I had some personal stuff happen, but my son told me, Mommy, you really wanted to do it, so let's do it. Perfect. We get there, we're doing it, and we completed every single one of the obstacles. It's tough, guys. I was so bruised up the next day. I had bruises here, bruises everywhere. But we did it. We did it. And I was talking to Kim, and she said, Shelly, I seen your videos. I didn't think you were going to make it across the monkey bars. I said, well, you and me both. I am a short person. The heels make me look tall. But I'm a short person, and the distance between the monkey bars are actually pretty darn far. So I let my son go first so I could watch his technique. My husband was recording the whole time, so I know he's ready for me to just fall so he can make fun of me and replay the video, because we are very, very competitive also. And so I'm like, no, in my mind, I'm like, he is not going to record me falling off of these monkey bars. So after I watched my son do it, copy-paste is everywhere, not only in the CP system, it's in everything in my life. So my son did it, and I watched him, so then I get on there. I'm like, well, I can't do it as smooth as he did because he's taller than I am, so I used my ability to swing, and I swung my way all the way across, and I got across the monkey bars with no problem. So if you've never done a Spartan race, guys, you should try it. It's not about the speed on how fast you do it. It's about the feeling that you can do something, conquer it, and get it done. So you should try it at least once. All right, so let me give you a little bit of history on where we were before we joined Craig Proctor and where we are today. So before we joined Craig Proctor, Louis and I were nothing but really REO agents. For those of you who are not familiar with the bank world, when you're listing for the bank, you're at their mercy. They can change whatever the task is for today. You get to learn their system, and next week they'll change it, and you don't have a choice but to go with it. If they lower your compensation, again, you don't have a choice. You just flow with it. Now, we were really, really good at that. We had the HUD account, we had the Fannie Mae account, we had the VA account, Bank of America. I mean, you name it, we were dominant REO foreclosure experts in our market. But with that, it entails many, many working hours. We were working 23 plus hours. Well, it wasn't, but it felt like that. My kids can tell you they were beside me all the time because you're constantly on the computer filling in the reports. So it's a nonstop gig. And you can't go on vacation because the tasks are due, and I could not stand to see my task in red. Everything always had to stay in green for me. And so that meant that you were consistently in front of the computer completing these tasks, so you really didn't have a life. So then Lewis said, hey, baby, we need to do something because we need to figure out how to do something better. He foreseen that the market was going to change and that REOs were going to go into a different direction, so he had us attend a CP coaching. And of course, while we're there, I'm listening, but I'm kind of not because I'm also doing the task because again, I don't want to see any task in red. So I'm kind of doing both things. But he said, hey, you know what? After he listened to Todd speak, he said, we have to do this. It was a significant investment, guys, and we really didn't have any money. We have 3 small kiddos. We're working nonstop. You guys see our average sales price at the time was $97,000. We have to do a lot of transactions in order to make a good living, and it was very, very difficult. At our best year, we did 245 transactions, and our sales volume was 23.9 mil. Our GCI in 2014 was 718,000. And again, so when we went to the conference in California, it was a significant investment for us to make. But when we looked at each other and we said, this is it, no questions asked, we did it, we gave the credit card, and it was the best decision that we ever made. So fast forward, last year, this is what our numbers look like. So in 2020, we were able to serve 796 families. Our sales volume went to 145 million. Our GCI was over 5 million. Our average sales price went from 2014 of 97,000 to 183,000. We no longer do REO business, and I can actually enjoy our vacations. I'm no longer there with the computer. I don't do any of that. I haven't been in production for several years now. And I know to many of you, you're saying, oh my God, 183,000. I would not go show a house for that price. In our market, that is really good. We live in the largest military town. We are where Fort Hood is. Fort Hood is the largest military installation, so we are veteran driven. Our veterans only make a certain amount of money, so the cost of living is a lot cheaper over there. It's a great place for us. We've been there over 22 years, but that's what our average sales price looked in 2020. Now in 2021, so far this year, guys, we've helped over 730 families. We have 155 pending homeowners under contract right now. We already beat last year's sales volume. Our GCI is higher than last year, and our sales price is now over 218,000. And we're still doing no REO business. So we've taken more vacations this year than we've ever have. My husband and I are actually getting ready to do one more trip, and then we're done for the year. But it's been amazing, guys, to go from where we were before CP coaching to be sitting in front of a computer and be at the bank's mercy, where it got to the point, I think, in some transactions we were making like $500 per transaction. And we were okay with that because that's all we knew. We didn't know that we could sit in front of a seller, and we didn't know how to sit in front of a seller and be able to show our value and get them to commit to us and want to sell their home with us because we didn't know how to do it. We know that we could. If we could figure it out, we're really good. We'll dominate. We'll win. But we didn't know where to get started, and that's where CP came in. And with Todd's help there, it's been amazing. Like Tracy, we didn't go through the coaching program. Todd has been our only coach and mentor throughout this process, and it's been a true, true game changer, not only for ourselves personally and our children's lives, but the amount of people that we have helped throughout our career since we came to CP Coaching. Prior to CP Coaching, we weren't able to give to the community the way that we do now, and I'm going to share with you what our worthy causes are and why they're so personal to us. You were able to see in the clip there a little bit about the gift wrapping. That's a big, big deal in our office. We give back every year. We form this huge, huge Solace Team Santa workshop. In this workshop, what we do is we buy hundreds of gifts for one of the lowest income schools in our area. Louis and I grew up very, very poor. To give you a background, I told you that I grew up here in Frostproof Florida, what I didn't mention is that my parents are immigrants from Mexico. They didn't speak English. All they ever knew is to work in the fields. So I grew up picking oranges. I grew up picking cucumbers. We would migrate from Florida to Ohio. We would move twice a year. I remember when I was around 12, I would call the unemployment office, guys. And I would always talk to this woman named Joyce, and I would cry. I'm like, do you have any jobs available? I don't want to go work and pick oranges anymore. And this poor woman, I never got to meet her, and I wish that I could. I could feel her empathy for me. She's like, sweetie, I can't give you a job unless you're 16. I could not wait to turn 16 so I could get a regular job and get out of the fields. While most people look forward to spring break or Christmas break or Thanksgiving break, I dreaded that time because all that meant was that I had to get up at 3 o'clock in the morning, get on the bus so we could go to the orange fields and go pick fruit. So that's where I grew up. My husband grew up in the projects of Puerto Rico, struggling to be able to eat, hated summertime because there's no school. That equated to no food. So we both grew up very, very poor, so we're really, really big at giving back because we want to just pay it forward. God has blessed us with now changing our lives that we want to just pay that forward to everyone else. Thank you. Thank you. So my mission for today, guys, is to help you see that learning and implementing the most amazing VIP presentation that there is out there will help you to gain over sellers. Again, coming from a field where I didn't know where to begin, to now dominating the market in our area. It's all due to the CP system. So just take what's in there, adjust it to your market, to who you are, and you will see that you will stand apart from everyone else. So here's where we are, and this is why I wanted to talk to you guys about sellers today and the listing process itself, because as of today, we have closed 245 sellers. We have 108 of these sellers that we closed were sold in-house. 56, we have 56 pending listings right now, so they're under contract. We have 65 coming soon listings. And this is not my updated slide. How many did we have under? We have 36 active right now. So the active listings are not on there. But this was all done, guys, with only 4 listing agents. So we have a really great system in place, a great process and system in place to have all these listings done with only 4 listing agents. So in our organization, we have you either do buyers or you do sellers. You don't do both. Right now, I'm training our Austin market to do both to see how that works. So in order for you to become a listing agent on our team, you have had to have been a buyer agent first because you have to understand that side. And then you have to present to me the entire presentation. So I am the seller with you. We will role play together. You're trying to convince me to go with you. And we have 3 of our panels, whomever I select, and they will critique the presenter there. And as long as we all give them the thumbs up, they become the listing agent. So it's harsh to go through that, but what I tell my team is if you can't handle me as a seller, you can't handle any seller out there. That is my belief. All right, so I'm going to go through our process on what is it that we do when we book an appointment. So the first thing that we do is the ISAs are the ones who take the phone calls, and I have 5 ISAs on my team. What they do when they book the appointment, they put it on the calendar for the listing agents. The listing agents are required to make sure that their calendar is always up to date. Our ISAs do not call the listing agent and ask them, hey, can you take this appointment? No, we add it to their calendar. If your calendar is clear, we're plugging you in. We give you a courtesy call and tell you, hey, just so you know, we just booked a 2 o'clock appointment. Notes are in the system. Make sure you call and confirm. All of our appointments, once they are booked, our listing partner has to call and introduce themselves to our seller within the hour. So once the appointment is booked, our carrier drops off our pre-marketing package. In our package, you can see in there is our book, and it has additional material about us. So what I tell our listing folks is that, look, it'll take a lot for you to screw this up because we practically did everything for you. I just need you to knock out the presentation. That is it. It is that simple. So this is why, in order for them to become a listing agent, they must know our presentation from top to bottom. It is a very long presentation, but the purpose of the presentation is so you know what words to use and you don't forget to mention some items. When I was doing listings, on my best year, I did 99 sellers in 1 year. And this is before we had all the folks that we have now, right? Right now, we have a lot of assistants, we have the ISAs, and we have, the team is different now. But I was able to do it on my own with 99 sellers, and the sellers that I did not win over, I can still remember why I didn't win them over. I remember the address, I remember what happened. All it was because I did not use my presentation. Why? Because I walked in and I said, it's me, it's Shelly, I know this, they're going to love me, they're gonna go with me. What I failed to do is stand apart from everyone else. And I didn't use the presentation, and I still kick myself for not winning those over. And again, I'm a very, very competitive person, so I will never forget those addresses. So, and it drove me insane when I seen who won, who got the listing. So this is, and I share this with our listing team, like, don't ever make it about you. Use the presentation. There's a purpose and a reason why we use this. All right, so here's some of the responsibilities that we have. Once the ISA has booked the appointment, the listing agents are required to read, of course, all the notes that we have in our CRM system. They're required to do an introduction call with the seller within the hour, and they're going to collect additional information. What I tell our listing agents is, look, our ISA department, they're appointment setters. Your job is to gather the additional information after that. So we train, I meet with my listing agents every Monday. There's only 4, well now 5. There was 4 and we just added 1 new one about a week ago. So every Monday I meet with them, and what we're going over is, okay, share with me the appointments that you had this week. Did you get them signed, yes or no? If you didn't, why not? Let's figure this out right now. So you have to really, really stay on top of your listing agents, on top of all your agents, right? But to me, more specifically, especially in today's market when we have a low inventory, we're really, really fighting for every single listing. So we want to address it immediately if there's any issues. So they're collecting all the data, so this way they can be adequately prepared for that appointment that they're about to go on. I tell them that they must be prepared for every single objection that the seller may possibly throw at you. Again, we're going in there collecting optimal fee. In today's market where an agent will go in there and say, I can sell it for 1%, I can sell it for 2%, and here we come in trying to convince them to go at 7%. Plus our transaction fee, right? So you have to make sure that you share your value, that there's so much benefit on coming with us versus going with that agent that's charging 1%. And we get it, guys. We collect it from the sellers. And like Todd said, you know, there's only an issue with price. Price is only an issue in the absence of value, right? So you have to make sure that your agents understand and know your presentation left and right. So one of the things that I tell them is be ready to crush it and walk away with a signed selling agreement. One of my biggest pet peeves is when they come back to me and I ask them, did they sign listing agreement? No, but they love me. I know they're going to sign it. I'm like, okay, well, that doesn't mean anything because they didn't sign right now. So let's talk our way through it. Let's figure out why. Did you ask them what is holding them back right now? Why will they not, if they absolutely love you, why didn't they sign? I understand the C personality types who are not ready to come in, they have to sleep on it or pray about it, I get all that. But everybody else, you should be walking away with the signed agreement. They love you, until what I call the barrack lawyers step in, and they start advising them on telling them why our fee is too much, or, oh my God, did you hear that they don't pay the buyer agents this much, and blah, blah, blah. So now you're allowing outside influencers to affect the outcome. So I always make sure that when I'm training our agents that they absolutely walk away with the signed agreement. All right, so this is a requirement of mine. It's make sure you arrive at least 15 minutes early. If you're arriving on time, you're late. You have sellers, especially in our area, they're military folks. When they have to be at formation at 6 a.m., they don't pull up at 6 a.m. They have to be in formation at a minimum at 5:50 to be ready to salute and ready to go at 6 a.m., right? So using that military mindset, I tell our folks, be 15 minutes early, because if you're on time, you're late. I walk them through to make sure that they do a firm handshake, eye contact. When they get there, you do your quick intro. Hi, I'm Shelley with the Celestine Realtors. Great to meet you. Are you ready to get your home sold, Mr. Smith? And then, of course, you want to guide them into the location. You want to take control of this appointment the moment you walk in. So what I've trained our agents is as soon as you walk in, you do your handshake, you just guide them. Hey, Mr. Smith, do you mind if I put my stuff down at the kitchen table so I can prepare for our appointment today? You're just putting it down. You don't have to open your laptop. You don't have to do none of that. But what you're doing is controlling the appointment. You're not giving them the ability to say, hey, let's sit down in our cozy living room, because that is not a good place to be. And then you're also putting the laptop in a place where you're not giving them the ability to sit husband over here, wife over here, and you're doing this. You're going to take control and put your laptop here and have the folks sitting across from you. It just makes it for an easier presentation. So then I guide them into, once you do that, let's go ahead and do a tour of your home, Mr. Smith. Do you mind showing me your home? And what you're doing on this tour, the purpose of the tour, as I'm sure many of you already know, is to try to discover what their personality type is. And the reason that that's important is because you want to adjust your presentation based on their personality type. You know that the high I is going to start seeing squirrels real quick. So you have to keep them engaged, right? Make sure you say their name and change it to the fun stuff that they care about. Your high D, you know you're going to have to just get straight to the point, show them your benefits. Your S's and C's, especially your C's, you might have to get into your stats, right? So the whole purpose, again, of doing the walkthrough is to try to understand the personality type of the individual in front of you. So this is, of course, our seller benefits presentation. I'm sure many of you are using this. It's in our CP coaching website, guys. It's a phenomenal one. We adjusted it, of course, to make sense to our market. So it is time consuming to put it together, but it's a well worth investment for you to spend that time. Because again, the time that you will go to an appointment and you fail to use the presentation, it will have a dramatic impact on the outcome. So this is what the cover looks like. As you can see, is exactly like the one on the website. I just changed the houses to houses in our market, because the houses that Todd has are not the same as the ones in our market. So that's all we did, is change it out. We're literally going in there and changing everything to be relevant to our market. So here's a little tip for those of you who have already downloaded the presentation, or maybe you haven't seen it yet. It is a very long presentation. There's hundreds of slides in there. Our presentation has, I think, 84, 88 slides in it. So it is very, very long. I think I only went through the entire presentation maybe once out of the 99 appointments that I got. I don't think I ever had to do the entire thing. You also got to know when to stop. You have to know once the client is sold, just stop. Don't keep going, right? It's equivalent to when you're showing the buyer, and this is it. They said, this is the house. I'm ready to make an offer, and then you open your mouth and you say, well, I have one more to show you. No, you have to learn when to stop, and that's the same thing with this with this presentation. And you have to know the order of the presentation because you can bypass some of the slides and go straight to other ones depending on who is sitting in front of you, right? So this is why, again, when our agents are training to become a listing agent, they must know the presentation left and right. If they know it left and right when they're sitting with me, then I know that they're going to be able to adjust the presentation when they're sitting in front of that seller. Because you will lose a seller if you don't adjust your presentation to them. So this right here, guys, is one of the things that we have in ours is we have built-in testimonials, just like Todd has in his. And one of the requirements, again, that I have with our agents is that they must know all the testimonials that I've added on there. Why? Because if the seller is sitting there in front of you, and let's say that they have a house to sell and they're buying as well, well, we have a testimonial in there. That's Mr. Brewster in there. He was building a new construction home, and he was building and buying with us the new construction home and selling his existing home with us. So that connects and resonates, especially right now in today's market where we do have homeowners that are building their dream home. And you get to hear it directly from Mr. Brewster. And it's not necessarily that our agents are sitting there playing the video, but you're talking about the testimonials. And we asked the seller, would you like to listen to Mr. Brewster and his story? So this way, now you have another client endorsing you rather than you cheerleading yourself, right? Because it's one thing for you to be your own biggest cheerleader, but it's another thing for them to hear it from our clients. And we're really, really big with the Guarantee Sale Program, and we have Sergeant Rivas there who talks about the Guarantee Sale Program and why he came to us and how he was able to benefit from the Guarantee Sale Program. And then we have Melissa Cabrera there, where we actually bought her home from her. This woman right here, I actually sold her home. And then 2 years later, she came to me and she said, hey, Shelly, do you still buy homes? I said, absolutely, Melissa. And she said, I don't want to put my house in the traditional market. I just want you to make me an offer. I said, okay. So my husband and I went out there. We looked at the property. We made her an offer. And we both agreed to the terms, and we bought her home. So she agreed to do a testimonial video for us. So it's phenomenal. Like Bill said, in all of our career, the only homes that we have ever bought from the Guaranteed Sale Program is because we wanted to buy them. Lewis and I are real estate investors. And if it's a good deal, we're going to jump on it. Absolutely. Why not? Right? A good deal is a good deal. So there are really, really a lot of perks on the cash offer program that we do, and of course on the Guaranteed Sale Program that we do. So this right here, we embedded our worthy causes into our presentation. The reason being is that we were worried that our agents would bypass this because they may not see the significance, the importance of talking about our worthy causes. So it is embedded into our presentation way early in there. And what we have found is that so many of our sellers have come our way because of the fact that we're really big givers in our community. We're really big on the annual Christmas event that we do. It's, again, for one of the low-income schools there in Killeen ISD, and there's so many teachers in our community that the word spreads. And so what happens is when you're sitting in a listing presentation and you have someone that is aligned with Killeen ISD, they'll say, oh my God, I've heard about Shelly and the Solace team and what they do with Westward Elementary. So that's an automatic rapport builder right there, and they want to align themselves with us. We have so many of our past clients that want to be a part of this event that we do. So let me share with you a little bit about Westward Elementary, as you see there in the video. Westward Elementary is, again, one of the low-income schools in our area. It's a school that's from pre-K all the way to 5th grade. Some of these kiddos don't have shoes, don't have socks, don't have any of that. It's a very, very low-income school. So what we've done is we go out, we go buy gifts for every child. We do this huge Christmas workshop. The entire company comes together. We get with the school. We make sure we have the names of every child of every classroom. And then we gift wrap. It has their name on it. We go in there as dressed as Santa. We call their names. We give their gifts out. We get a list of what they're looking for. The teachers already know we're doing this every year. So when this time comes around, we know what they're looking for. We know what the kids have requested, and sometimes they'll ask the most sweetest things, a gift for their brother or sister instead of themselves. So we go out, we buy all the gifts, we wrap them, we do this huge event, and then we go deliver. Well, this year, Westward Elementary combined with the other low-income school in our neighborhood or in our city. So now Westward and Eastward merged together, and the school's over 1,200 students. So it's going to be a huge, huge commitment for us. Logistically, to put everything together is crazy. We have to now take this Santa workshop that we used to do in our office. We have to take it off site because now it's double the kiddos. So if any of you want to donate to help us get these gifts out, you're more than welcome to. But no, in all seriousness, it's an amazing, amazing thing to be able to give back to our community. And again, we selected this school because when I was growing up, we grew up, again, really, really poor. And more than half the time, I never got a Christmas gift. And for those of you who went to school here in the States, of course, you know that the first thing that you do when you go back after Christmas is talk about all the gifts that you got for Christmas. So I used to lie and tell my friends, I got this, I got that, and just, so I could fit in with everybody else, right? So we want to make sure that all the kiddos are there opening a gift, and they can openly share it there with their friends there, so nobody has to lie about what they got. So that's why we do it. So clients will want to work with you because, yes, you're phenomenal at selling homes, but they also want to work with you because they know you're doing something better to help the community. So make sure that you're talking about whatever worthy cause that you are involved in. Part of our documents when you sign a selling agreement with us is asking for a referral. It is a requirement for our listing agents to come back with that signed form, so at least we know that they have touched on it at least once, because it is, again, a required document for us. So we embedded that into our listing package. The buyer profiling system. This is huge, guys, and you have to know and understand what this means and how to use it during your presentation. So I train my listing agents to make sure that they understand that they're not just saying, hey, we have over 47,000 folks in our database. Well, that doesn't mean anything to the seller unless you explain how they benefit from it, right? So what we do is we tell them is, Mr. Seller, right now we have over 47,000 buyers or folks in our database, and what we do, what has made us very successful and being able to sell as many homes as we do, is that we take your criteria and cross-match it with our buyers' existing criteria. In our ISA department, who is sitting back there, who is sitting in the office right now, will, as soon as we sign this listing or this selling agreement with you, we're going to share with them what your home's criteria is, and they will immediately start cross-matching with our existing database. And if there's a buyer out there looking for a 3-bedroom, 2-bath in your sales price, they start calling those individuals, and that's how we're able to sell as many homes as we do, as quickly as we do. So you have to be able to know the purpose of the buyer profiling system and, again, how it benefits the seller. Everything in here is talking about how the sellers benefit. The more you mention, this is how you benefit, the easier it becomes for you to collect that 7% or whatever your fee is. You never want to forget to mention your exclusive programs. Embed those into your presentation. So we, again, are really, really big on buy this home and I'll buy yours for cash. That's what our sign looks like. We are changing it, of course, since we are members of your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty. Those signs will get changed, but it's going to have the same concept, just logos change, right? But you want to be able to explain the program and explain it well to them. We are, since we have the real estate show on Saturdays from 12 to 2, we talk about the sellers' homes on the radio. So that's important to them because one of the things, again, when you're trying to collect your fee, your maximum fee, again, when you're competing with folks who are willing to sell the home for 1% or 2%, what we share with them is, imagine, Shelley, talking about your home on the airways, the exposure that you get when she's mentioning to the audience that she has a new listing, a 3-bedroom, 2-bath with 5 acres or whatever the case may be, right? The exposure, you just can't compete with that. So again, you're trying to share with the seller what's in it for them, because that's the only radio station that they listen to, right? WIFM. The open house every day. I think Bill talked about this. Again, the way that we explain it is, look, Mr. Seller, don't freak out. We're not going to host an open house every day here, so don't think that you have to leave that you have to be gone at all hours of the day. What it means is that, hey, look, Mr. Seller, we're really great at thinking outside the box and creating demand for your home. So when that buyer is driving by and they see this open house every day, guess what? They have to call us to find out what time the open house is, right? And you've told us that you need 2 hours to be able to, you need a 2-hour notice in order for us to show your home. Well, guess what? When they call us at 3 o'clock, we're going to say, hey, look, we're supposed to be having the next open house at 5 o'clock. Let me just verify that that time still works for the owner. We'll call you right back. But guess what, Mr. Seller? We now have the buyer's name, phone number, and as long as you're okay with us showing it at 5 o'clock, we will. If 5 o'clock doesn't work and it needs to be 7 o'clock, we'll just adjust it. So the whole point is, though, guess what? We've created demand for your home. We're doing it differently than everybody else. Our Coming Soon program is a phenomenal program. I shared with you guys that out of the homes that we have sold this year, 108 of them, I think it was, sold in-house already. And a lot of those sell before they even hit the market. NAR actually made this easier for us now when they said that if the seller doesn't want you to, if you're not going to advertise, you're not going to advertise. That means no sign in the yard, no MLS, no nothing. Great. That works out even better for us, because what they said is that you can share that listing with your team. Well, I have 35 buyer agents on my team. The moment that we have a signed selling agreement, we go into our team's channel and we just share it. Hey, here's our Coming Soon listing. It's a 3-bedroom, 2-bath. This is the price. Here's some photos, because our listing agents will snap photos with their cell phone, and we push it immediately into our Coming Soon channel. And because we have those 35 buyer agents, they're already contacting their buyers. Hey, we have this off-market property. Do you want to go view it? Blah, blah, blah. And we schedule that and get it going. So it benefits both parties. Our buyers come to us because we have a significant amount of homes that they can't find anywhere else. They're off-market properties, right? And then our sellers come to us because if we're able to sell it as a Coming Soon home, they don't have to worry about buyers coming in and out of their home this whole entire time. And guess what? They get to focus on what's important to them, which is packing, getting their kiddos ready to enroll into the new school, focus on the move rather than selling their home. We handle that stress for them. And of course, what we share with them is that, look, Mr. Seller, and this is all embedded into our presentation, guys. We start talking about the reverse offer. I hope you guys are talking about this with your seller and what this means and how they benefit from it. When we're talking about the reverse offers, we tell them, hey, look, Mr. Seller, like we mentioned before, we're not folks who just sit around and wait for the buyers to make an offer. If we're having a flow of buyers and we reach out and they're telling us that they love your home, however, they have to think about it, or they want to view another home or whatever, we're not going to sit around and wait. How about we send them an offer based on the terms that make sense to you? The worst thing that they can say is no, right? But what you are going to find out is that we're not the type of folks who just sit around and wait. We're here to advocate for you and your needs, and being aggressive in the market is what we do. So that's where the reverse offer comes in. And what you're doing is showing the seller that you're different. You're different from everyone else. Make sure, like for us, we have our organizational chart embedded into our presentation because we want them to understand that everyone in our company has one mission and one mission only. It's to get them to the closing table, selling their home for top dollar on their at their time frame with as little hassle as possible, right? And everybody here has a role to make that happen, starting from our inside sales department, of course, our marketing department, our operations, our listing team, our selling team. Our selling team is our buyer agents. So we go over the entire role of everyone in our company there, so this way they know that once they, for example, once they go under contract, Mr. Seller, once we go under contract with a buyer, our closing department will step in. I'm still a part of the process. I will never be eliminated from the process, but however, they're the facilitators that will get you to the closing table. They're going to make sure that every I is dotted, every T is crossed. We mentioned our listing team. We have a listing team. Here are my partners, Mr. Seller, and this is my support team. We have a professional photographer that's going to be calling you as soon as I leave here. They're going to be calling you to book the appointment for them to come out here, take the photos, and we just go over the entire process. We talk about what the carrier's role is and how they benefit from that. So again, everything is about how the sellers benefit from coming to the Solace team. That there's a huge, huge benefit for them to go with a sales team like ours versus an individual agent. Because you have to remember, when you're sitting there with that seller, you have that solo agent that is coming that is going to charge 2%, 1%, 2%, 3%. And they're going to say that you charge a lot of money, that you don't pay anything to the buyer's agent, but your job is to convince the seller how it is that they benefit from coming to a team like ours versus that individual agent. This is what our listing agreements look like. We get them out of the program there. Again, we didn't invent any of this. This is all copy-paste, guys, so it's already there for you. So this is just the first 2 pages of it, but you can find the rest of the form itself in the CP system. All we did, again, was adjust it to make sense to our team. The benefits are our benefits that we have. We have a moving truck that the sellers can use, so we added that to it. We have our cancellation guarantee that's embedded in there. And we do the same for the buyer side. Everything is adjusted to our benefits. So it does take time. The forms are there. You just have to make sure you read every single one of them to make sure, like for example, on the 16 key systems, I had to go through all of them. I think the original one has 18 or more. I had to adjust them to things that we actually offer to the seller. And again, this is our team right here, and that's it. So. Any questions, Vic? I see your hand up, Vic.
Yeah, I have a couple of questions. One, you have 35 buyer's agent. Wouldn't they say, like, I want to be a listing agent, and you have 5, and you're doing the meeting every Monday with the 5? How would you respond to that?
That our buyer agents want to be listing agents?
Yes.
We're very clear from the beginning when we interview them that they're coming in as a buyer expert on our team. So they know that.
Okay. And the second thing, I saw the chart. Do you have like 2 team leaders that taking care of the listing and buyer's agents questions, or do they call you directly?
No. So we have mentors on our team. So we developed a mentorship program, and all of our buyer agents have mentors that they go to, but we're really great at using our Teams. We use Teams. We used to have Slack, but we moved over to Microsoft Teams. And we have channels embedded in there where we have the agent channel, where we tell all of our agents, no matter whether they're listing agents or buyer agents, always post all your questions on the agent channel first, because you have all your peers here that can answer the questions a lot quicker. Now, if they can't answer it, then they go to their mentors, then they go to our talent development gal, Missy. If it has to come to me, then it comes to me, but I'm like your last resource.
That's cool. So there's like a email goes to everyone on the channel?
No, it's a channel there. It's an open post. It's, do you know, I'm not sure if you're familiar with Slack or it's just an open platform. So there's no email. Everyone can see the communication there.
Okay, thank you.
Let's go over here.
Good morning. Obviously, you're doing a lot of transactions with VA loans. So would you please tell me what is your procedure for collecting your additional premium and fees from the buyer with VA?
Okay, so what we do is we don't, because we're in Texas, we don't put the negotiation on the special provisions. We just embed it into paragraph 12 as the buyer expense. And then our closing department is trained on how to make sure that they collect it from the title company on which side to put it. Depends on which mortgage company they're using. USAA does it one way, Navy Federal does it another way. So your closing department has to be well versed on what language to use when they're putting it. But we always put it on the seller side as a buyer's expense.
I think that's actually a really good point because we are finding discrepancy with VA from lender to lender, what they allow. So it's very confusing.
And they will tell you no, but yes, you can do it. It's the only two people that can stop you from collecting your fee is title company and mortgage company. So you have to make sure that title instructions go out. We do have title instructions where it says that the buyer has given us the permission to negotiate their fee or our fee through the buyer's expenses paragraph in the contract. So we put the amount in there on how much is going for our deficiency. And then we make sure that, again, our closing department is well versed on whomever the lender is on the other side, because all it is on how to verbalize it on the settlement statement.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thanks, Jeremy. Let's go over here. Is that Dimitri?
Yeah, I had two questions. What is your pay structure for the listing agents? And then if they don't get the listing, what kind of autopsy or follow-up is done?
Okay, so for our listing, we do our company fee off the top, and then we do $35.65.
Okay.
And what was your second question?
If they don't get the listing, what type of autopsy procedure do you have? Like, does one of the other listing agents then jump on it, or what happens?
Okay, so I told you that we meet every Monday. So the moment that they say, hey, well, immediately if they don't walk away with it, if they're having an issue right then and there, they're to call me and to let me know to see if I can still salvage that deal. But if it needs to get reassigned, it will get reassigned immediately. But other than that, I'm typically the one who will salvage the deal.
Thank you.
Awesome. One more question right here.
I'm new to Craig Proctor's system.
Welcome.
This might be a difficult question. I'm not sure how to ask it, but how do we, being new to the system, change our mindset in terms of how this all works?
It's fear that you have right now, and fear is a huge stopper on everything, right? Just go all in and do it. Just do it. Copy, paste. You're not reinventing the wheel, just do it. I was where you are years ago as well, and it's scary, the thought of, oh my God, how am I going to do this guaranteed sale program? This is crazy. I don't know how to, I don't want to be committed to buying all these homes. Well, you don't. You're going to buy the homes that you want to buy if you wish to buy them, right? But you never have to, really. You just have to learn the forms, learn the system itself, and ask. We're all here to help. I have made the best friends that I could ever have made here with the CP system. And one of the things that I love about them is that they're all open and willing to share and to help you. You're not in this alone. So.
Thank you very much. Give Shelley Salas a big hand. Thank you, Shelley.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're amazing.
Thank you.
Real proud of you. Mindset, mindset, mindset. Isn't mindset more or less belief? I think mindset's more or less belief. How do you change your beliefs? So I started out the conference on day one with 5 ways that we help you. There are 5 ways that we help you. You guys remember that from day one? I would go back and look at those. One of them is epiphanies. One of them is prosperous relationships. And that might have probably the biggest impact of all. The other was practical teaching, personal disciplines. When you get around people that are doing things that you would like to do, I want to sell more homes. I want to make more money. I want a bigger business without giving up my personal life to do it. I want employees. You know, I'm just nervous about those kinds of things. Well, when you get around people that are doing it, you see their confidence. It rubs off on you. And the difference between where you might be and where they might be is just clarity. Like, I'm confident that if you were crystal clear on exactly what to do and how to get it done, you would be not just motivated to do it, but you might even have a tinge of regret. I wish I hadn't waited. I wish I would have got involved sooner. So now, how we think, listen very close, how you think and what you think about pretty much determines your routine. It manifests itself into your business. How you think and what you think about. And in this room right now, we have some diversity of that. And what Craig and I would prefer is for you guys to open the lid off your mind and start thinking, number one, differently than the majority of real estate agents and brokers think. Okay? And the way to do that is to get around people who think differently. You know, like Shelly. Okay, it's obvious, like you're not going to go help 1,000+ people a year buy and sell the place they call home, thinking like the majority of real estate agents and brokers. It's just not a possibility. Okay, because the way they think is, I'm going to trade my time for money, which limits the number of people that they can help. And when you limit the number of people you help, you limit everything in life. Okay? So not too awful long ago, I took to the streets of Toronto with a microphone and a production crew, and Shai organized all this, and we just walked around and interviewed regular people, walking up and down the streets, and I just asked them simple questions about real estate matters. If you want to buy a house, what would you do? What's the difference between this real estate company and that real estate company? And we're going to play that video right now before we split the room up here with our Your Home Sold Guarantee Realty guys and the folks that are here for the first time. I just want you to watch this video one more time. How many of you guys have seen the Man on the Street video before? Let me see your hands. How many of you guys have no idea what I'm talking about? Okay, good. Well, you'll like it, but it does prove the point that we're making here, is that your customer is your customer. And what they want, how they want things, it might sound ridiculous and outlandish, but would a customer prefer a guarantee? Or would they prefer, I don't want any guarantees? Well, if they prefer guarantees and you don't offer them, what are you going to do? You're just going to lose out to people like Shelly who offer a myriad of them. That reverse risk is part of the business culture and philosophy of doing things. We don't want that for you. We want you to attract more customers, not less. Help more people, not fewer. Your life to be better is made better by improving the lives and impacting others. To the extent that you do that, that's to the extent you live out your hopes and dreams. And make no mistake about it, guys. You're either living out yours or you're helping somebody else do that. So let's roll that video, Shai. Let's take a look.
Hi, I'm Todd Walters, Platinum Coach with Craig Proctor Real Estate Coaching. And I'm here in downtown Toronto, but you know what? I could be in any city in North America. And what we're going to be doing is stopping and talking to people on the street, the public, about real estate.
You want to break it up, right?
Have you ever heard of MLS?
No, I haven't.
No.
No. Maple Leaf Services.
Yeah. All right, so what's the difference between a real estate agent and a real estate broker?
I don't know.
Okay, what about CMA? Do you know what a CMA is?
I don't know.
What about comparative market analysis? You ever heard of that?
No, I haven't. Canadian Mortgage Association.
Okay. You know, a lot of real estate agents make assumptions that the words that they use, like what I call industry terms, that they believe that buyers or sellers know what these terms mean, like CMA and MLS. Those are bad assumptions to make when it comes to marketing. You must be very clear and use words that people understand, especially what we call benefit-rich terms and expressions. So let's keep asking. Okay, so can you tell me how this buy this home, I'll buy your thing works? There's a real estate agent that was in the news recently for excessive partying with his agents at his company on his boat. His name's Francois McKay. Do you think that's appropriate, or?
I don't see a problem with it.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
So maybe he should do more partying with his agents on his boat, huh?
Maybe you should invite everybody. I don't know.
So what is the difference between a RE/MAX agent and, say, a Century 21 agent? Do you know?
Oh, that I don't know. Honestly, I don't know.
Different agencies. I don't understand their services. I couldn't say.
Do I know the difference between the two? No.
It's a good question.
Aren't they just different real estate agent?
Oh, you're asking me?
I don't know.
I'm sure there's a few that are a little incompetent, and then there's a few that know what they're doing.
Like any profession, yeah. Do you buy it at my price or somebody else's? Coming down the road right now is a group of real estate agents in their Century 21 garb, or is that Royal LePage? Right there. It's the real estate warriors. So if you were to buy a house, how would you find the information?
Online, Google, yeah.
So you go to Google to find a house.
Yeah.
Because I don't want to have to pay them the commission.
Do you think real estate agents are overpaid?
Yes.
Not if they sell my house quickly.
There are many who make more than they deserve, let's put it that way.
They get paid more than me, so yeah.
There's a famous real estate agent in the area. Her name's Marnie Bennett. Do you think it's appropriate for her to keep giving out business cards with her in her bikini?
Probably not the most professional approach.
But it works.
You think it's okay for her to keep giving that out?
Well, I'd take a card.
Yeah. What is too much for the agent to get paid up front?
Up front? I don't think I've ever paid an agent up front.
Okay. Would you consider doing that?
Probably not.
Are you okay with them getting paid up front?
When I sell the house?
Or before?
No.
Okay. So who's more trustworthy, you think, a real estate agent or a politician?
Don't start me on politicians, though.
So you do business with a real estate agent before you would a politician, is what you're saying?
Definitely.
Okay. So they're at least one step above the politician, but maybe a step below lawyers?
Nothing below a politician.
Do you think Craig Proctor has a shot at being the next prime minister?
Who?
So what about Todd Walters? Think he has a chance of being the next prime minister?
Oh, absolutely.
Do you guys think Craig Proctor has a real legitimate shot at being the next prime minister?
Yes. No.
All right, well, what about his competitor, Todd Walters?
Absolutely. No, no way.
So there you have it from the real estate man on the street, that what most real estate agents think or believe that prospects and clients think or believe, most likely, wrong. Seriously, what do you really think your chances are for prime minister?
I'm sure if you're a Canadian, you would jump at the opportunity to vote Craig Proctor the next prime minister of the great country of Canada. Especially given what's going on right now. I'm watching you guys run around, trying to get your PCR test and everything else to get back into the country, you know. It's tough. All right, so this is what we're going to do now, okay? If you are a Craig Proctor, your home sold guaranteed realty licensee, okay? That's going to make you a titanium level member as well. So titanium, your home sold guaranteed. You are going to exit out the doors and go down the hall to my right to a very special breakout room. Kristen Stampini is going to lead that mastermind, okay? And if you're here for the very first time wearing one of those blue lanyards, okay, we're so happy that you're here. You are going to exit the room at this time. James has something set up for you. and that's going to be in the Royal Dublin. The rest of you are going to stay put right here, and we're going to run through and reverse engineer what our future business should and will look like. So if you guys could take a moment, grab your stuff, and let's do that breakout, and I will continue on with Platinum coaching members right now. Thank you very much. Okay. Let me go to my computer. Okay, let's get moving here. Got things to do. So if you guys are getting up and going to the breakout, let's get going. We're just standing there. Let it roll. All right. I'm going to ask you guys, move faster. Move faster. Okay, in this room, we have platinum level members, a few people that are in coaching. So we're going to get to work right now. And your home sold guaranteed. Titanium down the right. Royal Melbourne for the newbies. Brand newbies. All right, let's do it, man. Roll, let's roll. Yes, sir. Oh, of course. If you guys want to move forward, you can. I don't care. I don't care where you sit. But everybody that's leaving will be coming back in. Everyone that's leaving will come back in here in about an hour and a half. Just need to tell Kristen that. Myra, when you go to the room down the way there to see Kristen, if you'll just tell her, just have everybody back in here. Okay, by, 10:30, 11:30, 12:30. Yeah, 12:30 back in this room for sure. Maybe noon, but she's got an hour and a half. Wherever you want them to. Okay. Yep. Thanks, buddy. Okay, you guys ready to work? All right. So what do you want to work on? I like that, Craig will, we'll be on stage and he'll like, okay, so what do you guys want to talk about? And there's so much, isn't there? There's so much to talk about. All right, I want to do two things with you in the hour and a half that we have together. Okay? So one of them's a volume breakdown analysis, but I'm going to put a little twist on it for you that might help. And the other one is my top picks for getting business. So we're going to run through that here momentarily. Let me just email Kristen here just to let her know. Be back at noon, so we can keep this show on the road. All right. Okay, so I thought of you, dude, when that last song come on. Yeah, man. I was like, "Where's Jeffrey? Let's get him up here, man, doing the." Wow. Do you do that? Yeah? Yeah. So are you pretty good Elvis impersonator? Yeah? So you can do it, eh? Yeah, we may have to take you up on that offer, man. I like it. Okay, so we're going to go to my laptop here momentarily, but what do you guys want to earn? How much money do you want to make in the next 12 months? $1 million. $5 million. All right, so it's just a number, but it can be reverse engineered into exactly what has to happen on a daily basis. but you have to apply a standard for the pipeline. You know what I mean? Because there is a pipeline. So let's talk about the pipeline for just a moment. Number one, when we generate the leads, we have to convert the prospects to face-to-face appointments that can actually make a move. Can buy and will buy, can sell and will sell, right? But even before we get to that point, we have to actually get them on the phone. Like, we got to engage with them by text and talking to them on the telephone. So before you ever are able to book an appointment, leads got to be generated and I got to reach them. So those two things right there require processes that work, system. Okay, and we've got that all figured out. We know how to get people on the phone better than anybody else does in North America or the world today in real estate. If you're having issues getting folks to talk to you, okay, it's either the leads that you're generating are not leads that can be converted, or you lack the skill to be able to get them to respond and talk to you. Which one is it? So for me personally, growing up in the Craig Proctor system, the first thing I always looked at was me. I took full responsibility for everything. It's my job to convince the prospect to talk to me. It's not the customer's job to actually even be a customer. So when you put the onus on you and you take full responsibility for everything, your business gets better really fast. And then you can clearly identify whether you've got a lead issue or a marketing problem or not. So we're going to get into that here momentarily. Noon. Let's make it noon, yeah. Thanks, Myra. All right, so, but we're going to get into this pipeline here, generally speaking, momentarily. I'm going to go to my laptop. We're going to do a little exercise. And we're going to push to the side for just a minute the leads, the lead source, and your skill level for being able to convert those prospects. We're going to just kind of move that, or I should say read suppress. We're going to put that off to the side for a minute, all right? And then we're going to create some standards for ourselves in the actual pipeline of conversion. Lead to appointment, appointment to actually showing up to for the appointment, to actually getting them signed to an agreement to a pending sale, you know, and on to a closing. So we're going to establish some metrics in this area, and we're going to use a pathetic standard. We're going to bring the standard down to what I would consider to be a pathetic level, all right, so that when you set up your analysis to achieve something more, you have a standard that, number one, you can measure, and secondly, if you're below the agreed upon standard and it's a pathetic standard, like, you have obvious issues in this area. But you will know where to jump in and what to fix. But without standardization in your business or in your business process, how do you know what to fix? See, most real estate agents just react to things, you know, versus proactively assume that it's not going to work and do something about it before it ever even happens, creating a standard. Okay? So I'm going to come over to my computer. Best thing to do is just to kind of show you this and run through it this way. And we'll have some fun with it. But when I'm working with coaching level members that are ascending to platinum, and they're getting into platinum for the first time, this is the exercise that we use with them, among a lot of other things. Incidentally, if you're here in the room and you have a Craig Proctor coaching level lanyard, it's red, in the back there is our staff table. The clock is ticking on moving up the ladder. Most of the platinum guys in the room, if we passed around the microphone, they'll tell you, like, yeah, waiting implies waiting on everything. Waiting implies I'm going to wait to get in shape. I'm going to wait to improve my relationships with my family. I'm going to wait to make more money. I'm going to do this first. That's just some validation of I don't know what. Okay? but it's some validation of I don't know what. So we're going to encourage you. Like, we want you to move up the ladder. The reason is we know what happens to you when you do. When you get full access to anything and everything in the Craig Proctor arsenal, including additional help, it changes the outcome, changes the game for you. So you don't have to work so hard. And so I'm going to remind Platinum members, when you move from Platinum to Titanium, nothing gets harder. Whenever you ascend up the Craig Proctor system ladder, it gets easier. And you already know this from what you have done, what you have ascended. SuperConference, coaching. Coaching, Platinum. Platinum, Titanium. Having your own real estate company versus being at somebody else's. Your home sold guaranteed realty as a USP and brand name versus whatever you made up or franchise you bought. You guys understand it's all about easier. It gets easier. The more you invest, the easier it gets and the faster you achieve what you want. So you never, ever, ever have to work as hard as the other real estate agents and brokers in this world. We discourage it, okay? After all, selling is hard work anyway. And selling is what people do when they have no real meaningful benefits to offer. And you know this. When you sit down and you present benefits to people, they move in your direction fast. It's only when you disrupt the benefits, like, okay, they like what I have, the seller, like Shelley did, they like what I have to offer, they're ready to go, so now I'm going to move to the paperwork, and the paperwork you pull out has no benefit. You spend an hour talking to the seller about all the things you were going to do to help them, and they're nodding along, this looks really good, and then you pull out a piece of paper that totally undoes all of it. You start going through the listing agreement, and there's no benefit. Everything you just said, promises you made, what I'm going to do to help you, not a single piece of it in writing in the paperwork. All you did now was refuel skepticism. I got them ready to go, and my paperwork has no benefit. I just ruined it. But you're so close to the normal way of doing things for real estate agents. You're so close to it, shouldn't see it. You can't figure it out. Like, I thought I had them. Now there's an issue with my fee. I thought they were in. Now they want to overprice the house. Like, what's going on here? So when you're building a business, everything matters. What you think about, how you think about matters. Who you hang out with matters. Your routine matters. Every single word and word track that comes out of your mouth and talking to prospect matters. How you position yourself in the marketplace matters. The name of your real estate company matters. Your unique selling proposition or lack of thereof matters. Matters, matters, matters. Everything matters. There is no part of any of it when you're building a business that is neutral. Doesn't matter. Nope. So the thing that I work with the titanium level members on, hot and heavy, is key performance indicators, which are a direct result of creating standards in your business. Let me repeat. KPIs, direct result of creating standards in your business. So if you're a coaching level member, the easiest way to sell more homes and make more money is to make a move into the next room where it's easier. The hardest thing to do is to stay where you are and continue to, well, what we call sometimes nibble around the edges. Well, I haven't done this yet, and I haven't done that yet. Yeah, you need more help. I don't really have the money. Yeah, that's why you should do this. Well, I'm really busy. I don't have a lot of time. That's why you should do this. This is why you should keep moving up the Craig Proctor system ladder. Like, whatever the reason is for not doing it is precisely why you do it. Okay? So most of you guys in the room here, you're platinum level members. Okay? And we're going to share with you here in a few moments a little bit more, piggyback on what we did last night with Your Home Sold Guaranteed. Having your own sellable business asset is a game changer. And if you're going to be getting up every day anyway and doing anything, why not build that? And every day that goes by matters. You get closer and closer and closer to your intended result, right? Well, That's what you have to do. You have to get closer and closer to your intended result, which means you have to have the intended result that you're working towards, not delaying it. So every day you get up as a real estate agent, are you actually building your own real estate company? And the answer is no. You're just another real estate agent doing another deal. So you got to bake into the ingredients, or you got to bake into your cake rather the ingredients that will make it really good. If you leave out anything or overdo one thing or underdo something else, you end up with not what you most want. Okay? So this volume breakdown analysis that we're looking at right now, same exact thing. Easiest way. So we're going to say, okay, you want to make $1 million? I'm going to write that down right now. $1 million. $1 million. Okay? If that's what you want to earn, fine. Let's go to my laptop here on the big screen, if that's okay. There you go. Thank you. Can you guys see that okay in the back? What does it say? 1 million. How many of you guys want to make an extra million? Okay, just making sure. Yeah, an extra million. All right, now, I said earlier that we operate on key performance indicators in Titanium, your home sold guaranteed realty companies. It's all about KPIs, okay, and standards. Key performance indicator, that's what gets measured, okay? We don't measure closings. We don't measure closings. That's a lag indicator. That's just a result of the past and has very little bearing on the future. So I'll be talking to some platinum level members. They're doing pretty good. They like Craig. They like the Craig Proctor system. And they're like, look, we want to build our own business here. And I'm like, awesome. So what are your goals? We want to make like $3 million. We want to get this thing to 3. We want to get it to 2. We want to get it to 1, whatever the number is. Okay, I want to sell 300 homes. I want to sell 200 homes. I want to sell 500 homes. Okay, short-term goals, I get it. Okay, so I'm like, okay. Well, let's say that they say, yeah, I want to get this thing to 100 houses. Okay, awesome. How many homes did you sell in the last 12 months? I sold 50. I'm like, okay. So you want to get it to 100, so you want to double the business. Do you believe you can do that? And if their answer is no, and I'm like, well, we got to fix that first. Okay? And it may already be fixed. And they're like, what do you mean? I'm like, well, how many pending sales do you have? How many homes do you have under contract today? And they say, well, I have 8. And I'm like, okay. How long does it take on average for a deal to close when it goes pending to actually getting funded, closing table? About 30 days. I'm like, okay. Well, congratulations. Well, what do you mean? You've already sold 100 houses. You're selling 8 homes a month. You got 8 homes pending sale. They close on average every 30 days. That's 8 sales a month. How many sales a month do you need to do 100? 8. So you walked in with something that you're already doing as the goal. You're already selling 100 houses. You don't need me. You're already doing it. Congratulations. So the thing that happens with most Craig Proctor System Platinum level members is they undershoot. They underestimate what they can really achieve. And the travesty in it of it all is they pretty much allow their present circumstance, whatever's going on at that moment in time in their life, to dictate their future. Okay, this is the number one reason that most Craig Proctor coaching members do not ascend the ladder to platinum sooner, is they make decisions based on their present circumstance. I haven't done this. I don't have enough money. I can't afford that. I'm too busy. I need to think about it. It's whatever it is. I'm going to allow what is happening in my life today to decide my future. And it's like, until you change that mindset, not much changes. Okay? The more that you involve yourself here, the clearer everything's get. So some of you guys have already achieved your goals because you have a business that's producing a certain number of sales a month. And pending sales is a key performance indicator. It's a leading indicator. It's an indicator of what's going to happen. So if I want to sell 100 homes and I've got 8 homes under contract, and on average it takes 30 days for them to go under contract and close, you're doing it now. You just have to, whatever you're doing has to continue. You've got to put a fence around that. Processes and people and everything else immediately. You can't infringe on it. You can't take away from it, stop doing something. You have to immediately put a fence around that. Now, if you want to take it from 8 pending sales to 16 pending sales, I can help you. But you don't need my help to do 8 pending sales. You're doing that now. You just have to continue it. And trust me, there are plenty of people who go backwards, okay, or ride an income roller coaster and have inconsistencies. If you want to take it to 16 pending sales, which would be 200 sales a year, I can help you with that. All right, and they're like, okay, how? And I'm like, well, where's your business coming from? Where'd your last 5 closings come from? Well, they came from this source, this source, this source, 3 from personal sphere and referrals, 1 from an ad on Google, and 1 from a sign call. I'm like, okay, now we're getting somewhere. 2/3 of your business is coming from your personal sphere. People that have some sort of connection to you, referring you to coming to you directly. Yes, okay, awesome. So tell me, if I'm in your databases, how do I know to send you business? How do I know to refer you? When do I know to refer you? And the answers to these questions reveal system, process to get the business, or none. And most of the time, it's none. And I'm like, well, why don't we just implement database marketing into your routine every day of every week? I wonder what would happen if you actually were marketing to get business from your databases. You know, but instead, the agent's obsessed with spending money on ads that, when we look at that, it's like, dude, you're not getting any closings from the ad on Facebook. All your business is coming from these other places. Yeah, I know. And it's like, it's just focused on the wrong thing. We need to proctorize the parts of the business that can be proctorized to get you the biggest result first. Let's work on that. And that's how we are able to take new platinum members, double up and triple up their business, just like that. And those of you in the room that have done it know exactly what I'm talking about. It's when you begin to deviate from it or get distracted. Okay, you didn't put a fence around it. You didn't have your standards put together and put a fence around it, and you infringed on it, chasing some shiny new object or whatever we want to call it, and it begins to not go anywhere. That's called a break point. Okay, so before I jump into this volume breakdown analysis, let's talk about what a break point is. So and look, most of you in the room should be involved in titanium and your home sold guaranteed, because you're the ones that said you wanted to build a sellable business asset. And for whatever reason is, you've conjured up something in your mind that says, I'm going to do it. It's like, when are you going to be the person that does things instead of going to do something? Like, those are the difference makers in the world. Have you guys ever read Napoleon Hill's book? I know I'm a little bit off track. Think and Grow Rich. How many of you guys have read that book? It's called Think and Grow Rich by Napoleon Hill. How many of you guys have read that book? Okay, if you've read the book, this might be a little bit unfair. Have you studied it? Like, it's basically a study of the most successful entrepreneurs and business people of Napoleon's time. Harvey Firestone, Henry Ford, Thomas Edison, Andrew Carnegie, and others. Okay, chapter 11. What is that about? What's that? Chapter 11 in the book, what does it refer to? You read the book, right? Do you just read books for reading's sake? Or are you a studier and modeler of super success? Which one is it? You can't claim to be a modeler of super success and not study it. What does chapter 11 in the book refer to? Decision. Decision. Like you guys are guessing. It's decision. There's a whole chapter dedicated in the book, toward the end of it, that really pretty much analyzes how the most successful people make decisions. And they do make decisions. So yesterday I had a few coaching guys that I was talking to in a room around the corner, and I encouraged them to make a decision. And half of the room said, yes, I'm deciding to move up the Craig Proctor system ladder. And the other half of the room said, yeah, I'm going to think about it. That's a decision. Which one gets you closer to your actually intended result? But decisions are based on information and data. Will it help you or will it not? Are you evaluating things from what you're going to gain, or are you evaluating things from what it's going to cost? So the most successful entrepreneurs of the past, of the current, and in the future are people that make decisions based on what they're going to gain. That opportunity will provide me with an ROI, I'm in. And then they go and figure out how to, if it's money involved, Elon Musk, I think I can change the world of how cars are driven around here and with electric cars. Okay, I think I can do a better job than anybody else is doing on that deal right now. Here's my vision for it. I'm doing it. And then he's like, okay, well, I don't have any money to build an electric car company. So what am I going to do? He goes and gets the money. But he made the decision to do it. Okay? And then he put himself in the middle of people that knew how to do those things. And those guys are pretty expensive people. Went and raised the money, and the rest is history. Okay? So that's your job and your role here as a decision maker. Okay? So today, the back of that room right there, we have two opportunities for you. One, for coaching members. Move to Platinum. And you can thank us later. Okay? Platinum members. You can move to your big goals. You've been in the room now, big thinkers. Okay? You can get on the train of your home sold guaranteed as your own company, your own business asset, and the coaching and the training and materials and the systems involved in having such a thing. You can get on that train. That train's got gold on it. That train's got your hopes and your future and your dreams on it. It has the solutions to the problems that are happening today. You can get on it. All you have to do is say, look, I need to talk to you. As a matter of fact, I gave out last night a number and an email address. I'm going to give it to you now. So if you didn't say, get me on your schedule to have the conversation about that, all right? That email address is platinum@toddwalters.com. Platinum@toddwalters.com. And it's first come, first serve, okay? In terms of getting in line, having that conversation, and moving forward, okay? The text, you can text 678-436-8292. 678-436-8292. You can send us a text, and we're going to set up a Zoom meeting. And let me say something about that. I was headed upstairs last night, and I was walking past the bar area where obviously most of the cool things happen. And I stopped and was chit-chatting with some members, and I had two different people that were sitting right there saying, man, I cannot wait. I cannot wait to get involved in your home sold guarantee, to have my own license. And I'm like, well, how come you haven't done it? And every single one of them had some excuse based on a flawed assumption. The first one was, well, I don't have my broker's license. And I was like, hey, buddy, I own real estate companies. I don't even have an active real estate license, let alone a broker's license. So who told you you had to have a broker's license? Yeah, what's your next assumption? You know, and it was just assumption after assumption after assumption. There's no waiting, there's just movement. Okay, so confessingly down the hallway there, we have 71 Craig Proctor System titanium level members. 51 of those are your home sold guaranteed realty licensees. The other 20 are in process. Okay? That's how it works. So, but it starts with commitment to finding out. Never making assumptions. Remember, assumptions are made to validate your indecision. One more time. Assumptions are made to validate your indecision on something. It's a human response. And until you understand psychology and how the most successful people in the world or throughout history think about things and act on things, that requires study, because your paradigms are very powerful and will absolutely pull you back in, and you will validate away or procrastinate, which is another way to say it, your way to not achieving your God-given potential. And Craig Proctor, myself, Catherine, everybody on our coaching staff, we don't want that for you. Is there anybody in the room that has achieved their God-given potential? Just making sure. Do you even know what that is? It's far greater than we can ever imagine. So that gets us back to our volume breakdown analysis. But yes, I want to encourage everybody, it's not too late to get involved, move up the ladder, have a conversation. At the very least, talk to the people in the back about the possibilities. If you're in coaching or whatever the barrier is, we can get with you on that and fix it. If you're in platinum and you want to put the gasoline on the fire, you guys know what to do. I gave you the phone number and the email address to set up a consultation and Zoom meeting with me to discuss that. All right, so back to $1 million. So I spent a few minutes here talking about those things, because what I'm getting ready to show you is absolutely the simplest thing in the world to get your brain wrapped around. And we'll tell you exactly what to do and how to get it done. Okay? Your issue as a leader in your business is decision making. Right? It's just decision making. And you want to look for more decisions to be made every day. Some of you guys go through weeks without having to make a decision. Months even, and there's no decisions made. It's just a routine of reacting to whatever comes in. But what you want is to have the responsibility to make big decisions. Okay? So that's where the real money's made. All right, let's go to the computer here and let's use some numbers. All right, so what's an average commission dollar? What's that? All right, we'll use 10 grand. Let's go back, and I'm just going to write that one down. $10,000. Okay, we'll say average commish. All right, so if I want to make $1 million and the amount of money per transaction that I've got coming in is $10,000, how many homes do I need to sell? How many closings do I need to have? Yeah, for those of you from Mississippi, that would be 100. You guys are like, this is a trick question. No, man, it's pretty simple math. Okay, even Todd from the state of Georgia knows it's 100 closings. Okay? Did I get it right? Now, that may sound like a big number if you're only doing 10 or 15 or 20 or 30 or 50 and your time is like compressed. Like you just don't have time to do any more. Okay, I helped coaching members with this yesterday. I was like, yeah, you're not going to be able to do more. If your idea or mindset is trading time for money, you're already maxed out. You can't sell any more houses. And they're like, well, what do we do? And I'm like, join Platinum. Like, that's what you need. You need help. You need direction. You need to be around the people that are doing it and just model all that. Like, you understand, like, in 5 minutes, I can't say, do this, and then all of a sudden you go sell 100 houses. We need to work together to be able to achieve those things. Okay, so here we are. 100 closings equals $1 million, give or take. Okay, based on an average commission of $10,000. Now, don't sugarcoat it. What is your average commission? Is it 8? Is it 7? Is it $7,800? What is it? Like, you need to know that number. And you don't want to sugarcoat it. Well, you know, if it was $10,000, when the reality is it's $7,345. You see what I'm saying? Like, don't sugarcoat these things. So you sure you want me to use $10,000 as the number? What number do you want me to use? $3,600. Okay? So write that down on your notepad. You do the same exact exercise, write that down. What's another one? 7,500? Yeah. See how the numbers kind of change all of a sudden when it's like nut cutting time? Yeah, man, we get down to the reality. What is it in Chattanooga there, big dog? 7,700. How many of you guys have an average commission check of $10,000 or more? Let me see your hands. Okay, so the majority of the people in the room don't. So pretty unfair, isn't it? I think we better change our number. Remember, we're going to use a pathetic standard. I'm going to help you, if you allowed it, to increase the amount of money that you make per sale. The people that left out of this room went down the hall there and are doing their mastermind. Their average commission per transaction as a percentage of sale is higher than the average commission as a percentage of sale of the people in this room. Okay? And the reason is, work at it. And you've heard the numbers. We get 3.5%. We get 4% on the buyer side. We're getting 6, 7+% and transaction fees on the seller side and paying out nothing to buyer's agents. So yes, that's significantly more money. But that we work on. Okay, we work on that together. So I'm going to go over here and I'm going to change this number around a little bit. Okay? I'm going to lower the average commission because this is overstated for the average in the room. I'm going to bring it down to 8. Okay, now how many closings do we need to do? What's that? 125, is that right? You sure? Okay, I'm going to put that down, 125. Now, you see what just happened? What would you rather do? Sell 125 houses to make $1 million or 100 homes to make $1 million? Which one would you rather do? Which one requires more work and which one requires less work? Right. So if you're not working on increasing the amount of money that you make per sale, you're just going to get worn out. So one of the first things that we do together in our titanium level consults is you're not making enough money. You are not making enough money to scale this business up profitably. We've got to increase the amount of money that you make per sale. We need to do it now. Okay, and then we go about doing that. Changes the game. And we just create standards to be able to do that and then add value where it's necessary. And as long as you're coachable, this works. All right, so now we're cooking with grease. So we got 125 closings. So now let's reverse engineer it to what needs to happen every day to achieve that. Okay, but you can see how we can change the game here by changing the standard. All right, so 125 closings. I love this. All right, so I've got my calculator out, and we're going to apply a pathetic standard. We're going to apply the 50% rule. So we're going to go ahead and assume that half of everything we're going to do is not going to work, and half of everything we do will work. All right? We're going to apply just a pathetic standard. Now, I believe that everybody in the room will pretty much operate at a higher standard than 50%. But remember, you're not going to be able to sell 125 houses just you. You're going to be leveraging other people to do all this. And that's what we're looking at right now. This is in addition to what you do. Everybody understand that? Your conversion percentage might be 70% or 80%. But am I going to be able to duplicate that throughout my entire team? And the answer is yes, you will. But you need to know where to jump in and when to jump in to do it. So you're going to create a standard, and then you measure everyone throughout the pipeline along this standard. So anybody performing below the agreed upon standard, you jump in with that agent or that person and you work with them. Or they have to go if they don't improve. Okay, not departmentally, but individually. Of course, there's an average among your sales team. All right, so 125 closings using our 50% rule means that we would have had to sign how many people to an agreement? 250. I signed 250 people to an agreement. That's a buyer agreement or a listing agreement. 50% of them sell, close, buy from us. That equals 125. Is that right? All right. So I'm going to use that standard. Now, that immediately sounds like, whoa, that's a big number. And the answer is, oh, yeah, it is, man. So I'm going to write that down. 250 clients. Okay. Or I'll put a little slash there and put agreements. So stay with me now, because this math works. Okay? So you want to get to 125 closings with easier work, then we improve our conversion numbers. Okay? From I signed them up as a client, getting them to a pending sale, assuming all pending sales close. Okay? Right? How do I do that? You have to measure that. I signed them up to an agreement. How long should it take for the buyer to be pending sale? That's called days in market. I signed up a listing. How long should it be before they go pending sale? A buyer comes along to buy it. That's called days on market. And when you measure days in market and days on market and apply a standard to it, and if it's not under contract by that specific period of time, you jump into that area to change the outcome. But without the standard applied, you don't. And whatever happens, just happens. So it's not a business based on purpose or standards. All right? So we'll come back to that. All right, so I need 250 signed agreements, clients, listing agreements and buyer agreements to get to 125 closings using that 50% rule. All right, cool. So I don't know about you guys, but in order to get an agreement signed, I had to do what? I had to have a meeting. A meeting had to take place with a buyer or seller. Okay? And when I met with the person, I had to convert them to a client. Do you guys convert 100% of all the buyers and sellers that you meet with to signed buyer and listing agreements? No. Unless you've just been doing it for a few period of time and you're on a little run. Okay? But being 100% is tough. Let's apply this low pathetic standard, this 50% rule, to my number. Okay? And let's say half of the buyers we meet with, half of the sellers we meet with, sign our buyer and listing agreement as a minimum number. Remember, this is a minimum standard so that it tells us when to jump in and try to change the outcome because it's performing below the agreed upon standard. So in order to get to 250 signed agreements, I had to have how many buyer and seller presentations? 500. Let's write that down. 500, presentations. Or we'll call it meetings. Okay. Now, when you book an appointment with a buyer or seller, do 100% of those happen? Do people ever cancel on you or no show? Okay, we're going to apply a standard here. A minimum standard of 50%, as we're using this pathetically low standard, means I need to book how many appointments to actually have 500 happen? 1,000. So let's go write that down. So over the next 12 months, you want to make $1 million with an average $8,000 commission, 125 closings. How many appointments do I need to book over the next 12 months? Using this pathetic 50% rule throughout the pipeline? Let me remind you, 1,000. So virtually every single human in the Craig Proctor system underestimates what's actually required of them to achieve what they most want to achieve. They assume they're going to achieve it. Why? Because they're making their assumptions based on their present circumstances. You don't have flow enough to be able to know. Some of you guys don't even know that if you don't have at least 20% or more of the leads from a lead source that are planning on making a move in the next 3 to 6 months, actually planning on making a move in the next 3 to 6 months, you can't make money from that lead source. It's going to require too much time to convert. Some of you guys don't even know that number. Maybe you've never even heard that said before, but there is a metric built into everything that you can apply using math. And you just follow the math, follow the formulas, boom, you end up your intended result. Now, 1,000 booked appointments sounds like a lot of meetings, doesn't it? Or a lot of appointments. Now, understand that the people that are not in the room right now, it's pretty common for them to do this. But we're going to go 1,000 booked appointments following this 50% rule. Now, let me show you how it's actually not that big a deal. And it's not as big a number as it sounds. 1,000 divided by 12 months is 83. Divided by 4 weeks is 20. Divided by a 5-day work week is how many a day? Divided by a 6-day work week, which is what you should be working, it's around 3.3. So let me go back over to my little pad here and remind you that's only 3 booked appointments a day. Now, let's think this through. Let's shrink that down just a hair. If you set your business up right now, today, to guarantee that you get at least 3 appointments booked a day with buyers and sellers, with a pathetic 50% standard converting all the way through the pipeline, okay? And that's all you do is 50%. You can see the numbers. But move any number in the pipeline above that minimum standard, how much money do you think you make? And you can run the math on that. You don't make $1 million. You make $2 million. You make 2.5. You make 3. But you see how important knowing the numbers are, and knowing the math, and applying a minimum standard? So it works like this. So if Mike here is an agent on my team, okay, he goes out on an appointment and he comes back with either a signed agreement or a story. It's one or the other. Okay? Signed agreement, 100%. Story, 0%. You guys see the conversion on that from appointment, face-to-face appointment to signed agreement? It's either 100% or 0. So when I average it out over the course of that week in his performance review, or that month for the performance review, and I wouldn't recommend waiting a month to measure, okay? Our top teams do this every day of every week, okay? So over the course of the week, I measure it out. If he's performing above the minimum standard that we've applied, I leave him alone, okay? If everybody on the sales force is performing above the 50% number, then I move up to our best practices. Who's the best at it? And that becomes the new benchmark. And then we begin to train and coach around the best practices that the best people on the team are doing. And we create a new standard. But starting out from the beginning, brand new, never having an agent, never having an employee, what standards do you create? Do you use your numbers? And I'm going to say, no. because your numbers are pretty much representative of working with referrals. That's almost like 100, like you don't, if you want to do $1 million or sell 125 homes, and it was all referrals, how many referrals do you need? You see what I'm saying? That's a big difference, man. But you're not going to do that kind of business on referrals. You know, you may make $1 million, and we got plenty of people that make $1 million from just referrals, but that's like 20% of their business. You know, they bring in millions, the majority of it coming from paid marketing. Okay, so there you go. That's it. So 3 appointments a day. So my question is, you want to make $1 million? Your average commission's $8,000. Okay, so the first thing we got to do is we got to set your business up right now to get to 3 appointments a day. How are we going to do that? Let's look at everything in your business to make that happen. And then as soon as you start booking 3 appointments a day as an average number, congratulations, you made $1 million. We raised the goals. That's how it works. That's how I've been coaching people for the last decade. That's how we've been making people multimillionaire agents in the Craig Proctor system. One of the first things Craig Proctor handed me when I become his student was volume breakdown analysis, live and die by the math and the standards. That was it. Create best practices in your business around the people who are the best. That becomes your new benchmark. Okay, as long as it's duplicatable. And that's it, man. All right, so at any point here that we change or raise the standard, we create more volume, more abundance, more income for us. Okay? So if we go back and we look at this top line number, second line number of the average commission. Okay? So once we have the daily routine of, all right, we got to book 3 appointments a day. There cannot be sun come up and sun go down without getting at least 3 appointments. All right? So if the sun's coming up and the sun's going down and you've got 2 appointments that day and you got to get 3, guess who ain't going home? You. You got to go find another appointment. Now, think this through for a minute. Imagine you immediately set your business up to do that. And over the next week, okay, you booked 18 appointments. You don't have to get to the 5th day or 6th day of booking 18 appointments. Within 3 days, you got a problem immediately, don't you? You have too many appointments than you can do. You have too many appointments than you or anybody on your current team, if you have one, can do. You immediately have overflow. And in order to grow your business, what's required? More business than you can get to. So immediately now it's like, oh my God, I have more appointments than we can get to. I need to go get some help. And the answer is yes. You got to get some help. So we don't wait to getting help. As soon as we start engineering it, it's going to happen. We go get help. So we implement, recruit, hire, training processes into your business. You can walk and chew gum at the same time, but you just need clarity on exactly how to set that up and what it does. You bake it right into your daily routine. How do you train someone when you're a really busy real estate agent? Shadowing. Pretty simple. You just involve them into your routine. So anyway, okay, so any questions then about this volume breakdown analysis and how to move the needle up from there? But you have to create a standard, and we begin to measure this. All right, now let's look at one more piece on this. You know what, I don't need to probably draw that up for you. All right, but you know, yep, I'm actually going to pull it up. Let's go to the coaching site.
Hey, Todd.
Yeah, go ahead.
Teresa Ryan here. Excuse me. That's pure income. Is there an average, and maybe there is not, as far as expenses? So if you're making $1 million GCI,
yep.
Is there a benchmark for expenses, but out of that, what percentage of that would you allocate for marketing?
Yep, absolutely. There is a model here, and I think you probably have seen it before, Teresa, but we will look at that here, and we'll just look at it. How about that? Okay, so before we look at the financial model, let's talk about, this is ID number 1838. tracking and reporting system. Okay? So let me download that. 1838, tracking and reporting. This is just a little cheat sheet on your scorecard. Okay? So one of the things that we do with platinum level members, as soon as they add a sales force, a couple of buyer's agents, we create a scorecard. That's one of the things on the checklist of the platinum business plan. As soon as your team looks like this, you begin to keep score, and we start to track and report and build out a scorecard that gets circulated through your business every week. Okay? So on the scorecard are all of these measurables, these metrics. Okay? And as you've heard Craig say, the best Craig Proctor members know their numbers. So this right here are the numbers or the things that I would most want to know around marketing. Okay? So in other words, is it the salesperson that needs more help, or is it the leads that need more help? My marketing. Which one is the issue? Is it my process for actually reaching people that needs help, or is it the skill level of the inside sales agent when they get someone on the phone to convert them to an appointment that needs help? Like, what do I need to work on? And the answer is, I don't know unless we're measuring it. So we have to measure it, all right? So let's talk about it. So if you're an inside salesperson, which I think most of you in the room are, you wear that hat proudly, okay? Get on the phone, make the calls. These are the things that we need to know, okay? And you will know within a few days, a few hours really, whether the lead source that you're calling on is a moneymaker or not. Okay, so let me set that up for you. When we're doing our 10-year modeling with titanium level members, our 10-year modeling, okay, looks like this. You're gonna have a force, a team of inside sales guys. Tracy King over there has 10. Shelly, you know, somewhere around that number or more or less, okay? I forget what she told you guys, but it's something like that, okay? So you're going to have a sales force or a team of people that specialize in various things in your business. Administratively, inside, outside, team of specialists, right? Okay. So we're gonna, based on our 10-year modeling, we know that, okay? And the model, as Teresa was asking there, has a lot to do with the money. Like, this is supposed to be a for-profit business, so we got to bake the profit in, okay? And the profit range is between 20% and 30% on other people's work. Okay, in other words, if you run the ad, you pay to get the follow-up with the lead, pay to get the lead converted to an appointment, give the appointment to somebody else does the work of taking care of the customer and getting the customer under contract and to closing. All that work, okay, our model is based on a minimum of 20, preferably around 30% profit margin. So candidly, I would earn about $1 million in net commission income on about every $3 million of gross commission income. And incidentally, that's what Craig did. I'm just a good copier, okay, and would move my business around to try to get as close to how he was doing it as possible. That's how it worked. Okay, so the model is, the 10-year modeling is, I'm going to pay an inside sales agent around $3,000 a month, and they're going to get between 5 and 10% of the commission based on the size of the commission check, which is determined based on your average selling price and the amount of money that you charge, and of course your marketplace. Shelly Salas, her inside sales agent, may get more as a percentage of commission than, say, Rudy does in California. Her average selling price is under 3, his is over 5. See what I'm talking about? So that's the range. So based on that modeling of around $3,000 a month in payroll and around 5 to 10% or so of the commission, okay, and then given the conversion pipeline from generating the lead, getting the appointment, getting the agreement signed, getting it to pending sale, and those standards that we've set, here's what we conclude. An inside sales agent under that model needs to get at least 3 booked appointments a day. Minimum. If they're not getting at least 3 appointments a day based on the pathetic standard of conversion that we've laid out there, guess what's going to happen? They're not going to make money. They're going to quit. I'm going to be pouring money into something that's not going to pay out and get me between 20 and 30% net income. Do you guys see how this rolls? Okay, so let's run through it then. If I'm an inside sales agent, I'm paying somebody $3,000 a month, 5 to 10% of the commission based on our 10-year modeling, okay, they got to get at least 3 appointments a day. Okay, so boom, how can we guarantee that they're going to get at least 3 appointments a day? Okay, well, just tracking the numbers can essentially guarantee that they will get them just through knowing the metrics and the numbers. Are you guys finding this helpful at all? Okay, all right. So let's say you're an inside sales agent on a team. This is what I need to know every day. Number 1, how many people did you call? Number 2, how many people did you reach? Number 3, how many people that you reached said yes to moving in under 6 months? And number 4, how many appointments did we get? Okay? Got to know those 4 things. Now, you have to set a standard in each one of those. For example, what is your standard for reaching a lead? What's your definition of reaching a prospect? Okay? And again, we're modeling. So I know I'm asking questions, but the reality is we already have it all modeled out. How many appointments did you get? It's on the screen there. Yep. So how many calls you make? How many people did you reach? How many said yes to moving in under 6 months? How many appointments did you book? All right. So let's run through it. Based on the modeling, okay, what should the conversion rate be that when I do talk to someone, I know what it was, we were trying to get the definition or standard of reach, but what should the conversion number be when I do reach someone that is planning on making a move in the next 3 to 6 months to a face-to-face appointment, get that booked? What's the minimum number? 50%. Remember we talked about that. So if you're an agent on the team, you're following up leads, and you speak to leads that say, yes, I'm planning on making a move in the next 3 to 6 months. Our expectation is at least half of those, minimum, are getting converted to a face-to-face appointment. All right, now, what's the standard for reaching people? Like, how can you say you reached them or you didn't reach them? You have to create a standard for it. Talk to them, right? So if I called you, what's your name? Cynthia? Is that right, Cynthia? Okay. So if I called Cynthia here, and Cynthia answers the phone and says, and I say, hi, Cynthia, it's Todd with Your Home Sold Guaranteed. And Cynthia immediately says, oh, Todd, I can't talk right now. I'm right in the middle of fixing dinner. Okay, excuse me, preparing dinner. Fixing is what we say down where I live. I'm right in the middle of preparing dinner. Can you call me back? And I'm like, sure. Okay, so we hang up. Did I reach the lead or not? He says yes, you say no. It's not a good model. So we have that. Remember that. If it's coming out of my mouth, if I'm preaching it, talking it, pouring it into you guys, we already have the answer. We know what it is, and we model that. Okay? This is not open to you doing what you want to do unless you want to. So when people move up the Craig Proctor system ladder, they say, I want $1 million. I want $5 million. I want 10. I want 20. I want to dominate this marketplace. I want to sell 500 homes. I want to sell 100 homes. It's all a mathematical equation, and we have the math already figured out. Your job as the leader is to learn it and apply those standards to your business. Copy. That's what I did. Craig had standards. He gave them all to me, and I was like, okay, that's the standard. And I need to get the process and the system working to at least hit that mark or exceed it. Okay, so our standard for reaching people is simple: getting an answer to a question. Are you planning on moving in the next 3 to 6 months? If we don't get an answer to that question, you didn't reach them. It's like you didn't talk to them. It was a wasted phone call, a time on the phone, because we have no idea if it's a prospect or not. So we're tracking it. Okay, so let's say that Cynthia here, inside sales agent on our team, she talks to 10 people and she books one appointment. Okay, well, she's getting paid around $3,000 a month, 5 to 10% of the commission, and she booked one appointment. This ain't gonna work. Based on our modeling, we already know she's got to get at least 3 based on our pathetic low standards of conversion. And if we're falling around the minimum, she's going to quit, and I'm not going to be profitable in this area, right? She talked to 10 people. She booked one appointment. So on the surface, it's like, that's not so good. Or is it? I'm like, okay, Cynthia, out of the 10 people you spoke to, how many said yes to planning on moving in the next 3 to 6 months? And she says 2. She says 2, and she booked one appointment. You guys see how this works now? I'm like, okay. Cynthia, the inside sales agent's skill level is fine. She's not the problem. She had 2 people on the phone that said, yes, they're planning on making a move in the next 3 to 6 months, and she converted half of them. Okay, she's not the issue today. So what is? Well, she's not talking to enough people on the phone. Okay, but then I start looking at the data and I'm like, we got a problem here. She talks to 10 people to get 2 that are convertible. That means she's got to be on the phone with 30 people a day based on that lead source. She's got to be on the phone with 30 people a day that she's talking to in order to get to 3 appointments based on those numbers. And I'm like, yeah, it's not possible. She is not going to talk to 30 people 6 days a week. Okay? On the phone with 30 people. That would be the absolute maximum number. Okay? So in other words, we're at the top of the limit. Can I get her on the phone with 30 people? So that's why we get into, how many people did you call? Well, I called 50. It's going to be hard to talk to 30 people only calling 50. You're going to have to be calling like 120. So what can I do to get her on the phone more people? Maybe we need a dialer. You see how this works? So I'm solving the issues to basically scale the business up. Okay? And the reality is that that's an absolute maximum amount of people she can talk to in a day. So you got to operate at that level every single day to get 3 appointments based on her conversion skills. And I'm like, that may be tough. So the reality is that lead source that she's working on, 20% of the leads are planning on moving in the next 3 to 6 months, 80% aren't. And my conclusion is I can't go below that. So if a lead source is producing 20% of the prospects or less that are planning on moving in the next 3 to 6 months, you can't make money with it. And you got to know these numbers. So you're going to have to actually improve the lead. And that's done with marketing. Making the ad better. It would be a good start. It's not Facebook is the problem. It's not the mailbox is the problem. It's not that Google is the problem. Your marketing message, okay, to the right prospects is not good enough. It's producing 20% or less of the prospects that want to make a move in the next 3 to 6 months. And if you're small, okay, you don't have enough time to produce enough appointments that will pay out. How many of you guys feel like this might be happening in your business right now? Let me see your hands. Like you're phoning these lead sources and now it's starting to make sense. Holy crap. Less than 20% of the leads are planning on moving in the next little while. You got a marketing problem, dude. And the only way to know where your issues are is through tracking and reporting. So when you join coaching, one of the first things that the coach should be doing with you is trying to get you to send back some numbers. You know, how many leads you generate? How many people would you call? How many people did you speak to? How many said yes to moving in the next 3 to 6 months? How many appointments did you get? Why do we want to know that information? It's the only way we can help you, whether you got a marketing issue or you've got a skill issue. We don't know what to do without the numbers. Otherwise, you know what you do on your coaching consult? You have a conversation. You talk about the customer the other day. you know, that you were working with that was stubborn, that wouldn't do this or wouldn't do that, or you get what I'm saying? It becomes a conversation. That's not a consultation. We can't change the outcome there. So with the data, we can change the outcomes. Without the data, you're just going around and around and around and around, and you build a business based on hope. So hopefully this is helping you and it makes sense to you. And the further you go, listen, let me be very clear. The further you go up the Craig Proctor system ladder, the better it gets based on data, standardization in your business, the clarity that you get from it all. And then it's just a mathematical formula, man. It's a franchise. Literally a franchise prototype. It's all documented. There is no guesswork. And it models out. Now let's flip it over to my computer here. Let's go back to the coaching site. And let's go to our P&L. Let me find that here. I'm going to go to the Platinum Operations Library. Right down here, Platinum Operations, click. So here I am. Whoops, I got to get rid of that. And I'm just going to pull up our P&L model. Platinum Profit and Loss Model, right there, ID 2943. Okay, since Teresa was asking about that. And let me remind you guys, I'll blow this up, so don't worry, you'll be able to see it okay. If you have a business question about anything, what should this do? What should this be? How should this work? Can you guys see that a little bit better? Still kind of small? Blow it up as a little bit bigger there, and then we'll run through it here. Is that a little better? Okay. All right. If you guys have any question whatsoever when it comes to building your business, any question, I guarantee you we have the solution at your fingertips, on demand. Now, you may not be able to access it because you're at a lower level in the Craig Proctor system. So once you become that person that says, I want more help, I want easier, I want done for me, once you become that person, that's when you move up the ladder to the next level. You don't need to spin around it. Now, the reason we have levels is because the more exclusive something is, the more important the help. And whenever you get more help on something, it does require more of an investment. People like Todd Walters and these coaches that we have, they're not cheap, man. And they sure as heck ain't free. And the more help you want, the more hand-holding you want, the more you want to model and copy and implement, it's just going to require a little bit more of an investment. But this is the best deal in the world when it comes to business building. Okay, remember, the guys that are in that breakout room down the road, the average income down the road, down the hall, the average income in that room in Titanium and up is well over $3 million a year. They make more money than the McDonald's guys. Guy buys a McDonald's franchise, that's like $1 million just to get in the door, right? And they don't make $1 million a year. On average, it's $267,000 to $333,000. That's the range that the average McDonald's owner takes home a year from their $1 million investment. These guys make millions of dollars, and the investment is a few thousand a year. It is the best deal on the planet. Okay, that's why a lot of Craig Proctor people race to the back of the room to move to the next level, in case you guys were wondering why it happens. So I'm encouraging everybody to do it. All right, so financial model. Okay, so on the financial model, same thing, we have standards. So the first bucket is income. Income. So what are all the ways that you can actually create income? Remember, we want to try to make more on less. Is that right? So we need to mastermind all the ways that we can actually increase income and create more flow into the business. So let's run through it. All right, outside of your commission for buyers and sellers, okay, you can charge a transaction fee. You can sell a home warranty on every deal, and the home warranty company will rebate you $100 on every single deal. You can go to vendors like mortgage companies and title companies and do joint ventures with them, and they will send you checks every month or on every closing. You can charge your agents, you know, a lot of guys, it's $100 per agent per month to be a Your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty licensee. And a lot of those agents pay a couple $100 a month. So $100 goes to the Craig Proctor Intellectual Property Company, and the other $100 stays with the company that they use and put to work to make the business even better for its employees. So in other words, you start brainstorming and making a list of ways to create income, all the buckets of income or the income streams, and then we seek to increase it. Raise commissions, raise transaction fees, become a LO licensed person so you can actually get a referral fee instead of a monthly check from the mortgage person. That's a big difference. A monthly check might be $1,000. The referral fee, because I have my LO license, loan originator license, MLO, might be like a third of what they got. So I get $1,000 a deal versus $1,000 a month. You guys see how this works? So you just need to know these things, and we model them out. Oh, I should say this, it's already modeled. So in other words, now you have the income bucket. All right, and we're gonna raise or increase the amount of money that we make. Okay, now we get into the things that go out the door buckets. Starting with cost of sales. So we've defined cost of sales as what we pay out to salespeople, primarily. What we pay out for commissions to outside sales guys and what we pay out in commissions to inside salespeople. Okay? And your cost of sales cannot increase or cannot exceed 50%, and you walk away on a monthly basis with 20% net income. Your cost of sales bucket will be your biggest expense. Now remember, Craig taught me how to net $1 million on every $3 million or so in income. So I'd run about a 30% net income on a 50% cost of sale. That's what we paid out. But it's true, as I said last night, that it's getting more costly to get people, and it's getting more costly to generate business from paid marketing, paid media. Yes or no? And everyone said yes. And I'm like, yeah, so how are you going to stay profitable? Okay, so a lot of people are doing it by lowering cost of sales. Remember, my cost of sales was 50%, and I made $1 million on about every $3 million in income. We have people that are now, their cost of sales are 35%, and in order for them to net $1 million, they got to do $4 million in income. And I'm like, you need to run to a Your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty license for yourself, because you will get more business on the amount of money that you spend right now. You will increase your flow without any additional marketing spend, because you get more organic in SEO, and your brand is your USP, and your USP is your brand. I did that pitch last night, and I think we had about 30 of you that signed up for a one-on-one consult about Your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty license. Congratulations, by the way. We're already getting that mapped out on the schedule. Some of you guys already know that, and you've been booked a time with me. For those of you that haven't done it, let me give you the contact information one more time. 678-436-8292. Text it right now. Text to 678-436-8292. Just text, yeah, I'm interested in Your Home Sold Guaranteed. Or email platinum@toddwalters.com. We'll get you on the schedule. And what you're going to see is different than maybe you're thinking. It's easy. It's an easy pathway. Okay, now back on the cost of sales. Okay? It says recommended here, but really what we're telling you is don't exceed it. Okay, the difference between 50% cost of sales and 40% cost of sales is literally 10% to the bottom line. That's a pretty substantial amount of money. Okay? So whatever you're paying out to your agents and your inside salespeople, when you have them, shouldn't exceed 50%. And then we're going to work to try to move that down a little bit. Okay? Next. There's only 4 expense buckets. Just 4. All of your expenses fall into these 4 buckets. Cost of sales is an investment. These are expenses. You could call them investments as well if you want to, but they're not into people. Okay, so there's the marketing bucket, there's the operational bucket, there's the labor bucket, and there's rent. You got to operate somewhere. So when you send me your P&L as a titanium level member, I'm looking for your P&L to look like this. If you send it to me and it doesn't look like this chart of accounts, we send it to your accountant, your CPA guy, and say, look, you need to like get with your CPA guy and get your, he's good. Just have him get your QuickBooks or accounting software to model, hours, and it'll be easier for us to track and to work together and know where everything is. But you got to apply the expenses into one of these 4 buckets. All right, so how many of you guys use Commissions Inc.? Okay, so I assume some of you guys would. All right, Ms. Bolin, use Commissions Inc.? Okay, what do you pay them monthly? You pay them $3,500. And that includes your ad spend. Okay, so what are you paying for the platform? $2,500 just for the platform, not including your ad spend. Is that right? Okay, so what bucket does that go into? What bucket does the platform cost go into? Right, operational. You got it. It runs that's your CRM. Okay, the ad spend, which is another, what, $1,000? Okay, so you got $1,000 in ad spend. What bucket did that go into? Marketing, yeah. See how this works? So everything's going to fall into one of these buckets. Marketing, which is what advertising is. Labor, staff wages. Operations, pretty much everything that runs your company, and rent. And we can't rent separately because that can hurt you. You can definitely overdo it on the rent. And that's it. There's your buckets. 10% on marketing, 12% on labor, operations is around 6%, and rent will keep around 2%. So if you run those numbers together with your 50% cost of sales, you end up with 20% net income. So if I want to bump it to 30% net income, what am I going to do? Like, what can I impact to raise my net income from 20% of gross to 30%? And it would be your cost of sales. Okay? That's your biggest expense. Next biggest expense is labor, and that's a tough one. This is why, like you saw Shelly here, once she has the core element of her team together, she employs a lot of VAs to do the recurring tasks, which is amazing because she can get a VA at a fraction of the cost of a stateside person, and then she can better leverage the stateside person to do the heavy lifting and implementing and management. And then the recurring tasks are being done by the VA at a much, much lower cost. So those of you guys that have a payroll, you just tell me, is it or is it not getting more costly to employ people in your business today? Is it trending up or trending down? Right, so what are you going to do? How does this impact your vision that you have for your business? You can't just say, I want to sell more homes and make more money. I want to do 300 transactions. Or like some of our other members, I'm going to do 300. I'm going to do 500. I'm going to do 1,000. And it's like, dude, you don't even know what you're in for. You have no idea what anything's going to cost. You don't even know what the model is. So you're going to run off and do this outside of the Craig Proctor system? What I just shared with you guys is the keys to the castle, man. It doesn't exist anywhere else in real estate. You're not going to go to Keller Williams Reunion, the RE/MAX Convention, EXP Con, or any of these other places, Coldwell Banker, Mike Ferry, Tom Ferry, Brian Buffini, Grant Cardone. You're not going to any of those people. And they're going to show you the financial model for the super profitable, multi-millionaire agent business. They don't even know what it is. Do you know why? Never done it. It's just made up. They bring in the people that they know that were probably Craig Proctor members that ended up over there for whatever reason. You know, they liked it, you know, being patted on the back more, I don't know. And then they just have them repeat what they do or how they do things. You guys, you got the keys to the castle, man. Now you apply it. You apply it. You learn what it is, and it just gets modeled out. And you take actions every day in your business to model. And it starts out tough because it's you. You're all by yourself trying to do all of these things. Okay? And I get it, man. That's tough. But guess what? Craig Proctor started the same exact way. Janitor at the local hospital, turned real estate agent, living in his parents' basement, turned #1 RE/MAX agent within a couple of years in the world. Todd Walters, living in his father-in-law's basement, bankrupt, owing my grandmother tens of thousands of dollars. Before the year my first kid was born, who was on the stage at the last conference, did a pretty good session for you. That year, 1996, made my first $1 million in commissions with this system. Just head down, modeling it out. Trying my best every day to avoid distractions. Working a few extra hours early on so that I got all kinds of extra hours later on. That's how this works. So you got two choices now. You can go and you can continue, some of you, to do this how you've been doing it, on your own. Okay, nibbling around the edges. Or you can make a choice to get more help, to learn more about what I've just shared with you over the last hour. All the intimate details, and have it poured into you. And that's what you're modeling on a day in and day out. Totally focused on that. So that your intended result is where you most want to be. Remember, direction, not intention, determines your destination. So what direction are you on right now? So there's 2 people in this room, a few coaching members and platinum members. We need to get moving up this ladder. Okay? We're not going anywhere. We continue to innovate and solve people's business problems every day. This is an open invitation for everybody who's watching online in the room to lean in more. Commit and go all in. Everything in life that you're the most committed to is the best. And this should be one of them because it'll fuel everything else. All right, excellent. All right, any questions about anything that we've covered or anything else that you might have right now? Just run to the microphone so we can get it. We are recording this, and I'll do my best to answer. Anyway, was that helpful? Good. At least it was helpful. Oh, who do we have?
Yeah.
Does anybody have a question today? Anyone? Okay, we'll go to Vic.
If an ISA need to make 3 appointments per day, how many new leads do you think?
Let me say something about that. Vic, right now, to everybody in the room. What would you say if I told you that 100% of all the Craig Proctor system members who sell 300 or more homes a year do not have virtual ISAs? What would you guys say? Did you know that? How many of you guys knew that? How many of you guys, this is a little bit of a surprise? Do you know why it's a surprise to you? Why the majority of you guys are raising your hand? And why almost all of you didn't know that? It's because of who you're hanging out with. You think, and I don't mean this, I mean this affectionately, you think you're actually hanging out with super successful people, but you didn't know the basic question to the model. You are not, let me repeat, you will not be able to build this business up to those bigger numbers with VAs as ISAs. It is the thing that it is the gasoline in the tank. Okay? Why do people hire VAs to follow up the leads? People in the Philippines that can't even pronounce the local cities. And it's not a knock against them. There's some amazing people that live in the Philippines. Trust me, we have some working with us. But to be on the phone talking to people about real estate in my local market, and me being able to see them every day and work with them and coach them up and train them and make that thing really great, like, yeah, no. That is the hard way to do it. Why do people hire those people to do the most important work in the business? Why do some do that? To save money. And what does it end up happening? Cost you fortunes. Cost you money. Okay? Why do you do it? Because you're not modeling the very thing that you've invested in. So my encouragement is go all in, man. Commit and go all in. Don't assume anything. You ain't cutting any corners here, baby, to achieve your hopes and dreams. Okay? There are no shortcuts to that level of success. Okay? But this is what people do. Because the leads are the wrong lead source, could have answered this question in the first 3 to 5 days of generating leads from that lead source. Because 20% or less of the leads are planning on moving in the next 3 to 6 months, I need to downgrade the people that I have following up the leads. Or how about this one? I need to go out and get a vendor to pay me so that I can actually afford that lead generation. That's a failed business model. Just by tracking the data that we looked at earlier, you can avoid all of that heartburn, heartache, and failure that will be a part of your business model. You've baked into your cake that you're building, Vic, you've baked into it ingredients or lack of ingredients, and you've got to throw the thing away and start over. We don't want that for you. All right, so your question was leads, number of leads per ISA.
Per ISA per day, if they want to make.
Yeah, they're going to be working with the block of around 90 to about 120 prospects, probably given lead sources that are primarily not expecting a callback. It's going to be around that number, and that's abundance.
So let's say 120, does that include new leads every day, or it's
now, if my inside sales agent is following up nothing but referrals, obviously they don't need that number. If they're just calling sign calls, don't need that number. If they're just following up with, property inquiries, Zillow referrals, you see what I'm saying? So the lead source matters. Okay. I'm just taking it. I'm assuming that your lead source is Google pay-per-click ads. So if that's pretty much what it is, then that's sort of your numbers.
Okay.
But if it's guaranteed sell call-ins, I can give them 6 a day, book 4 appointments. If it's calls from the radio, they don't need a block of 100 leads. You know what I'm saying? But that inside salesperson will be getting paid less if the leads are come get me's. Right? You're not going to pay out 5 to 10% of the commission for come get me's. These guys don't do that. They'll pay out like a set amount, like here's $200 for that lead if you book an appointment, or $500. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
But $1,000 to $2,000 at closing, no. On a come get me, no. They don't do that.
Okay.
Okay. Or they have specialists. This agent specializes in the Google. This agent specializes in this source on Facebook. This agent specializes in following up the leads from the Guaranteed Sale program. It's a team of specialists. But when you're small, you're starting out with one person, you doing it all, and you already know you have a higher conversion rate from referrals than you do from people phoning in on the ads on Google. Is that right?
Thank you.
Yeah, man. Good job. So here's what we try to do, Vic, as you know from the past, we try to increase the amount of prospects that you have coming to you. Like, we're not trying to increase leads that are not expecting a call. We're trying to spend our marketing time and one-on-one time together trying to increase the prospects that call and say, hey, I want to talk to you about selling my house. Yeah, man, let's go over here.
David Horner. Question, Todd, going back.
Oh, David, how you doing, buddy?
Good, man.
From Tennessee.
Yes.
Yeah, man.
So you mentioned a referral fee. Would that be on getting $1,000 per deal? would that be coming from the lender or the title company?
Well, you can get both. You can get referral fees from the mortgage deal, but you have to be an MLO. Is that right?
Right.
I don't think, the mortgage company can pay you a referral fee on the mortgage in the States if you're not a licensed loan originator with that company.
Okay.
Based on RESPA that I know of.
Right.
All right. So, if you were an agent and you get your LO license, you can negotiate your way into getting part of the origination fees on those deals. And you can go from having a lender pay you monthly as a marketing service agreement to basically paying your referrals on every single deal you send them. It's quite a dramatic change in income. Is that what you're asking?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, title company is a little bit more flexible on those things. They'll do marketing service agreements with you for sure, but pay you title on every single deal, I think happens the exact same way. You do some joint venture ownership stake or something in the title company, and they do this pretty regularly with those. Here's what we'll do is we'll do a platinum level webinar here in the near future with some of our members that are really, really good in both of these areas. And I'll set that up for the month of December coming up after Thanksgiving. And that'll be a great platinum webinar to do. You okay with that?
Sounds good.
Yeah, buddy, thank you. Appreciate that. Make a note of that back there, jackpot staff table. Platinum webinar, title and mortgage joint venture. Yep. Let's go right over here. Who's that?
Sonny.
Sonny, good to see you again, big dog. Congratulations on that plaque you got, $2 million in income. Outstanding.
Thank you.
Yeah, man.
My question goes back to the profit and loss statement. So advertisement expense, marketing expense versus the salary. So there are some lead sources like radio where people call in and you just book an appointment, it's done deal. But there are some marketing expenses like Facebook, Google, loads of leads coming in, and you have to hire ISAs, pay them salaries for that. So should that salary be considered as an marketing expense?
Nope. That's payroll. Your inside sales guys are on the payroll.
But would that not increase the cost of a lead because we are spending like $2,000 on leads?
No, it increases the cost of payroll.
$2,000 for salary.
It increases the cost of payroll. So right here on our model, it says wages, payroll, around 12%. So when I bring somebody on that day and over the next payroll period, maybe for the next 30 days, my numbers are going to be out of whack. Probably, right? My budget of 12% all of a sudden now is 18 or 20. Yeah, it's because you just hired them and you're paying it out and the return hasn't came in yet. And this is common. Okay, so it's calculated. All right, so when your payroll is below 12, it starts to get to 10 or 8, it's like, boom, I'm hiring, man. It's going to bump it back up to 15 or 20. But the results of their work increases income, and the number comes back down. Remember, the people that are serious about growing their business, they're coming back from the breakout, they're always hiring. Every day, every week, every month, they're recruiting, interviewing, and then hiring people in. Okay, and their business continues to grow. So, but inside sales agents are an employee. You're paying them a salary every week, every month. The model's around $3,000 a month for stateside inside sales guys, and they're going to get 5 to 10% of the commission. Payroll, cost of sales.
Is it not screwing up the numbers because
no.
Some
only if the return's not there. That's why we track the other things. Is the inside sales agent reaching enough leads, getting them on the phone? That's a skill or process problem. If they're not, when they do get them on the phone, are they converting at least 50% of everybody who says they're planning on making a move in the next 3 to 6 months to an appointment? And do I have this system and process set up based on the lead source to get a minimum of 3 appointments a day? Dude, there ain't nothing screwed up about that. You're making net incomes of 1 million or more when you're modeling that out. But I will confess this, Sonny, as you know, from getting to where you are right now, how can I say this the right way without having you guys leave the room? When you're going from 0 to $1 million in gross commission income, you're sort of broke the whole way. Do you know why? Because you're constantly making the investments into your business. And then there's this tipping point where it goes boom. And all of a sudden you look up and it's like, dude, I'm not grossing $1 million, I'm netting it. I have abundance. All right, but you have to strategically be putting the logs on the fire to do that. How many of you guys were in the building business during the recession? Or know builders that were? Yeah. How did those builders survive that survived? What did they continue to do? Build houses. They can't pay interest without building another house, taking that cash flow to pay the interest on the other one. Is that right? As soon as they quit building, they went out of business and went bankrupt. So they had to build their way through the recession or they were going to go out. Only the builders, D.R. Horton, John Whelan, all those guys that emerged from it, monsters, Pulte and others, monsters in the industry in the United States of America, the way they survived was build more, build more, build more, build more. Raise the capital to keep it going. All right? That's your deal. Is that when things are tight, you're at a break point. And whenever you're at a break point, you hire high-lid people. That's how it works. So whenever you're stuck or you're at a break point, the recommendation for me is going to be we need to bring in someone to help you solve that issue. Okay? And again, break point, hire high-lid people. All right, so let's go to, who's that, Dimitri?
Yep.
All right.
So $3,000 a month would be $36 a year.
Could be more, could be less.
5 to 10% if they're booking the 3 appointments would be $50 to $100 a year. So if you're making a new hire, is it a base salary of 36, assuming they hit the minimum, plus bonuses based on type of appointments they're converting, or how do you set that up?
All right, well, let's flip it around. What's a commission check to you, average?
About $8,000.
About $8,000, okay, good. All right. So let's say you had an inside salesperson, they were booking 3 appointments a day, 15 to 20 a week. Okay, depending on their work schedule. I'm just saying your business needs to be a 6-day-a-week business, I would think, if not 7. I'm not saying you got to work 7 days or every human in your company's got to work 7 days or even 6 days, but the business is a real estate company, you know, and you guys are open for business on the weekends, yes? Okay, all right. So it's sort of a 7-day-a-week gig, which is fine. You just have to set up your routine and everybody else's in your company to get into 40 to 50 hours a week how you want it. So let's say you got an inside sales agent, Dimitri, and they're actually booking a minimum of 15 appointments a week, and your average commission check is $8,000. And you've got the rest of the pipeline pretty tightened up. What do you think is going to happen here with your numbers? Are you going to be like, dude, we're crushing it? Or is things going to be really tight?
You'd be crushing it.
Yeah, you're just going to you're going to be swimming in abundance. That's why you create the standard. So these numbers really only matter when there's lack of performance or standardization with the individual that's challenged with the role to produce. So if you don't enforce your standards, that's when you go bankrupt. Okay? It's impossible to go bankrupt or out of business or lose money when you enforce your standards. So you have to have the standards in the process. It's just impossible. Because if somebody or someone is not following your process or meeting or exceeding the standards, they will be replaced. You're not going to let it go on. Okay? And there's a timeline for that. What's your timeline for your ramp up to give someone to know whether they're going to be a producer or not? For outside sales agents, for us, it was 90 days. For inside sales guys, it was 3 weeks. That was it. That's how it worked. We know within 3 weeks, maximum, whether this inside sales agent can convert people or not that are planning on moving in the next 3 to 6 months. They either get it or they don't. ISAs, we gave them up to 90 days to be up to the 3 minimum transactions a month that they have to produce to stay there on the team. So my guys laugh at me sometimes, Dimitri, when I'm giving them some of the stories from back in the day. I remember the very last agent that I let go on my team. His name was Tony. He was a great guy, and it was a hard fire, really hard for me because I really liked him. But that 12 months, he sold 20 houses. He was the lowest producer on the team. And I had to sit down with him. Based on standardization and performance reviews, he sold 20 homes. He was below the agreed upon standard in other areas because the outcome was 20 sales. And I fired him. Let him go. How many of you guys would fire someone selling 20 homes a month on your team? A year on your team? Well, if your standard's 36 and you don't let them go, what have you done? You've lowered your standard, which corrupts your entire culture and business. This is why these guys on these first few rows in titanium here, they're crushing it because they made a decision to begin to apply and enforce standardization in their business. They just needed to learn what those are and start modeling it out. But anyway, I don't know if I answered your question, but I went around and around and around with lots of answers on that one. But do you have a follow-up?
Maybe a little bit, yeah, maybe a little follow-up. So when you're recruiting and trying to find a great ISA who can help you create abundance, I mean, if you're advertising, are you advertising $100,000 for that position, or are you advertising, like, what does the advertisement for that look like?
What does the ad look like for an inside sales agent?
In terms of salary and
we're paying out, I'm just saying the average is around $3,000 a month. For your average commission of around eight grand, yeah, you're going to be paying out around, what is that? $3,000 a month. How much is that a week? $650?
Okay.
Yeah, it's just what you're going to end up paying out. So you've got to find someone who's really good on the phone so they can produce commissions, because they ain't going to make a living in your marketplace on $36,000 a year, nor are you hiring them to make phone calls. You follow me? You're not hiring an inside sales agent to make phone calls. What are you hiring them to do?
Book appointments.
Okay. How many?
At least 3 a day.
I'm hiring you to get a minimum of 3 appointments a day with people that are planning on making a move in the next 3 to 6 months. That's what you're here for. Okay? And at least half of those appointments have to happen as a minimum, and you're responsible for that. And we track those things. And we're going to train you up and coach you up and provide you with the tools and processes necessary to pull that off. If it's a lead problem, I'll take responsibility for it. But if it's not, you're going to own it. Okay? And then we just move in that direction. Hey, Teresa.
Hi. Just to clarify, the ISA typically will make $3,000 a month as a base, and then from 5 to 10% of each closing, correct? As a bonus?
Sure, sounds good.
Okay. My other question, which is really quick, if the sync platform or whatever your CRM is, that expense goes into office expense or operations, right?
The CRM cost would be an operational expense, I believe.
What are your webs? Oh,
and the ad spend is the marketing.
Is marketing. Mm-hmm. What about websites? Is that marketing?
Well, if your website, like these guys aren't all back in the room
like
yet.
If you have another website, not Sync.
Yeah.
The Sync's operation.
But you heard Tracy, right? You heard Tracy say that he's getting 30,000 people hitting his website a month today. Is that right? So he has built out the website to be an organic attractor. That is a marketing spend.
Yeah, that was my question.
Yep, exactly.
Thank you.
But your website is typically marketing. All right, I can't imagine that being an operational expense. But the success, the engage CRM behind it, which does cost a little extra money, would fall into the operational bucket. Yeah, man, this is good. Hey, look, trust me, there are a lot of companies out there that don't want you tracking things like that. They don't want you separating out the ad spend and the platform cost and tracking things like that, because it reveals the reality of whether it works or not. Okay? Last question right here.
Yes, so I would like to hear this from you, Todd. At what point, I don't have an ISA. At what point should I hire an ISA?
Do you have more leads than you can follow up with?
Sometimes, yes.
Okay, so I would say when you consistently have more prospects than you can follow up with consistently, you better bring in a high-level inside salesperson. Yep.
Okay.
Now,
thanks.
it's about, that should time itself out with about 4 outside sales guys. And that's sort of the model. It's about 1 inside salesperson for about every 4 or 5 OSAs. It's 1 admin for about every 50 to 60 closings. This is all modeled out. Okay, so you're asking the right questions, but you need to learn and study and understand the entire model. And that's what we do with these next levels in the Craig Proctor system, all right? Everyone wants to learn and everything before they move up the ladder. Not possible. It requires more help to learn. All right, so let's let our friends back in. How'd it go, Bertrand? Yeah? How come every time I ask you a question, the answer is always amazing? Yeah, you ever notice that? You ever notice that? You ask Bertrand, hey man, how's your day going? Amazing. How's your business going? Amazing. Yeah. Yeah. How are your kids? Amazing. How's the weather in Montreal today? Amazing. Amazing. I love it. All right, so I want to introduce our next speaker here. Is going to take the stage. This lady's on it, man. She's on it. I've been able to watch her come into this Craig Proctor system, implement, get involved in the titanium level. Your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty companies in the great state of New Jersey. She's a multi-millionaire agent business, a great implementer, and I'm going to let her pour into you some of the things in her business that are working really well right now to help you get more business. All right, so with that, I want you to, nice big round of applause. Let's welcome to the stage Miss Nancy Kowalik. Come on up, Nancy. Yeah. Is that your walk-ups?
I like to win. That's it.
Who sings that?
Thank you, my dear.
How you been, man?
I've been really good.
You look good. You look good. I noticed that you had your brother here.
I do. My
Okay.
brother, and I have a marketing person here with me as well.
Okay,
Alan.
good. So you brought some of your folks down with
I
you.
did. Yes.
Yeah. Now you're looking to like expand your business. You're operating in New Jersey. I think you've got 2 different brokerages today.
I do.
There, and you're looking to move this thing down into the Florida market because, I mean, who wouldn't? It's a great place to live.
It is.
Yeah, for sure. So, and there's, I don't know, how many people live in Florida? Do you guys know?
It's growing every day. It's
yeah,
growing a lot.
Like, a lot.
A lot.
How many
Everybody
people
from
live in
Jersey's
Florida,
moving.
Suzanne? How many people live in Florida? 29 million? Yeah, so I think there's plenty of business down here.
I think there is too.
Like we could like put all the Craig Proctor system members in Florida and we would all have like, we would be scratching the surface on it right there. So yeah, I like it. I want to encourage everybody, like if you like the idea of expanding your enterprise, that's what this Your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty license allows you to do. You've got a Craig Proctor system brokerage now, and we're licensing you to Craig Proctor content for your entire brokerage, and you can take it anywhere, okay? And you don't have to go buy another license to move it around and expand it. So that's why you're seeing these guys really expand their businesses and take full advantage of that, and I know it's going really well.
Really great.
All right, so I'm going to flip it over to you and let you crush it.
Thank you.
And I'm going to go to the back and hang out. Is that all right?
Absolutely.
All right, great. Get him.
Thank
Go
you,
get
sir.
him. All right.
Thank you. So thanks for being here. Last day, hopefully you all still have some energy. I don't know how he does it. It's amazing, right? So a little bit about myself. So Nancy Kowalik Real Estate Group is flipping to Your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty. I've been waiting for my signs and cards to come in and my website to be 100% live and operational, but we're getting ready to make that switch. We already have a non-MLS brokerage, Nancy Kowalik Real Estate, Your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty, New Jersey. and that is our non-MLS brokerage, and I'll talk a little bit about that. But today we're going to talk about leveraging listings to get at least 3 more listings and 10 more buyers. If you're doing it right, you're going to get much more than that. So we're going to cover today choosing, pricing the home, staging for pictures, listing the property, scheduling the open house. This presentation is everything to your sellers and to your future sellers. Of course, marketing, hosting the open house, and following up. Everything is in the follow-up. A little bit about myself. I started in real estate in 2006. And within that first year of kind of figuring it out, everything was going off a cliff. Shortly thereafter, in 2008, I started at Century 21. No real training. Best year I had, that I was touted as like the top in the office, had my own parking spot, 16 deals a year, right? So got that Employee of the Month parking spot every month. Awesome stuff. Moved to Keller Williams and completed 12 deals that year. And this is where I talk a little bit about my why. So I was married for 19 years. I found myself getting divorced. 2 kids. And I was thinking about this before I came in because it is, without a question, a turning point in my life. Not just my career, my life. I spent a year trying to figure out how to make a living, how to be a mom and a dad, run a house. I was breaking into my 401k that I had from years previous. I was running out of everything. I spent an entire summer thinking I was crushing it, putting together these amazing deals, dropping my kids at the pool every single day because they were on swim team in the summer, thank God for that, right? Never got in the pool that entire summer. And I just worked my fanny off. My kids saw me working nonstop. At the end of this summer, everything fell off a cliff and all 6 deals evaporated, literally, that I had put together. So for me, 2 deals a month was crushing it, right? That was my paradigm, right? How many of you guys look at that right now and think that that's where you're at and you want to move past it? Now, the smallest person on my team is doing that. So when I had those deals evaporate, I literally had myself a pity party for like 2 days because I was devastated, you know? And I literally started looking around frantically at what my next steps were. I could not go back to the corporate world. I had done that prior to getting into real estate. I did not want to not see my children because I was in marketing and I was away 2 weeks of every month prior to getting into real estate. I did not want to go back to that. So I looked around and there are so many people out there saying, this is a great program, this is a great program, this is a great program. But I kept coming back to Craig Proctor, this guy that I'd never heard of before. And he was still doing what he was going to teach me to do. So I put all my money in one basket and flew out to California and went to my first SuperConference and signed up for coaching. And it was a game changer. So I started in 2014. 2015, I went independent. So I went from being a KW agent, was going to open a KW franchise. I had already started investing the money and had such a bad experience with that group that I kind of just shifted and said, you know what? I'm going to do Nancy Kwolk Real Estate Group. My entire team was thrilled and came with me, and we started. So we had a quantum leap, and you hear me talk about going from $36,000 to practically to $584,000. I mean, within a year and a half. I mean, it was really life-changing. So, and being able to see that kind of progress gave me breathing room, and I stepped off a little off the gas just a little bit, right? So having my own independent brokerage, and then I hit $1 million GCI shortly thereafter. Now listen, and that's a cool thing, right? So from being broke to doing that, which is amazing, I bought my own office building. So I have 2,000 square feet of office space. I had 4 apartments as well, so nice diversified income, literally right next to my house. Couldn't have been more amazing in some cases. But then I've already needed to expand. So I'm already down to 2 apartments. I've expanded my space. I've doubled the space into the other apartments because we've grown so much, and it's been an amazing trip. So from 2016, hitting my first million, to now this year, we're going to do over $4.5 million, right? And so obviously we're going to be netting $1 million, and we're just, sky's the limit at this point, because the vision that I have with growing into South Florida, with opening up a real estate company, a real estate school, and some other things, that vision is bigger because I've got some great people on my team that want to help contribute to this, and I'm very excited about this moving forward. Talk about a great recruitment tool. I'm very excited about this one, right? So there's a lot of good things that are going on here, but it all started with this system. So once you make that decision, the universe conspires to make it happen, right? Ralph Waldo Emerson. It is still on my Facebook page. It is something I think about all the time. You have to have the mindset, and you have to say, this is what I'm going for. And that's how and then implement, put things into action, take those thoughts into action and move forward. So I talk about my open house program. When I started this program, it was a buyer's market. So what is the one thing you need to do to create demand and excitement around a property is marketing. We are taught how to do this in here, but I wanted to take it one step further. So I took the open house every day and the tour of homes program and kind of put the Nancy Kowalik spin on it. And so it starts with when you're talking about, and you're in front of your sellers, Mr. Seller, you get these people that pick these odd numbers. So I always talk about, pricing is a big part of marketing. So a house that has wide appeal is going to get a special flourish, is going to get more attention in the marketplace. We want to price the house to sell, and remember, Mr. Seller, people look, thanks to Google searches and Apple phones and everything else, they look to the 00, the 25, the 50, and the 75. Gee, I want $359. Well, how about if we price your house at $350 and I'm willing to bet we're going to get $365 or $380 or something much higher. So little things like this make a difference. Think about how you search. Todd talks about, and we all talk about doing secret searches. Think about how you search for a property. And when you're sitting there talking to a seller who's looking to buy their next home, they will sit there and say, that's how I look for homes too. Nobody looks to the 5.9. So let's think about those things. Little things make a difference. So another thing that we do, one of our things that we talk about, and obviously one of our offers is, we're going to give you tips and tricks on how to get your home ready for market and how to get the most for your home. We talk about that. When we go out to our listing presentations, everybody knows about our honey-do list. We talk about this in social media. So we want to make that house picture perfect. Does it cost extra, Nancy? Nope, it's going to cost you my listing fee and my transaction fee, and this is what you're going to get. We want to make that home picture perfect. So we give them a honey-do list. We are very specific. I go with a microphone, or my team goes with their microphone, and record. In the kitchen, we want it to look like this. These are the things left on the countertops. These are the things out of the way. No trash cans, no floor mats. All of those things are very specific. We type it up and send it to them. It takes an extra 15 to 20 minutes, worth its weight in gold, because now we have expectations met, and those sellers already know there's a difference. I even talk about how I want the blinds to look. If this is a good view, the blinds are up. If it's a bad view, the blinds are down. Really simple little things that make a difference. We have a photographer that we have almost an exclusive agreement with, I say. He's very expensive. We've got a great deal with him. And he does not just your basic pictures, but he's doing aerial shots, virtual tour, and 3D Matterports. So our sellers, their largest asset is their home. They don't want you taking a picture on your phone. And still shots are not enough to capture attention. Okay? So these videos and aerials, huge. So we're in South Jersey, and I like to say, people come to South Jersey for land and space. They want space. So I'm going to show the facade of your home. I'm one of 30, 50 homes on the market. If I show an aerial shot with your beautiful 1-acre backyard wooded view, we're going to get 15 times the calls. Simple stuff like that. So you really have to pay attention to that and drill at home. Take the time and spend the money on the photography, because it's going to bring you a lot more sellers. The buyers, absolutely. Are we going to sell the home? Absolutely. But the sellers come to me because they want what they've seen modeled in our other open houses. So just some examples to kind of push the point home. Looking at these homes, again, I'm in an area in South Jersey. The McMansions are on an acre. Everybody wants privacy, very few have it. This particular house on the left backs to 5 or 6 other homes. So we're shooting the backyard facing in. Just simple things like this make a difference. And I will tell you, I took my eye off the ball and had my marketing department for a while just picking those pictures. Game changer. I could see from the response what was happening. So I had to go back in. We have now a tutorial on how to make sure we're picking the right pictures and getting the right shots. And my photographer understands what I'm looking for. So we really developed a close relationship there. Take the extra time so that when you're working with people, they know what your expectations are, because that seller wants it only shown in its best possible light. So once we have the pictures, everything launches from there. Listing the property in your to-do list becomes a blog for the property to drive everything. So Google, the sign is out in front. We're driving traffic through different social media to Google first. We try and take the air out of the market from Zillow. We do it with our non-MLS brokerage. For those that are in a bigger hurry and we don't have the time, we do this as well. So Google ads up front, because when someone pulls up to that house, the first thing they do is search the address. We're going to pop up. And if it's not on the market yet, no one else is popping up. All right, so you want to have that complete information. There's a lot of tutorials on how to make sure that your ad matches what Google is looking for. Take the time to find that. And make sure you're getting those extra ads out there on your different social media sites. So of course, the Google ads are one thing. The social media sites, if a home is above $250,000, we're going to talk about it being marketed a certain way. If it's under a certain price point, we're talking about monthly terms. So terms and conditions of the sale, Todd talks about this a lot. You have to use this in your marketing. First-time buyers, what are they thinking about? Rent versus what I can afford a month for a home. So you have to put it in terms that that audience understands. So make sure your ads are reflective of that. It's a huge piece, and when someone forgets that tiny little piece, I can feel it in my marketing. I can feel it in the lead generation. Make sure that you're also putting in there your USP. So it's not just the house, because only one person's buying that house, but make sure you're talking about the buyer protection plan. What do buyers want? First-time buyers, they want safety and protection. So let's make sure we're talking about our buyer protection plan. No one else talks about that. All right, and then for those move-up home, which is thankfully I'm in a move-up market primarily, and we're talking about if you're looking to buy a home, buy this home, I'll buy yours. All right, so this is a big deal. Make sure you're pushing these out across all of the platforms. So on my way in, someone was talking to me about my LinkedIn. So it's Instagram, looks very similar to, but a little bit fresher than Facebook. LinkedIn is still my third most popular site. And I mean, we just listed a $950,000 property from LinkedIn. I spend $140 a month on LinkedIn. That's it. And I, on average, pick up at least 2 new listings a month. And they're always high-end properties, always. So when you're doing this marketing, be cognizant of your format. I use my long videos on LinkedIn. I talk and use an executive language on LinkedIn. Think about who your audience is and tailor it. It's a simple tweak. It makes a huge difference. It makes you stand out. So one of the other things that we do, and this is huge for us, in email. If you come into any of my lead generation sites, you will be added to my weekly email list. We do this twice a month. We sweep people in. We use MailChimp and Constant Contact for various reasons. And we send out an email saying, hey, be the first to come and see this open house. We send it to everybody in our database. We use Constant Contact. We get very few opt-outs because everybody feels like it's kind of lifestyle of the rich and famous. They're getting to see these pictures of these homes. We always include open house successes. So the open houses that are coming up across all price points and the USPs, and then we talk about the open house success. And we love to flash these pictures of people lined up literally down the street. So, and then we also make our offer, and our open rates are huge on the offer of if you're looking to make a move. So on top of those things, so that goes out to about, I think we have somewhere in the area of 60,000 people in our database. And I've had people that I've done past business with come back because a son or a daughter or somebody else is coming to the open houses, and they take the time to tell me this because we're reaching out so often. Voice blasts. This is something that we get free through the Craig Proctor system, right? This is huge. And again, when something falls down, someone goes out on maternity, someone's out sick, I can feel the difference in my business when these things are not all done. Voice blast goes out, says, hey, your neighbor's selling their home, come help pick your neighbor. Very friendly voice, and then we give the details of the open house and we invite people. And that is sent out to about 150 people in the area of that open house. Then, when we go under contract, we go out with a voice blast that says, hey, this home is under contract, but we still have X number of people still looking in your neighborhood. Who do you know considering making a move, right? So that voice blast goes out. And then when the home is sold, another voice blast goes out and says, hey, be sure to welcome your new neighbor to the area. By the way, we still have people looking if you're considering making a move. Very consistent, short and sweet. They're like 3 lines each, and they go out through slide aisle, and they're out with consistency. So don't forget to do this. It's a free service. It takes a few minutes of my staff's time, and we get buyers and sellers from this. We get a lot more sellers from adding these little touches because they're seeing the consistency. It's not a sign goes up, sign's there, sign goes down, what happened? They don't know. And we all know those agents that send out those letters that say, hey, this is what's going on in your neighborhood. It looks like they're taking credit for it. That's fine. But you have to be the first one with that message out there. House went on the market. Oops, it's under contract. You missed it. It's too late. By the way, we're still looking, and the home is sold. All good. Make sure it's happening on a regular basis. Put it on a checklist. Yes, I have checklists. Those are presented through different portions here, but make sure someone's responsible for getting it done every single time. So the signs are another piece of this. So these, of course, will be transitioned over to your home sold guaranteed as well. But the for sale sign, for every listing, we put out 6 for sale signs. So the sign on the house doesn't count as one, and another 6. We do 6 open house signs. It looks like we're everywhere in an area. You can't drive somewhere without seeing that turquoise sign. When we go under contract, we have a new under contract because it really lights it up. Under contract, we still have people looking, call. And we have sold signs that are actually starting to mimic we split tested, and the sold with the smiley face gets more attention. It's different. People recognize it. It's not just a for sale sign, right? So these things, great ideas that I've incorporated from other agents in this program, makes a big difference. And we make sure it happens on all of our listings. The postcards, same thing. So I'm kind of taking you through. You can't just be one channel. So we kill it with social media. And in our marketplace, 30 to 50% of those sellers are not on social media, right? They've got high equity. They're looking to get the hell out of Dodge, out of New Jersey, whatever. And they are not looking at those things. Postcards have to go out. So these postcards are critical, and they have to be timed fast. So at the end of every week, whatever's gone under contract, those pieces go out, as well as sold at the end of the week. For a while, someone decided it was okay to do it at the end of the month. It is not okay. I want them done every week on a weekly basis. So inspect what's going on in your business. Set up parameters, inspect it, put a fence around it, and say it must always happen this way, because these things make a difference. When I see a competing sign go up across the street from I know that neighbor, that person that farms that area, it's because I know our postcards didn't get out there fast enough. Little things like that make a difference. And we know that one listing is worth at least 3 more. So how much money is that worth to you? Get those postcards out. So the key to omnipresence is the same message told different ways across multi-channels. I do a newspaper as well. That's not even in here. We do that quarterly. There is so much that we do in print on a weekly basis because print is huge in our marketplace. Again, everybody here has sellers that are not on social media, that are not online. They're online once they've already made a decision to make a move, but maybe they've already looked at somebody else. So you've got to be in front of them different ways. And make sure when you're telling these stories that you're including your USP everywhere. Buy this home, I'll buy yours. Your home sold guaranteed. Love it or leave it. Love it or I'll buy it back, right? All of these things have to tell that story across the channels. Don't miss it. There are times when I've seen ads go out. We had a new intern for a while, and I would see my new ads go out, and it would be missing the USP. You can feel the difference in your marketing. Caught it very quick, corrected it, will never happen again. So those are the kinds of things that you have to be inspecting in your business. As a rainmaker, it is your job to have your eyes on things. So let's see. Once you've listed the property, you've got the open house going on inside the home. My folks walk away. My title company does a magnificent brochure. It's about 8 or 9 pages. Of course, it's got a team sheet in there. It's got our offers in there, as well as beautiful pictures of that home. People walk out with this, and I've walked into other homes, and now my team members walk in, and we don't even have to ask why we're there. We see a brochure from an open house, and they say, am I getting all of this for this commission rate? They literally ask us that question. So yes, I'm pushing the limit. Your home sold guaranteed is going to 7% commission. But these are the things, right? Because they're asking this question. I'm really getting all of these things for this price point. Yes. So make sure you're doing and you're consistent. Don't cheap out. What is a listing worth? Okay, covered that. So we've talked about the email database. Oh, so here you go. 12% open rate, 40% click-through rate for our constant contact. So that number is an older number in terms of 15,000. It's a great number. You can see when those emails go out and we have successful open houses, you can see the click-through rate and the phone calls increase. It's a big deal. Thursday before the open house is when that email blast goes out. We've split tested it. We've done Wednesdays, we've done Fridays. They go out on Thursday. We now, because it's been so crazy in our market, we send it out again on Saturday morning, just to be sure. And again, we don't get unsubscribes. People are opening these emails. The text messages go to our sync clients through our ISAs, the voice blast to the neighbors, so just kind of reiterating. And the messages to the sync clients, you can go into that database in sync or whatever your CRM is. You have someone looking for a home in this particular price point, send them a text. Hey, if you haven't seen it some other way, be the first to come and see this home. You want to make sure you're servicing that potential client. If they've not signed this as a buyer's agency, this is how you kind of reel them in, because you're constantly hitting them with new things before it's hitting the market. I already talked about the database and the signs. So 6 per house, and those voice blasts are going out. At the open house, we have sign-in sheets, brochures, and business cards created. Now, we've switched to an iPad where people can sign in, and we're kind of fine-tuning this process. But it's kind of nice to have that technology. So we like to have these pieces. People can come right in and sign in. We're collecting the information from everyone that shows up. And my sales team if it's my listing, they will get it. They have an incentive to close it, because we do get a lot of agents that go to these open houses with clients. So they're given a 5% spiff from my commission if they close the deal. So they're tasked with calling everybody that's been through that open house that day. They have to call that night. The rules are you have to call that night, because you know there are hungry agents out there. And if someone's going to an open house, they're not just going to yours. So call that night. If you can't do it, have an ISA do it. Quick conversation, saw you were at the open house, wanted to see if you had any questions. Right? Very quick conversation, and then shut up. Let them talk. It's a big deal. We know that the house is going to sell, but the goal is to increase our business. This is my third, so Zillow is still my largest lead generation system, right? For buyers. For sellers, my largest lead generation system is open houses. So understand, and how much does this cost me? It does not cost me what Zillow cost me. This is a big deal. And we're taking control of it. So our sellers do. We get sellers that say, and you get those high C personalities, you gotta love them. I went to this open house, and someone greeted me and took my information and called me that night. I went to this open house, someone greeted me, took my information and called me that night. And I went to, and they'll tell you, and they will literally tell you the addresses they went to. They stalk you, and they expect the same service. And when you show up and you're doing everything you say you're going to do, they're the loudest people, because those C personalities, right, they're the ones that, if you mess up, they're also going to be your loudest people. But if you're doing what you say you're going to do, they're going to be out there singing your praises. So I love those stalkers. It's so much fun. The brochures are huge in the open house. I talked a little bit about this a few minutes ago. But when they're in that open house, so the brochure has your home sold guaranteed, or I'll buy it, or information, the buyback guarantee, buy this home, I'll buy yours, depending on the home. If it's a first-time home, I'm doing the buyback guarantee. If it's a move-up home, I'm talking about buy this home and I'll buy yours. The agents, to this day, one of the reasons that I have such a love-hate relationship with other agents is they talk about how intimidating it is to walk past our signs with that on it. I'm sorry, go get your own listings. I don't know. Sorry, not sorry. I love that, right? It's huge in this marketplace. If you're not doing the guarantee sale yet, do it, guys. It's a big deal. But make sure you're inside, that you have all the information, and people are walking out with a representation, a nice representation of your company, because they're going to hold on to that brochure. It's magazine quality. Let's see. So the to-do list is make the listing live on the MLS before the open house. We try to time that just before the open house. Again, I try to take the air out of the market from Zillow and those buyers looking, so that we're getting those first calls, and then we make it live on the MLS just before the open house, because it's going to feed out to the Zillows and Realtors, et cetera. We do use our $1 commission before the launch of the open house. It's helped us create quite a name in the marketplace. But I will tell you, so I've seen a couple Facebook posts recently on the Dollar Queen. It's all good. But in this case, the only legal way to keep people out from, with the MLS's involvement is to, listen, I can allow you to come into the home, but I don't have to compensate you. That was the biggest aha moment for me ever. And so really feeding into that. My sellers agree with it 100%, and I explain to them, would you like to have 16 showings in a day, or would you like to have one? We're gonna get everybody through in one day, and then we're gonna only have second showings, be ready for the next 2 or 3 days, and we should be under contract, if they go that far. So this is something that I push. The reason that my sellers like it, it was a no-brainer during COVID, because people were so crazy about everything being clean in between. And during COVID, we made sure we had wipes, we made sure we had agents with gloves, we handed out gloves and booties. So you only had to come in and clean once, and you had 40 or 50 or 100 people through your home. Awesome, right? And when people were worried about COVID, we just had agents, I had more agents there opening things so that people didn't have to touch. You find a way around it. But talking to the sellers about making it convenient for them, it's a no-brainer. I still get sellers that are like, I don't want my neighbors, I don't want looky-loos, I don't want this, I don't want that. And I say, you want your neighbors. And when I explain to them why, for those that haven't seen our pictures and I talk about it, they get it. And they love it. And when they do get people that knock on their door and say, your agent won't let me in, they're like, yeah, sorry, wait for the open house. It's all good. Or sure, she'll let you in, but you gotta call her. She's only given $1. I mean, I've literally had agents do this, approach the sellers. You have to make sure the sellers understand that you're creating fear of loss. You have to make sure they understand that. The first couple times I did this so successfully, I had sellers that were walking to their mailbox or watering their lawn, and people were rushing them, talking to them. I've had agents walk up and say, oh, I was approved, I didn't get the code, blah, blah, blah. So I will tell sellers, and my agents will tell sellers, if anybody makes these claims, they're not true, you know how responsive we are, simply tell them to call the number on the lawn. We'll get them in. You have to prep them for these things, because it will happen. And the first couple times it happened, I hadn't warned people, right? And someone did let someone in the house. So by preempting that and by saying these are things you can expect, because you will get people, I had one client call me and say, they were rushing, my 13-year-old daughter was getting the mail, and somebody was trying to talk to her. It kind of freaked me out. I'm like, I get it. Go out and get the mail yourself for the next couple days. It's all good, right? But just be cognizant of these things. It really does create quite an auction effect. In the buyer's market, it was amazing. And in the seller's market, it's kind of off the charts. We love it. And do not leave out any of the social sites. I do advertise on Twitter as well, just because it's there, right? But everything Facebook and Instagram, Facebook and LinkedIn are my top 2. Google is huge. We're on YouTube. We're across all the channels. No matter where you go, you're going to find us. And we're going to follow you. It's all good. So again, some more examples of ads for the open house. So these are specific to the open house, not for the property itself. Great pictures. We do homes of the week. And you want to make sure that you're putting your USP. I say this over and over again. It doesn't cost you very much to do this. Depending on the home we're going for reach or frequency, we reach up into other markets. So, in South Jersey, we didn't have $1 million home sales until last year. So our highest price point was around $800,000 before last year. Now we're up into the millions, thank God. But when I get those $1 million properties, I'm advertising in the New York market, I'm advertising in the Princeton market, I'm pulling from people outside our area. Think about what you're doing. And it does not cost a lot of money to do this. It's really not. With Google, Facebook, those are the 2 where I'm putting my money, in Instagram. It's pulling a whole new group of people in, and my agents are out with New York buyers every single weekend. It's amazing. So we do like to, if your seller does insist on no open house, then we just book appointments every 15 to 20 minutes, have them overlapping so that those agents see that frequency and demand. And I just tell the sellers, just go out and make a day of it, right? We really push these pictures. My agents have gotten really good at going up on the second floor, snapping pictures down the block. I like to, if I have time, I go out and take the pictures, right? We talk about social proof. There is no better social proof, right? And you still get sellers that are going to be afraid that they have an ugly baby. Like their house isn't going to get this kind of excitement. It's like, look, if we've done our job right, if we've priced you, prepped you, and do our marketing, this is going to happen, 100%. And if it doesn't, we have a price reduction, not a week later, but a day later, literally. We talk about our referrals, okay? So in our listings, we talk about this, and we want to let people know that they're helping the community, And we talk about this. We don't do as good a job. We're getting better at it. But you want to make sure you're talking about this in your listing presentations, and we talk about it in our brochures. So we want to talk about how their referrals affect the local community. That's pretty much it. I think I've hit everything I need to. What else would you like to ask? Thank you. Yes.
Hey, Nancy.
Hey.
Great job.
Thank you.
I'm curious about, because I'm implementing this. I'm going to do it at the level that you're doing it, but not quite there yet. So what does your team consist of in order to make all the prep happen? Like how many people, who does what?
Right. So in my office, I actually have a listing coordinator, and then I have someone that helps with social media. So those people are coordinating, so everything from once the listing is taken, they're booking the appointment for the photographer. The listing agent's taking care of the honey-do list, the admin's typing it up and sending it out. And then we have the person that handles the listings work with our social media person to make sure it's getting out there. The listing coordinator works on making sure everything's right with the listing, that Google gets up and running, and then everything else flows to the social media person. Make sense? So there's 3 people in the team total. So we have someone that's kind of a flex person that helps with more of the writing and things like that. So I've figured that this piece has been hard for me because there's a lot that we do, and it can almost be overwhelming. And I sat there and kind of tried to list out everything that job entails, just kind of go, all right, it's not 1 person for sure. It's 2, and now it's kind of 2.5. And I do have someone from Kristen, a virtual assistant that actually takes everything that we do with videos and then repurposes every single thing so that we're constantly out there with new things. So Vemma Rose does an amazing job there. The assistants, so someone's calling from admin staff to introduce themselves. Hi, I'm part of the team. Want to welcome you in. And if you can't reach Angela or Nancy, or you have a question, I'm available, right? So that's just an extra step to make sure nothing falls through the cracks. So that's kind of how that works. Good? All right. I'm sorry? Who writes the ads? So I have a listing person that actually, Allie's here with me. So she generally writes the ads for me. So as the rainmaker, you give them the structure. This is what it needs to look like. These are the price points. This is how we're going to sell it. So you're putting those ideas together, but you kind of give them a base and then make sure they understand what you're looking for. And she writes those ads for me. I'm sorry, there's someone back at the, that's okay. Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, Nancy, got some questions about open house. I've never done open houses, so this is a good thing you mentioned. You can get sellers, listings, whatnot. So what I'm doing right now is we try to sell a listing just within our team. We take an exclusive listing for 10 days. Within those 10 days, we do the sync blast and all those extra things. And the goal is to sell within our team.
Yes.
So that we can double end.
Yes.
But now the question is, if I double end within a team, I know I'm going to get 1 extra sale.
Right.
But if I do an open house, I might lose that sale because now the property is exposed to other agents, but I might be able to get more sellers. So what's the better idea over here?
It's a good question. So listen, I will always tell you this. I leave it up to the seller when things happen. So we do bring it up. And when I bring someone in from my team, they understand that the price is going to be driven up. And we have a discussion with our seller and says, Mr. Seller, if I bring in John with his buyer, we expect that your home is going to go for $50,000 more. So, and I don't plant the seed necessarily. Ask them what would be a number that you'd feel comfortable with not going to open market. I ask them first, right? The first person with the number loses. So I ask them a question, I set an expectation, and then I have a conversation with my buyer's agent and say, John, if you think you're going in and getting it for list price, don't waste your time. Bring your buyer to the open house, right? So we want to make sure we're getting that high price point. So that can scare them off, but we get we double end 20% of our listings. So we get people that come in and we will say, you know what? John's buyer stepped up to the plate. We're not going to be out of attorney review. We're in attorney review state. So we're going to have the open house as a backup offer only situation. It's so much fun when people ask questions, is the house still available? And well, actually, we're only taking backup offers today. You've got a line down the street.
Stuff. I tell the sellers that what if we bring a buyer who is willing to give your price on your terms?
Yes.
Are you willing to accept the offer before it hits the MLS?
Yes.
And they say yes,
Right.
and it works. So technically in the last, might be more than 1.5 years, I've sold 100% of my listings all by
Nice.
myself.
Nice.
It didn't even hit the market. It does hit the market, but it is already sold.
Right.
So now the open house, if I have to go with the open house, who does the open house? Your buyer's agents, listing agents?
So it depends. If my listing agents have taken the listing, they're doing the open house, absolutely. If it's a listing that I have to have taken, I still take a couple here and there, I will assign somebody to it. So, and generally it's 2 or 3 agents there because we're so busy. But I have found that even having it, so having a signed agreement and going to that open house, yes, someone can bid it up and go over, and that's entirely the seller's choice. It just creates more buzz. It's brought me so much more business. Selling 100% of those listings, where are the next listings coming from, right? So, you know, it's been a huge lead gen system for me.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Yes.
Nancy, could you explain one more time, how do I explain the $1 commission to my sellers?
Yes.
Not killing the collaboration with the other brokers, please.
Yeah. So we included in our listing agreement. So our listing agreement says that it's 6%, 3.5%, 2.5% after the open house, and that's how. And depending on, as long as we're getting our full 6%, that's a different conversation. And we'll be changing. We shift that from time to time. But for and I explained to the sellers, listen, the MLS is very restrictive in this area. Once I take your listing, technically I'm supposed to have you available to show the house within 2 hours. And they're like, oh, I don't want to do that yet. So you really have to hit those pain points. Right? So if I put your home in the MLS on Monday or Tuesday or Wednesday, whatever day it is, someone can call and want to be in 2 hours. And if you say no too many times, they're going to take you out of the active listings. And they go, say, like kind of liken it to a Nazi Germany kind of experience, like this, it's this way or nothing, kind of a Gestapo. And my workaround for it is that we're going to offer a $1 commission if they come before the open house. And when I explain it to them that way, and I say, look, they come to the open house, they're getting their full commission, right? So it's explained as a price point, as a pain point. If I allow them, if I put you in the MLS on Wednesday at 9 o'clock, at 11 o'clock, the first person may want to come see it, and they're like, I'm not ready to show it until the weekend. But if I put in that you won't show it till the weekend, you won't be in front of all of these eyes. So here's my workaround.
Okay.
It's just that simple.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Yes?
Hey, Nancy, thanks. We've been doing this since you first shared it with us, and it's a home run every time. Thank you so much.
My pleasure. Thank you for sharing.
You talked a little bit about trying to get it on Google right away.
Yes.
And that's where we find we follow the recipe, but sometimes we just don't get to number 1, and it seems like Coldwell Banker, is getting in there. So tell us a little bit about how and the purpose, because I'm thinking, how important is it that we're going to be number 1 with that address right away?
So I put money behind it, first of all. So I don't it's not an organic thing. I put money behind it. So my listing agent, it has to come early on. So the listing agent has to take a couple of key pictures to build that. And then we're building the Google ad, and we put money behind it. There are rare occasions when we're not there, but it says it's not active, or it's not on the market. If you look at a Coldwell Banker or one of those listings, if you see it, it says it's not on the market. Right? So ours shows on the market, and we put video, try and get everything that we can out there so that we're showing up first.
And you're saying you're putting money, what do you mean?
Google ad spend.
Pay-per-click?
Pay-per-click,
Okay,
yes.
got it. Thanks.
Absolutely. And we tell the sellers that they can't click on it, by the way. Made that mistake one time, that was all it took. Yes, sir.
All right, so just a quick question. So let's say you're getting a 6% listing,
yep.
3.5, 2.5. And it's 1% from now till the open house. So now my question is for your team members, are you also offering them $1?
I am. So this I had to be really careful with. I was investigated by the Real Estate Commission several times on these questions, right?
Yes.
And I had to show, and my agents all know, if you put it in writing to ask to see the property, you will never do that again. They call me and ask, first of all, and we have a discussion with the seller. But in writing, and my agents know that they're not bringing a person through unless they're signed to buyer's agency. Okay. Buyer's agency says we're getting 3%. Okay. And they're explained, they're getting in first, and they're going to be responsible for the commission. So if they do get in. So I do hold to $1 for my team.
You do?
I do.
Okay, cool.
And you're not getting into that property without a signed buyer's agency. You're not. It's not happening. So in the lovely state of New Jersey, there's a fun little clause that they added in 2018 that says if you're collecting a commission from a seller, you cannot collect a commission from a buyer. You're not allowed to. So my agents know that if it's at $1, if it becomes an issue, that I literally will have to share the commission with them because of the state. In some cases, we're able to wangle it so that it's a non-MLS and the MLS company. It just kind of depends on the situation. But my agents all know that it's $1 commission potentially to them. They have to have signed buyer's agency.
Got it. So Jersey allows you to have a buyer's agent in the same firm? Or you're just separating it with your?
I'm separating it with my non-MLS company.
Okay, got it.
Yep, another workaround. Yes.
You mentioned you had 3 people that help you manage the listing from the beginning, with pictures to marketing to listing.
I do now. I didn't start that way, but yes.
Okay. So
Yes.
who does the footwork as far as taking all the signs? You mentioned you put 6 signs per listing. Who does that work?
Whoever the listing agent is, does it. The listing agent's responsible for those things, and they know that they're told. So I have someone that sets all of those things up. So I have a runner in the office that will do some of the work, but 9 times out of 10, it's my listing agents that are tasked with making sure the signs get out for the open house, you know, for just the listing itself, switching out the signs, those kinds of things. They're getting paid well. They can handle it.
Okay.
Yeah. That was the last question, right?
Yes, last question. Give Nancy a big hand.
Thank you, sir.
Great job, man.
Thank you.
Super proud of you, for sure.
Thank you.
Let's see what happened here. Oh, dead battery.
Want mine?
Dead battery.
There you go. All right. Thank you. Did you get paid?
And this one is working now, okay. So yeah, you guys can just run up, we'll swap it out real quick. So I won't have to hold the microphone, we'll make that little swappy. Okay, so that's pretty good. I love untraditional, non-traditional, Craig Proctor-esque ways of doing business. So Nancy's got that market cornered on that untraditional open house for sure. So proctorizing all parts of your business is part of the implementation of the Craig Proctor system. So many of you guys are doing a great job on that, and we're going to continue to hear from people that are for sure. All right, so let's go to the coaching site. Let's flip it back over to my laptop here. And let me show you guys some ID numbers. I think you can see this on materials from the last couple of days. Gave you guys some ID numbers along the way on the materials that are available to you. All right, Nancy right there, that's ID 3477. I think maybe you can't see that in the back. Let me blow that up. Yeah, ID 3477. I blew that up just a hair. Hey, go. Thanks, buddy. Let me just give you this here. I don't know how, I wasn't paying attention, so. All right. So, Nancy, thank you very much. ID 3477. Shelly Salas. How many of you guys would like that piece of collateral? That was ID number 3476. Okay, awesome. Damien and Myra. Yesterday, ID 3475. Here you go. I'll take care of it. Thanks, buddy. Great job, man. Appreciate it. Okay. Again, Damien and Myra, ID 3475. Kristen Stampini. I remember going back to the back there. Kristen, there was about 20 minutes left in their time slot that we had. She was on slide number 10 of 64. And I was like, oh, goodness. So anyway, so Kristen, that was ID 3474. Tracy and Tanner, Kings of Real Estate, ID 3473. Mr. Bill Watson, ID 3472. And Anna Alimi, you guys remember that? Great job, Anna, ID 3471. Okay, and that leaves us with Bertrand and RG, that was ID number 3470. Okay. ID 3470. So there you go. So you guys hopefully wrote all that down, and if you can download those materials, and that's cool to have them and all. But now what? Let's see if I can fix this here. Yeah, it works. Yeah. So now what? So you got the materials, but like some of you guys taking pictures back there. How many of you guys have ever taken pictures of something on a big screen, and like you get home and it's like, what was this a picture of now? You know, what is that on my phone? Like, what was that about? Like, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, so you pretty much are strategizing on your note-taking, and you need help on the implementation. So it always works better when you're collaborating with these presenters. So you want to be in the room where they are if that's something that you want to implement, number one. Number two is that, your mentor who's helping you on with your implementation and problem solving, they can't be out of the loop. They can't be out of the loop on this thing. Like, you can't go to them and say, look, I need help with this, and they're like, what is that? That's an issue. So if that's going on, we got to fix that, okay? So let's make sure that we're all on the same page with what it is we're trying to do and why. Okay, great job. So just want to thank all of our folks that have been sharing and presenting over the last 3 days. Let's just, for a moment, let's just give them a big applause and a big extra thank you. Yeah. Yeah, man, that was some great stuff there. Okay, so now if you've noticed this, outside, out back, out behind those doors, we've had a vendor here called Sierra Interactive. How many guys are Sierra Interactive users? Let me see your hands. You can look around the room, and you can see there's a decent number of people that are involved with Sierra Interactive. How many of you guys have no idea who or what Sierra Interactive are? Yeah. When I first heard it, I was like, oh yeah, I drink Sierra Interactive every now and then. And they were quick to remind me, no, that was Sierra Nevada. And I'm like, well, what's the difference? So I've learned a little bit about these guys. I know they're doing some really good work. So Craig and I invited them here, and they've been out back, and out in the lobby there talking with some of you guys along the way. But I thought it would be cool to have them come up on stage for a couple of minutes, officially do that, and we'll go from there. So let's welcome to the stage our friends from Sierra Interactive. Come on up. Yeah, let's get some welcome music, man. Come on. Click. Play something. This is that awkward silence moment when normally we have some pretty good music playing and everybody's, oh, that's good, and you're running to the stage, and about the time you get up here, there will be music. Awesome. Yeah, come on up, guys. Okay, so my Sierra Interactive, Sierra Nevada joke, probably not the greatest one in the world.
No, we get it all the time, actually.
Oh, do you? Yeah? Yeah, well.
Sometimes I get, so you're Sierra. And I'm like, no.
No, that's a pretty good idea, though. You guys could get, like, the Sierra Nevada cans.
Yeah.
And you could, like, put a little piece of tape over it or airbrush on it, Nevada.
I think it could work.
Or get the Sierra Nevada and put on it the Sierra, whatever. All right, so tell us a little bit about what you guys do, how you do things, and why would I be interested in your business or your service, first of all, and then secondly, why I might pick it over and above a similar service. Is that okay?
Yeah,
All right, take it away.
absolutely. So for those of you out there who don't know who we are, my name is Tasha Stevens, and I'm an account executive at Sierra Interactive. And this fine gentleman right here is Josh Wallet. He is our sales manager. Some of you have already started that conversation with us, and many of you are actually going to go ahead and make that switch with us. But for those of you who don't know who we are and don't know what we provide, basically we provide SEO-focused websites, lead generation opportunities with Google pay-per-click, as well as Facebook retargeting and remarketing, as well as we have an awesome CRM on the back half that allows you to automate your entire process, as well as help you grow your business. Now, as to why you should switch and why go with Sierra, I will turn that over to this fine gentleman, Josh, to tell you a little bit more.
Let's do it. So how many of you have asked the question of what CRM are you using? I'm sure there's a ton of people that are in here, whether they see it in a Facebook group. Maybe they go ahead and see that in just conversations that they're having here, right? So the reason why Sierra is different is because of the way that we really allow you to go ahead and use our tools for your business. So what I mean by that is that there's multiple different paths that you can take within inside of Sierra instead of having just the one direct path. Because most people in our industry, what they do is they'll have a certain process inside of their business, and we allow you to exploit that. So there's multiple different partners that we work with whether it's a coaching organization, whether it's going to be a platform partner that we have, maybe it's a different lead generation service provider. We allow you to go ahead and take our tools and build off of them. So a lot of people that are inside of Sierra, you know, they have multiple different ways in which they can get the most out of it. And there's so many different ways we do that. So the websites, right? They're very SEO optimized. They're really built for PPC as an example. And a lot of that has to do with the way that we build our IDX integrations. So our IDX integrations are probably one of the most solid in the industry and allow you to basically go ahead and geographically farm, whether it's for buyers, whether it's for sellers, right? Through PPC and even Facebook. So, you know, let's say you want to target a subdivision. Let's say you want to go ahead and target a condo building. We can go ahead and create those and then also target different income levels as well. So one thing that's important to people here is raising their average transaction price. So we allow you and give you the tools to go ahead and do that within Sierra with one lead source, but it doesn't have to be just that one lead source that we can go ahead and help you with that in your business. What else? So single property sites, we have single property sites that are really amazing. You can go ahead and use those for landing pages, and sellers love them, and you can use them in your listing presentations to say, here's what I'm gonna go ahead and do for you. I'm gonna build you a website. And a lot of people, they don't do that, right? And you guys are here at the Craig Proctor event in order to go ahead and make your business better. And that's something that, you know, with the single property sites, it's another addition to what we do. We also have an open house app as well, which is really awesome. So you can go ahead and put all of, you know, let's say, well, in this market, you might not be doing open houses, but let's say things shifted a little bit. You'd be able to go ahead and use the open house tools and then automate all of the follow-up once those people come into the actual CRM, which is awesome.
How many people here use a multitude of systems? How many people here use 5 systems, 6 systems, 7 systems, 8 systems, going once, going twice, sold? So with Sierra, we also have an open API, which is phenomenal. We're a great connector, so it allows you, if we don't already have a direct integration with those systems that you use, then you're actually able to connect to our system because of that open API via a Zapier integration or a RealSync integration. So we really allow you to build your business and grow your business because of the open API, because of the websites that are fully customizable, because of our lead generation opportunities. So the possibilities are basically limitless.
Okay, so here's what I would recommend. When we're done here today in a little while, you guys are welcome to stop by their booth right outside there. You guys will be there.
Yep.
And strike up a conversation and discover more.
Absolutely.
You guys will be here tomorrow with the titanium level members, and we'll do a little more work together. Is that good?
Absolutely. I would
Awesome.
also like to, real quick, so for those of you who did join us at the booth, and for all the brave souls who I personally harassed and got your business cards for the raffle of that lovely 32-inch Roku TV that is up for grabs. Albina, is Albina in the room today? Albina?
I saw her earlier.
Albina is the winner. Can we get a round of applause? She is taking home a lovely 32-inch Roku, brand new, brand new.
Well, how about that? Come to a Craig Proctor event and get a
Leave with a
television.
TV.
Leave with a TV, yeah.
Smart TV, which
Awesome. All right, so give Sierra Interactive a big hand and go see them outside. Thanks, guys. Yeah. Whew. Man, it's fun. All right. So, and if you want to talk to some of the people using their services, you know, be more than happy to do that as well. Discover more, okay? Every now and then, some vendors come along. They do a great job for you guys professionally. So we're looking forward to learning and discovering more about Sierra Interactive. Thank you, guys. Okay, so, all right, now, many of you guys are very familiar with Shai Schwartzman in lifestyle media, okay? So I want to bring Shai up here. Shai, you coming up? Do you have some walk-up music, big dog? Yeah, let's welcome to the stage Mr. Shai Schwartzman. Come on up, Shai. Yes. Look at those moves. Don't see that every day. You gonna use yes, all right. So Shai and his team, they've been here. You know, they were here before we got here. They'll be here after we're here, putting the deal together. The live stream has been really good, really good. Almost too good. Like,
thanks to the guys in the back. I appreciate it. You guys have done an awesome job. Thank you.
Yes, for sure. Great job, everyone. So thanks for all that, Shai. And now, how long have you been working with Craig Proctor?
Since 1995, his second SuperConference.
Second SuperConference. How about that?
I think it was called a workshop at the time.
Yeah, was it? Yeah.
It was the biggest hotel in the biggest meeting room at the biggest hotel in Newmarket, and I think there was 20 people.
There you go. So we've come a long way since then. Multiple conferences a year. All of them are well attended. So it's been a fun ride, eh?
Oh, it's been incredible. I couldn't have imagined when we started where we would get.
Now, you've done some great work along the way for Craig Proctor members. So some of the things that you're working on right now, we're gonna take a look at that and what's available to you in the room that you can leverage and put to work in your business coming out of Shai's media company, Lifestyle Media. Now, we want to draw attention to that. But there, in addition to that, like you're working on some pretty high-level projects right in the middle of with the folks at Your Home Sold Guaranteed, right?
That's right. We're producing a TV show. It's an online TV show that hopefully we can parlay into broadcast TV. But for now, we're starting with an online TV show. It'll be a monthly show that's about 20, 30-minute show that is going to be live broadcast, and then it's going to be repurposed for social media. And yeah, we're really excited about it. And we've started working with a number of Your Home Sold Guaranteed team leaders and agents since Anaheim.
Yeah, that's how it gets started. For sure, that was part of the vision when we started putting this together. Is we need our own television show, and so that's coming together as we speak. Do you have a promo or anything?
Yeah, there's if the gentleman at the back can run the promo.
Let's take a look. That's exciting, Shai.
That's the website if you'd like to get some more information.
That's pretty exciting. So, so yeah, remember what I said last night? I said, look, we're in this thing to win it. Like, what's required to, make the impact that we believe needs to be made, that you guys are capable of making. So yeah, television shows for sure part of that. So great job, and you're working on this pretty much daily. Aren't you staying over as soon as the conference is over? Aren't you visiting some of the Your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty companies specifically for television show product? Is that right?
Yeah, I'll be here Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday.
Yeah. So what does that look like? What are you going to be doing?
Well, we're going to go to each office, and we're spotlighting each of the offices that we're going to, and talking to team members, getting some testimonials, getting some shots of the team in action, and showing the real difference of how we help buyers and sellers, investors, and other agents. So the show will be used as a platform for Your Home Sold Guaranteed to attract sellers and buyers, but also for investment opportunities for Your Home Sold Guaranteed team members and leaders from across the country, and for recruiting other agents, because our audience will be invariably other agents who watch this.
Yeah, for sure.
So it's going to be broadcast live on YouTube, Facebook, a number of other platforms. And also, we're going to turn it into a podcast, be on Spotify and some other.
The vision on it. The vision on it's very good. Great starting point for the television show. How many guys would like to be on TV? Yeah, man, this is it. Good opportunity for you. So you're going to see that play out there, and so if that's something that you believe is a benefit to you and to your business, and drawing attention to yourself like that, as we do, we're going to encourage you to hey, get on, get with us, set up that meeting to discuss Your Home Sold Guaranteed as maybe part of your future there. Okay, so let me get those two pieces of contact out information one more time. So there's platinum@toddwalters.com as an email to request your one-on-one Zoom meeting to talk about you, your future, and top of the Craig Proctor system ladder, Your Home Sold Guaranteed. Platinum@toddwalters.com's email, or you can text 678-436-8292. Text your name and the interest level in Your Home Sold Guaranteed to 678-436-8292. Okay, and I think we're up to about 35 appointments so far that we're setting here as a direct result of last night, tonight, people talking about television show and everything else that's going on. So pretty exciting, Shai. Okay.
A lot of stuff happening.
Yes. Now, you passed out some order forms, but one of the things on the order forms that I want to draw attention to, okay, is the videos. Okay, so how many of you guys are doing a decent job of running your daily intent-based branding, omnipresent marketing system out to all of your databases and social media platforms daily? How many of you guys are doing that? Okay, so lots of opportunity there for you. We have the content, but to produce the videos for the content sometimes requires more time. And guess what is in short supply for all of us in the room? Time. So Shai here has went and produced videos literally around every piece of content that you can use in this area. So remember how that works. So your content calendar consists of, for example, let's say it's Monday and we're going to use Best Buy of the Week, or Tuesday we're going to use something from the buyer drop-down menu. Wednesday, Worthy Cause Wednesday. Thursday, something from the seller drop-down, like pets and moving. Okay? So Shai's got video around the pets and moving. So it's one thing to have the content, the written content, get that on your blog and get that piece together, but the video, that will be dropped onto your YouTube channel, and then that link repurposed and promoted out to all your databases that day. This is where agents sort of run into a roadblock, because they got to sit down and produce all these dozens and dozens of videos. Shai, how many videos are there?
There's 60, and then we add videos every month to 2 months. We add new videos to the library.
That's a 60.
60, yes.
60 videos.
And they're all based on Craig Proctor system content. You're familiar with the special reports, editorial ads, etc.
Yep. All right, so you want to show?
Sure.
One or two of them? You guys want to take a look?
Yeah, so I've put out order forms for a number of the different programs that we run, House Talk, the Bomb, and the pre-selling kits, the online pre-selling kits, the Converter. And if anyone has any questions on those, I'll be here all afternoon, and if you have questions, I'm around to answer. But we wanted to focus, I just wanted to share with you, this is something that we started working on really when the pandemic started. There was a real impetus to get the message out there in a virtual way. So what we did was we created what I'm calling 52 plus weeks of video and newsletter content. And these are 1, 2, and 3 minute videos that reach out to buyers and sellers and give them great information on the process. So if you go to the form that I put on the desk, it's the second one, my 52 weeks of content. This is the website, and this is content. I'll show a little bit of it. You can read about it. You can use this videos on your blogs, in your social media, email marketing. We've been talking about Engage and other CRMs. We provide you with templates that you can copy and paste the email with the link to the video into your CRM. You can share it on social media, just really any online.
I really, really like it for the intent-based branding system, the omnipresent process that a lot of our Platinum members are using. Again, their issue is like getting into the studio, filming these videos around each piece of content. You don't really need to do that because it's already been done. All right, so we just need to connect with Shai and take advantage of the opportunity to be able to roll that out and make your content much, much better.
And it's all
video.
done for you.
I think we all agree, like video is a bit of a game changer when it comes to marketing and promotion.
Well, it's a great way to leverage your message because you can leverage on multiple media. And this is using language that is Craig Proctor's system exclusive language. You don't have to go out and create any of this. We've done it for you. And your library just keeps growing. And I call it 52 plus weeks because if you're using one video a week, you have enough content for a year.
Okay. Well, let's take a look at something.
Yeah, so here's a sample. We have seller content, we have buyer content. I'll show you a little bit of the seller content. There we go. It's all animated. Let's see if I can make it bigger.
We successfully help homeowners sell their properties fast for top dollar with the least amount of hassle. Now, many real estate agents will say this, but we back up our claims with statistics, customer success stories, and written guarantees. Our exclusive VIP seller benefit system will give you superior results through our unique team approach, our exclusive and innovative consumer programs, our leading edge technology, and our specialized knowledge.
Last year, half the homes listed for sale did not sell with the real estate agent who originally listed the property. In fact, according to industry studies, 69% of home sellers say they would not go back to do business with the same real estate agent again. Don't risk making the wrong choices in pricing, marketing, or in choosing a real estate agent. Don't risk losing both time and money.
We don't just say that we will sell your home, we guarantee it in writing. In fact, we give you 6 seller satisfaction guarantees. Number 4, our reality-based timetable guarantee. We implement a complete marketing program to sell your home. You know in advance what will occur step by step. In many cases, we sell your home faster.
When showing your home, make sure to keep the blinds open and turn on all the lights, even during the day. This will ensure a bright and airy feeling. Be sure to set the temperature to a comfortable level and allow for proper ventilation. If you have pets, make sure to have them out of the way and take care to eliminate any lingering odors. This is good advice for smokers as well. Don't leave any clues.
I can summarize the main reasons you want to have your home sold by this agent and their team. The first reason is speed. Their team will sell your home fast. And that's not an empty promise, it's a fact. In hot markets or slow markets, in every part of our area, their selling speed is well known. The second is top dollar. They will sell your home for the absolute most amount of money that the market will bear. The third reason you want to use them is that they take care of the sale of your home. There's little or no hassle. They'll sell your home with every I dotted and every T crossed. Finally, I really believe the most important reason to hire them is that they're the safe bet. For viewers who want to move forward and discuss the sale of their home, or at the very least, get more information at no cost or obligation, please contact the realtor and their team directly at the telephone number and website provided.
And you got 60
Yes.
Combined, buyer and seller.
Buyer and seller, yes.
Yep. And how long
there's
is...
there's some holiday videos too that we've included.
how long, what's the average length of time on the video, Shai?
About 2 minutes.
Okay, that's excellent. So can you guys see some value in using 60 videos in your daily routine, in your marketing, on your omnipresent system? What are your options? Like, you can go and like get in the studio and record all these, and you know how it works when you do that? You're watching it and it's like, yeah, I don't like it. Yeah, I want to go back and redo it. And the answer is, man, just have an animated spokesperson do it for you and just stick it right inside your brand. That's what I would do, and it makes perfect sense to do it that way for sure. So what's my investment to get access to the video, Shai?
It's $49 a month. You get all the videos. We start you off with our what we call our gold package, which is $99 a month, but we start you off for the first 6 months. The difference between the basic package at $49 is that every month you get a new video. So with the gold, you get a new video and some other...
$50 to get started a month.
Yeah.
And I'm going to get all 60 videos that I'm going to integrate into my daily routine.
Correct.
Of dropping these videos as part of my intent-based branding and omnipresent system or other. For, again, $50 a month.
Right.
Okay.
And if you pay, you could pay for a whole year. It's $490 for the whole year, so you get basically 2 months. Or you can pay for 6 months.
Yeah, that's
so if you prepay, there's some savings there.
Yeah, $500. That's pretty. How many of you guys feel like that's a good value? Yeah, yeah. Could you reproduce those videos on your own for $500? Yes, it's just not possible. So, but that's the benefit of the collective soul of the Craig Proctor system. We can pool resources together and content and pull those things off, man. And Shai's been able to do that here in a really good way. So I want to encourage you. Like, there's a lot of video missing from your daily marketing routine. Okay, having that video, dropping it on YouTube, taking that link and posting it into Facebook, Instagram, and LinkedIn accounts, selectively taking those links and sending them out to your databases via email and text. It consistently keeps you front and top of mind of the people in your database. One of the biggest challenges that you guys have, follow-up. Is that right? Following up, staying top of mind with prospects, and just being in front of them on a daily basis so that when they call you, they say, I see you everywhere. How many of you guys like getting those calls? Oh my gosh, I just see you everywhere. Barb, you get those calls every week. Yeah, I see you everywhere. And we know from Barb's previous presentations at other conferences and over the last couple of years, pretty heavy into video. Yeah, so Barb, video works? Yeah, game changer, man. Okay, so how many of you guys are interested in taking Shai up on this conference offer? Let me see your hands.
There's a conference special too.
Yeah.
I think you can get started for free.
All right, so how many of you guys were interested? I was looking at, okay, grab with your hand, reach down, grab your pen, fill out the form, and on your way out the door here in a few minutes, make sure you give those forms to Shai, and that will be a big deal. But let's use it though. Like we're gonna invest in it. It's relatively inexpensive, and the return on it astronomical. All right, so we're going to be doing some platinum webinars. I'll show you guys exactly how to use that content and to get other people, maybe even a VA, doing the work for you. Okay, so that's on our agenda with Shai and Kristen coming up here in the month of December. So you can write that one down. Remember the platinum webinar coming up on Tuesday, 4 o'clock Eastern, 1 o'clock Pacific. Okay, just to promote that thing. We're going to regroup. on working on your business to implement at a much faster pace as well. And all of this will be a part of that. Shai, what else you got?
Well, we have our pre-selling kits, or the bomb. I know a number of members have asked about that. There's some information in the packet I left. You can go to onesteplisting.com.
One
step.
As in one, O-N-E?
Yeah, one step.
Onesteplisting.com?
Yeah, is that it?
Do you guys know the story of the bomb? All right, so check this out. This is a great story while Shai's pulling that up. So it was 2003. 2003, and it was in the fall of 2003. I know because I was up at my place in the great state of Illinois on a little hunting trip, and my cell phone rings, and I flip it open, and it was Craig Proctor. And he goes, "Hey, what are you doing?" I was like, "Well, I'm up here with some buddies, just kind of messing around. What's happening?" And he says, "Hey, I got a couple questions. You got a minute?" I was like, "Sure." He said, "Okay, how many leads did you generate last month?" Remember this conversation very well because it was a game changer for my personal life. I said, "Well, generated over 1,000 leads last month." Okay, again, this is in the fall of 2003, almost 20 years ago. And he said, "Okay, that's a lot of leads. How many homes did you sell?" And I said, "Around 50. And he said, "Doesn't it suck to have to generate over 1,000 leads a month just to sell 50? And I was like, "It's a lot of work." He said, "I got an idea. What if we could develop something that was so good that we would send it to the lead when you generated them and they called you and said, 'Come list me'?" And I was like, "You got my attention." So I sat down on the step there at the lodge and I listened to Craig vision cast what is now the bomb. It's a box. Dan Kennedy refers to it as a shock and awe system. That when it shows up, if they look at any piece of it, they're going to do business with you, easier to get your fee and the pricing structure that you're suggesting. That's what the whole bomb started. Then immediately, Craig leveraged it to why don't we put a program together around this advanced marketing system and materials and build it from there. And I was like, that sounds like a great idea. That's how Platinum got started. So we rallied, I think it was 40 Platinum members, invested $25,000 each to seed the development and copywriting of that particular system. And from there, Craig Proctor built the #1 business building system coaching level in real estate history with this Platinum level. And at some point along the way, he says, "Hey, why don't you help me? Help me help the members build this thing." So that bomb started it all, Shai.
That's right.
Yeah, we have members that they will not, listen really close, they will not book a listing appointment sooner than 72 hours to ensure and guarantee that the customer, the prospect, the seller has time to check out the bomb before they ever get there. It is a routine. They send the bomb out. Very few exceptions. Maybe an exception is referral, but any lead generated, they're getting the bomb before the agent shows up. And that pre-sales the prospect even further on doing business with you exclusively at your optimum fee and the pricing that you're suggesting. So I know personally, absolute game changer, the bomb. So if you're looking to make a further investment in your business, get customers easier, sell more homes and make more money on the listing side, man, that bomb's critical, right?
Yeah, I mean, we've had Platinum members using this and just reordering because it works.
Oh, it works, man. Obviously, we built an entire level of the Craig Proctor system right out of it. So kudos to Craig for packaging that together, put it together, and for you for taking that material and creating the shock and awe package that literally is a game changer when you begin to move your business into more listing appointments. Great job, dude. How much is that?
We have two packages, the Essential and the Deluxe. The content is the same. The Deluxe is, like the name suggests, it's just a little fancier.
Yeah, it's custom, got a lot more customization. And
more
stuff.
customization. It's a finer paper. It's full color. And then there's what we call the Essentials, which is good as well. There's some black and white, and the paper is just a little bit. It's not as glossy because we're using black and white, but it's great. It's a great package to get started. Many times, Platinum members will start with the Essentials, and then obviously see that this is great. And then,
how many of you guys have ever lost a listing appointment to another agent in your market? Just one? 3? One more time. How many of you guys have gone on a listing appointment, you didn't get it, and they listed with somebody else? Let me see. Okay. What did that cost you? So let's scale the business up bigger. Now, what does it cost you weekly to have that happen? So what is a listing really worth? So once you discover that, it's like, whoa, like almost no investment is too big here to keep that from happening. What's the value of a lifetime customer? Not just that listing, but like Nancy demonstrated, getting more leads from every single listing, leading to more clients on every single listing, plus the returning and repeat business from them and the referrals, and of course, the 5-star reviews from that level of service that you provide. So, and you reverse engineer that back to a shock and awe pre-selling system. Now, once the bomb was developed, Shai, that led to the online versions.
Correct.
Yeah, we called them the ultimate converters. Now, the ultimate converter was born out of a little bit of frustration, I'll confess. Craig and I were talking about that there were too many Platinum members that weren't taking us up on getting and using the bomb. So the internet comes along, and we're like, why don't we take the entire bomb, the shock and awe package, and let's turn it into an online version. That way you can use it on every single customer, no matter what. And then you can direct mail the bomb as your business scales, and you feel like it's a good move for you. So that led to the ultimate converter called online pre-selling kits, right? Talk about that.
So the online pre-selling kits, as Todd's saying, was born of that. But how it's developed in the system now is that it's not really necessarily an either or, but it's part of the system. So step one, you book the appointment. When you're booking the appointment, your ISA or your admin will confirm the appointment with the seller or buyer, because we also have a buyer version. And we'll let them know that we're going to confirm the appointment with so-and-so on Thursday at 6 p.m. I'm going to send you a confirmation of appointment by text or email. Which do you prefer? And they let you know. So I'm going to send you an email. I'm going to do it right now. And the best time to do it is at that time, and do it right while they're on the phone with you. So you can actually even listen to the ding that they got the text message, they got the email.
Yeah.
Do it right then and there. We're going to send you a confirmation of appointment by text, if that's what they prefer. In that text will be the time and the location we're meeting, as well as a link to a personalized online home seller's kit.
All right, so did you guys catch that? Is that part of the appointment confirmation is your pre-selling system. They work together. If you're going to be sending a confirmation anyway, which you guys do by text and email to your customers when you set appointments, why not start the pre-selling process? Mm-hmm. So right in there, built in there, is the link to what we call your online home seller kit, but make no mistake about it. When they click it and open it and watch it, it's totally designed to pre-sell them on doing business with you over and above anybody else or any other option, including doing it themselves. It's designed to eliminate competition and position you as the agent, the only agent of choice here. And it's basically a package, an online of unique selling propositions, the value propositions that you offer. What are some of the things that are in the online home seller kit that, I know are in the bomb too, but they're also in the ultimate converters?
Yeah, let me show you. If you go onto the website, and the website is getmemorelistings.com.
Got some pretty good domain names, Shai.
Thanks to you.
GetMeMoreListings.com.
So they click on the link, and you want to let them know when you're sending it that it's personalized just for them. You want to build some reciprocity. You're taking the time to personalize it just for them. Take a look at it, and you reiterate some of the benefits of looking at it before we get together. And the final thing you want to let them know is that if they do look at it, our typical listing appointment is about an hour, but if you can take a look at it, because it answers so many of the frequently asked questions that we get, our listing appointment can be about half the time. So you again want to reiterate benefits for looking at it.
It is pretty sweet, isn't it, when you show up on these seller appointments or buyer appointment, or seller appointment especially. You walk in and you say, so are you folks ready to sell your home? And they're like, where do we sign?
Especially if you've sent the bomb, and when you walk in and you can see on the kitchen table, the dining room table, a lot of times they'll have it.
Oh, they'll have it open. They'll have that stuff spread out, man.
Because they think it's part of the listing appointment, and that's a great gauge to see how far along. Like if they've looked at, it's all over the place, you know that you're getting that listing.
Yeah. So let me walk you guys through this. You've got your video content library that works with the daily omnipresent marketing to help you generate more business in the marketplace from all of your databases. All right. Now you got the business coming in. You book an appointment, okay, with the buyer or seller. Through the appointment confirmation process, they're going to get a link. They're going to get a link from you to their very own online home seller or home buyer kit. And when they watch that, that's what we call the ultimate converters, essentially the online bomb that helps do the job of the pre-selling. And for the sellers, these listings, this physical package shows up in this cellophane envelope, which we call the bomb. So they come home from work and there it is. They take it inside, put it on the freaking counter, can't help but open it. They open it up and they look at any part of it. They're like, wow, when Barb gets here, like this is lights out. The other agents in your marketplace cannot compete with the marketing content and that level of presentation, okay, and positioning in the marketplace. You're a walking, talking value proposition. And then when you put the sign in the front yard, right next to the sign, it says House Talk. Now, a long time ago, Shai, there were these radio talking houses.
That's right.
Now, when I sold my real estate company in April of 2009, when I walked out the door, check it out, I had 350 radio transmitters that went with the company that we were using. That's how good those things were, man. All right? There would be lines of cars in front of my listings parked listening to the radio commercial, which was primarily a commercial about Guaranteed Sale Program. Okay? And we just rocked it. So over time, though, man, those radio transmitters wouldn't work 100% right all the time. You know what I mean? Like the transmission signal was sketchy, or they would, kind of stop working. So Shai here developed House Talk to take its place. The modern day version of the radio talking house. That's what House Talk is. And all those videos that we talked about that you use on your content, guess where they also are? Piggybacking on every single listing ad that you put on House Talk. Peppered all the way throughout this thing, because House Talk is not just audio, but it's video as well. Is that right, Shai?
That's right. It's audio, it's video. So every property has a unique ID. I have a short video that we can watch.
Yeah, this is the video that like Barb plays during her, and Tracy plays, and these other guys, they play during the listing presentation. So let's take a look at that little promo video about House Talk.
Here's Dave.
Hey.
And here's Susan. Hello. Susan and Dave are searching for a new home and are driving around the neighborhood, checking out what's for sale. They see houses they like and want to get more information, but are reluctant to call the real estate agent that is listed on the for sale sign. Like many home buyers, they want to get more information easily and quickly without having to call a salesperson until they're ready. One day, Dave and Susan come across a property that changes the way they search for homes. Right by the for sale sign, they see a House Talk sign, which lets them know that they can get instant information on the property right on their smartphone. by simply typing in the website address indicated on the sign into their mobile web browser and hit the play button. Susan and Dave's car also has internet and audio connect features, so they can also hear the information through the vehicle's audio system. Dave and Susan hear an in-depth description of the property, financing options, and any other important information that the real estate agent recorded. They even hear a special offer on how they can get exclusive access to a free list of homes with pictures that match their home buying criteria. Susan and Dave love what they hear and immediately contact the real estate agent by clicking a link right on the House Talk page.
Boom. That's
As a
in the
real
listing
estate
presentation. That's actually in the listing presentation as promoting that value proposition during. Like you just push play button and then just, they're watching the video like, wow, that's pretty cool. Do the other agents that you're competing with in your marketplace have House Talk? Can they get it? No. This is exclusively for you guys. But it's only exclusively for you if you use it. Okay? Now it doesn't even stop there, does it, Shy? Because now that I've got this listing, I've got this sign going, okay, we have this auction effect system called RBID. Do you guys know the story on RBID? So back in 2007, 8, and 9, I'm pretty much going out of business. My listing inventory had gone from 120, 125 active listings on any given day to 200 to 250 active listings. I walked into my office one day, I had 383 active listings. This was all happening over the course of a few months. The problem with that story is that my sales had gone from 50 to 60 to 40 to 50. And I remember 383 active listings, 19 pending sales. I'm like, shit, I'm out of business. I called Craig from my closet in my house because I didn't want my wife to hear. I said, dude, I can't make payroll. I'm listing my way out of business here. Like, what am I going to do? So we strategized and talked a little bit, and direct response marketing strategies and formulas basically led to the development of RBID. So people were driving by, check this out, they're driving by my listings. I got almost 400 of these bad boys. They're driving by them to get to the foreclosure. And I'm like, the foreclosure's a worse deal than my listing. Why are they doing that? And it was because of perception. The perception is that that's a better deal. We want to go look at that first. They weren't even hardly making it to the other properties. And I was like, this is BS. It's all marketing. There is no problem, there is no issue that you will ever have in your business that marketing won't solve. I would write that one down. There is no cash flow issue that a good sales letter can't fix. And you're in the right place for this. It's just a matter of whether you're going to lean into it or not. You can see what I did here, okay? I'm a good Craig Proctor student. I was like, okay, so we've got to create an auction effect system where the prospects perceive a third-party perception. It's a third-party perception of sale. How can I take Mr. and Miss Smith's home and make it look like it's not their home? That was it. That's all I needed to create was a story. So that led to the development of RBID, which essentially is an auction effect system. Okay, so when the marketplace was really slow, it's really effective. But many of you guys have seen Rudy take the stage here today, and he uses it to basically get 3 to 10 times more prospects at his untraditional open houses and the like. Calls them the RBID open house. So it looks like it literally creates a great auction effect and multiplies the number of prospects from it. So Shy here, not too awful long ago, took up the mantle of the RBID system and built on it, improved it, and we just make it available to Craig Proctor's system Platinum level members. Okay? And did I do a good job of describing RBID?
That's great.
Yeah, thank you. I should know, because with Craig Proctor's help, we invented it.
You created it.
Yes, exactly. So I remember talking to Craig about it. He goes, now, what are you doing? He's like, I said, well, I call the listings RBID homes instead of Mr. and Miss Smith's house. And what else do you do? Well, we make it hard to see. What do you mean? Well, they can only see it at a certain time frame. Oh, and they can't make an offer on it whenever they want. They have to bid on it at a certain time frame. And all of that just created more demand because it positioned the property as being differently. And that really did a great job on our bid, and it saved my bacon in the recession. So we would call sellers up and say, this is what we're going to do. We're going to position your home as an arbit home. And some of the sellers said, that kind of sounds like people might think it's a foreclosure. And I'm like, so? They're like, well, I don't want people thinking I'm desperate. I'm like, you need to unlist your house today and hold on to the thing, because it ain't going to sell unless we do something completely different. So I went from 383 active listings back down to under 200. All of them become our bid homes, and I got rich. Thank you, Craig Proctor. So yeah, so Shy here, this Arbid thing is a big deal, and that's part of Lifestyle Media's products as well.
That's right. So if you're interested, we've created a site that's part of the system where it gives that third-party impression that this home is a great deal, and it gives them tools to bid. So it's not an auction site per se. We call it the site gives the auction effect.
Mm-hmm.
And so every house that you add on, you send them to arbiddeals.com. You send them to every house has its own unique landing page where you can add photos, you can add video, you can make when the bidding starts, when the bidding stops, and you can get people to connect with you and make a bid. But really how, for example, Rudy's using this amazingly, Rudy Kasuma, is he sends this out and it drives traffic to his open houses. And I don't know if you've seen on his YouTube channel.
Yeah, dozens.
They have lines out the door.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Because this house is now perceived as a great deal. And they're taking bids at the open house.
That is quite a library of special media systems that are exclusive to Craig Proctor people. You're not going to get these if you're not a Craig Proctor system member. So we make it available to you exclusively, in addition to everything else you get. You got to take advantage of it, though. And all of this adds up to making it easier for you to sell more homes and make more money without giving up your personal life to do it. It's not, now listen, when you get a listing, we had a great question earlier, Shy. When Nancy was up here, Sonny was asking about the open house. He was pretty perceptive because he was picking up on is that I'm doing my open houses to sell the house. Nancy's doing her open houses to generate gobs of more business. She is not doing the open house to sell the house. Doesn't need to do that. So it's a strategic move to generate more prospects. Do you guys understand how all this works together? Yeah, and once you understand the lifetime value of a customer, all right, there's pretty much nothing that you won't invest in here in the Craig Proctor system because you want more of those people. So I'm going to encourage you to invest in those lifestyle media products. Let them complement your business. I will help you get those implemented in such a way that you generate even more business than you're generating now from your processes. And Shy, Craig and I just want to thank you for not just, seems like 30 years of service, so to speak, but just going the extra mile and helping us with these products and services based on the vision and ideas. That's an outstanding job, buddy.
I appreciate it. Thank you very much, and thank you for the opportunity. And great to see everyone again. Thank you.
Thank you, Shy. All right, so on your way out the door, I know some of you guys yeah, that's pretty good. I've been meaning to do this. So on your way out the door, just take your order form for Lifestyle Media and turn that in on your way out there. All right, so have you guys had a good 3 days? It's been pretty fun, hasn't it? Yeah. I know for those of you watching online still with us, I think we still got a few hundred people watching. It's hopefully it's been good. But I was watching the live stream in the back there, and I was like, wow, this thing's set up pretty good. Okay, so, but hey, we're getting ready to close out 2021. Hard to believe this thing's coming to an end, right? But it is. It's been the best year ever for Craig Proctor system members. We've had more Craig Proctor members make quantum leaps than ever before. More millionaire, multimillionaire agents were created. More businesses were expanded. More money was given away. Okay? We saw the advancement and growth of Your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty, a Craig Proctor system brokerage. Again, we're in it to win it, man, and we're not slowing down. Okay, there's still some time in 2021 for you guys to hit your goals. All right, so what are you going to do now? So my prescription is make a note and make sure you block out your time on your schedule for Tuesday at 4 o'clock Eastern Time, 1 o'clock Pacific for the Platinum webinar. And let's get to regroup together and let's put our strategy in place for implementing more faster without your constant involvement. Just give me a shot over that hour and a half, and I'm going to help you get more implemented than you thought possible before based on the process and system for actually doing just that. All right? So, yes. All right. So I want to thank, again, everyone who makes these events possible. The AV team, but I especially want to thank all the folks that came down here from Buford, Georgia, along with me, Claudia, Chase, Megan, Cheryl, Drew, and Nathan. Thank you, guys. Yep. Yeah, so on your way out, if you haven't ascended the Craig Proctor system ladder, and it's like, I just need to talk to them about it. We're going to be here for a little bit longer. Talk to us. Give us a shot to help you with it. At the very least, set up a consult, whatever we need to do there, but now's the opportunity. Don't walk out without doing that, okay? All right. So great job. I also want to thank everybody back at corporate headquarters in Canada that's running this thing from behind the scenes. There's a lot of moving parts to put this together, and let's give them a big round of applause for being there and helping. Yep. Awesome. Now, one more person I would like to thank, you. You did not have to make time, 3 whole days of it, to work on your business. Travel to Orlando, Florida, and work on it. You didn't have to do that. It was a choice that you made to do that. You are the ones doing the implementing. You're the ones that are impacting the lives out there, helping people buy and sell the place they call home. You're the ones donating the money to these very worthy causes, employing people and changing the landscape, and you're making your communities a better place. You're doing it with this Craig Proctor system. For that, give yourself a big applause. Yes. Congratulations on that. So to wrap this up for us and get back to work, Titanium, Your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty, guys. We've still got a whole nother day of this. We'll see you tomorrow at 9 a.m. But we got a video to kind of wrap this up, so we're going to kick that video off, and let's roll that. I think we've got that ready to go in the queue. Let's take a look.
Take it in, but don't look down. 'Cause I'm on top of the world, eh? I'm on top of the world, eh? Waiting on this for a while now. Paying my dues to the dirt. I've been waiting to smile, eh? Been holding it in for a while, eh? Take you with me if I can. Been dreaming of this since a child. I'm on top of the world. I've tried to cut these corners, tried to take the easy way out. I kept on falling short of something. I could have gave up then, but then again I couldn't have, 'cause I've traveled all this way for something. I take it in, but don't look down. I'm on top of the world, I'm on top of the world, Been waiting on this for a while now, paying my dues to the dirt. I've been waiting to smile, been holding it in for a while, Take you with me if I can, been dreaming of this since a child. I'm on top of the world. I'm on top of the world, I'm on top of the world, Waiting on this for a while now, paying my dues to the dirt. I've been waiting to smile, been holding it in for a while, Take you with me if I can, been dreaming of this since a child. And I know it's hard when you're falling down, and it's a long way up, and you make you out, but get up now, get up now.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you. Safe travels on your way back. We'll see you Titanium VIPs, your home sold guarantee real tomorrow. And until then, go serve big. Thank you very much.